Chapter 551. Crackle. A bolt of lightning cut through the dark sky under the dark clouds and illuminated a small low-altitude shuttle flying over at high speed from afar. The heavy rain that filled the sky smashed into the small low-altitude shuttle, but it was instantly shattered by the high-speed speed that broke through the speed of sound. It enveloped the outer layer of the shuttle in a thin and dense mist. Coupled with the lightning, it was simply filled with a mysterious feeling. After flying over quickly, the small low-altitude shuttle suddenly slowed down and quickly stopped. Such an intense and rapid stop would naturally cause a huge burden to the passengers on the small low-altitude shuttle. It was even impossible for ordinary people to endure such a violent change in speed. Just this could cause them to vomit blood and be injured. However, as soon as the small low-altitude shuttle stopped, the side door opened. Two figures had already jumped out and landed hundreds of meters from the ground. The speed at which they landed was extremely fast. However, when they approached the ground, they immediately slowed down greatly. Then, they slowly landed and stepped on the ground. Crackle! Another bolt of lightning fell, illuminating the faces of these two people. They were Orkin and Nusak. The expressions on their faces were extremely gloomy, indicating that they were in a very bad mood. If they failed this mission to attack the holy mountain of the Rand clan, it would mean that the reward they obtained would be greatly reduced. In addition, as void break martial artists demanded a high salary, their reputation would be greatly affected if they were unable to help Sand Eagle complete this operation. Their ability would be doubted. This was naturally not something to be happy about for two proud void break experts. Now, in front of them, a corpse that had clearly lost all life was lying there. Half of its body was already soaked in water. Its face was facing up and was continuously being washed away by the heavy rain. Lightning flashed, illuminating that face clearly. It was Dakota, who had been bossing them around 2 hours ago. Orkin and Nusak's gazes landed on Dakota and they could not help but look at each other again. At the same time, they saw the shock in each other's eyes. That kid had actually killed Dakota. How was this possible? He was clearly only a little guy who had just broken through the cosmic heaven's gate. His strength was at most at the initial stage void break realm, and he was greatly inferior to the two of them. As for Dakota, he was already a 4th stage void break martial artist at the peak and was much stronger than them. Even if the two of them joined forces, they did not dare to say that they could defeat Dakota, let alone kill him. Now, that kid who was only at the initial stage void break realm actually killed Dakota? Nusak could not help but take 2 steps forward. He squatted down and seriously observed Dakota. He even reached out and touched him. No matter how one looked at it, Dakota was already dead. He understood the possibility of survival. Confirming this obvious fact could not reduce the shock in Nusak's heart at all. He could not help but feel a trace of fear and involuntarily look around. Fortunately, that kid was not around. Seeing Nusak's actions, Orkin smiled bitterly in his mind. He did not expect that a 3rd stage void break martial artist like Nusak would actually be afraid of a mere initial stage void break martial artist. It would be a joke if word got out. However, he did not have any intention of mocking the Nusakians. Seeing Dakota's corpse with his own eyes, to be honest, he could not help but feel a trace of fear for that kid. That kid looked so young and his initial strength was not strong, but he could first easily break through the energy shield of the war fortress, then quickly recover under such a terrifying attack from Dakota. Now, he had even killed him. He had no idea how that kid had killed Dakota. He could not even imagine it. The rain beside them suddenly weakened, but the small low-altitude shuttle in the sky had already landed and was floating above their heads. The door opened again. Dakota's deputy jumped out with a few of Sand Eagle's men and quickly walked to his body. Looking at the motionless Dakota on the ground, the expressions of the deputy and his subordinates were terrifyingly gloomy. As one of the strongest organizations on planet Lepler, it had been a long time since Sand Eagle had experienced such a painful failure. This time, even the person in charge of the operation, the high-level Sand Eagle leader, and a powerful 4th stage void break martial artist, Dakota, was directly defeated and died. The deputy could imagine the crazy storm and terrifying punishment he would face when he returned to the headquarters. Dakota was already dead. As his deputy, he definitely had to bear all the responsibility for this failure. The fate waiting for him would definitely be extremely terrifying. However, he could not think of escaping at all. Everything he had was in Sand Eagle's hands. It was impossible for him to escape. The group was silent for a long time. Then the deputy took a deep breath and opened his personal terminal. He ordered the small low-altitude shuttle above his head to land and ordered a few of his subordinates to carry Dakota's body up. He did not follow the small low-altitude shuttle immediately. Instead, he stopped Orkin and Nusak. "Guys, I think we should have a good chat about today's operation." In the dense dark clouds in the sky, Chu Nan silently looked at what was happening below. After killing Dakota, he did not choose to escape immediately. Instead, he turned around and flew back into the black cloud, hiding inside. In his opinion, there was probably no place safer than here. If the Sand Eagle's people discovered that Dakota was already dead, they would definitely pursue him. Therefore, instead of escaping, it was better to hide in the dark clouds that no one would expect and peacefully spend a period of time avoiding this pursuit. Of course, the reason why he chose this was also because he had also exhausted himself greatly in the battle with Dakota just now and needed time to correct it. This loss was not in terms of his physical condition, but purely in terms of internal breath. His body could rely on the goddess song and the flame of life to maintain the most perfect state, but if his internal breath was exhausted, it was not so easy to replenish it. He could only rely on adjusting his breathing to cultivate his internal breath cultivation method to recover. Hiding in the dark clouds could give him a stable space to adjust his breathing. To others, the dark clouds were covered in lightning, and the space was extremely unstable. The environment could be said to be extremely poor. Not to mention meditating, it was extremely difficult to even stay inside. However, to Chu Nan, it was very safe inside. With his grasp of the Elemental Power Series cultivation method and his deep understanding of using this cultivation method to control the electric charge in battle, the current him could easily master all the electric charges in the surrounding space. Not only would this not cause him any damage, but it could also even allow him to regain his internal breath faster by controlling these extremely active spatial energy elements. In just a short while, his internal breath had basically recovered and was already in an extremely good state. He was confident that even if the two Void Break martial artists below attacked together, he might defeat the two of them at the same time. As for the small low-altitude shuttle and the other Sand Eagle subordinates on it, they could be ignored. However, the people of the Sand Eagle below clearly did not expect Chu Nan to still be hiding in the dark clouds above his head. He did not even have the intention to search. After carrying Dakota's corpse into the small low-altitude shuttle, a Sand Eagle subordinate chatted with the two Void Break martial artists for a while before stepping into the small low-altitude shuttle together. Then, the small low-altitude shuttle rose into the air again and disappeared into the sky. Seeing the small low-altitude shuttle disappear, Chu Nan completely relaxed and began to focus his attention on the extremely active and crazy electric charge around him. In the battle with Dakota just now, he had used the huge amount of electric charge in this dark cloud to effectively exhaust him. Only then did he have the chance to finally kill him. In these few practical uses of the elemental power cultivation method, Chu Nan gradually understood a new method of using spatial energy. Chapter 552. Chu Nan flipped his palm and a bolt of lightning flashed in the nearby dark clouds before landing in his palm. It continuously jumped in the small area. Previously, when he was learning the elemental power cultivation method from the high priest, Chu Nan had only simply followed the pattern of learning a new cultivation method and cultivated according to the cultivation method described by the high priest. He did not think too much about it. However, in the battle with Dakota earlier, in order to first have a chance to escape and later to defeat or even kill him, Chu Nan tried his best to perfect every action of controlling the electric charge to produce lightning to attack him. This was because only in this way could he use the least internal breath to control the most electric charges and form the most powerful lightning. He could consume as much of Dakota's internal breath as possible and find a chance to win. In this process of continuous attempts, Chu Nan relied on his powerful data ability to gradually control the electric charge. Every lightning strike would allow his understanding of the elemental power to deepen. Now that he recalled his previous attempts, Chu Nan understood a principle. The so-called elemental power cultivation method looked cool and was very complicated to cultivate. However, to put it bluntly, it was only a martial artist using their control of spatial energy to manipulate the material in the surrounding space. Take the electric shock he had used many times just now for example. In essence, controlling lightning was to use spatial energy to affect the electric charge and condense it together, naturally forming lightning. Of course, the elemental power cultivation method indeed had its own uniqueness because Chu Nan had never heard of it before and had never thought that any cultivation method could affect the specific matter in the surrounding space so accurately. Accuracy was the greatest advantage of Chu Nan, who had a powerful brain like an AI, compared to other martial artists. He looked at the trace of lightning in his palm and with a thought, the internal breath in his palm began to change the spatial energy. The shape of the lightning in his palm immediately changed. It first shrunk into a small ball of light, then unfolded, turning into a thin round cake. Then, it was stretched out and turned into a straight light belt. Then, this light belt continuously twisted like a light snake. After playing for a while, the corners of Chu Nan's mouth curled into a smile. He was certain that even the ancestor of the Rand clan who was said to be able to control lightning could not have such exquisite control over lightning as him. Chu Nan raised his hand and the trace of lightning flew out of his palm and arrived in the dark cloud. However, it did not directly dissipate. Instead, it absorbed the lightning in the surrounding dark cloud bit by bit. Soon, it condensed into an extremely thick lightning bolt that was dozens of times larger than before. He focused his gaze on this thick lightning and circulated his internal breath with all his might. He extremely accurately controlled all the spatial energy he could control and began to control this lightning in the most exquisite way. Compared to the trace of lightning that he had controlled in his palm just now, this lightning was so thick now, so it was naturally much more difficult to control. If he only controlled it to land an attack, it would not be difficult, but what Chu Nan wanted to do was not only this. Under his extremely precise control of spatial energy, the electric charge in this electric light could not escape his control. The thick electric light continuously rubbed against each other, causing the electric light to remain bright. Then, it continuously changed its shape like the electric light in Chu Nan's palm. One moment, it turned into a ball, and the next moment, it turned into a large cake. Crackle! After trying for a while and confirming that his control of the lightning was fine, Chu Nan casually swung his hand and the thick lightning finally landed. It struck the spot where Dakota was lying and created a deep pit. Chu Nan looked at the pit below and started to think of another question. The elemental power cultivation method series sounded like the same series of cultivation methods because they all used spatial energy to affect the specific elemental power, but in fact, there was a huge difference. For example, although the electric charge in the lightning was also considered a specific thing, the electric charge was a charged particle. It was already considered an extremely small thing in the category of subatomic particles and could be affected by spatial energy. Although it could be explained scientifically, it was simply filled with mystery. From this point, this special cultivation method of the Rand clan was indeed quite magical. No wonder they treated controlling lightning as a high-level cultivation method for the elemental power series. Correspondingly, controlling the ordinary four elements of wind, water, fire, and earth were to use spatial energy to affect more specific elements. Basically, it was only in the molecular category. Relatively speaking, the difficulty was naturally much simpler than controlling the electric charge, so it could only be considered an initial stage cultivation method. With the civilization standard of the Rand clan, it was clearly impossible for them to do this while knowing the principle. They only cultivated according to the description of the cultivation method and obtained the ability to control the elemental power. Therefore, this cultivation method was sufficiently magical, but because they only knew the reason but did not know the reason, it was also very difficult for them to successfully cultivate. Moreover, the power they could unleash was actually ordinary. On the other hand, Chu Nan was different. Because he had a powerful data ability and his perception and control of spatial energy were unparalleled, he could essentially understand this cultivation method and make extremely precise and corresponding control. The power he could unleash was naturally not something that ordinary Rand clansmen who cultivated this cultivation method could compare to. Chu Nan thought for a moment before landing on the ground. Without any action, the soil beside his feet squirmed. Soon, a small, square-shaped pillar of soil that was very smooth on the outside rose. Moreover, the water mixed in the soil because of the heavy rain automatically emitted and condensed into a water ball that floated beside the soil pillar. A water ball and an earth pillar. In comparison, the situation looked extremely strange. Chu Nan stretched out his hand and pointed at the soil pillar. He felt that it had become extremely solid because the water had been completely stripped away by him and the molecules in the various soil had been forcefully compressed by him. He frowned slightly. In fact, there was no so-called earth element. There were all kinds of substances mixed in the soil, and the molecular structure was completely different. When this elemental power cultivation method was used, it could really control the various substances in the soil to face it. It was really magical. In comparison, controlling the water element power was much simpler because he only needed to control the completely identical water molecules. From this point of view, putting the water elemental power cultivation method and the earth elemental power cultivation method together was really a little unfair. However, from this perspective, it was the same for the wind elemental power cultivation method. The so-called wind was caused by the flow of air. The air contained various gas elements and was also extremely complicated. The power of the fire element was even more ridiculous. What was fire? It was actually only a physical phenomenon and did not have matter in itself. On the contrary, it needed the support of matter to be produced. However, the elemental power cultivation method could produce flames out of thin air. What was the principle? Chu Nan flipped his palm and a ball of flames appeared out of thin air and jumped lightly. If it was before, Chu Nan would not have thought so much. However, after some thought, when Chu Nan produced the flames in his palm, he deliberately paid attention to the process of producing this cultivation method. He noticed a very strange phenomenon. When using the earth, wind, and water elemental power cultivation methods, they used spatial energy to affect the specific material elemental molecules and even subatomic particles in the surrounding space. However, when using the fire elemental power cultivation method, they directly transformed the controlled spatial energy into flames, revealing the specifics. In fact, in terms of the effect of unleashing the power, such a transformation was meaningless. Instead, it would make the elemental power that was originally stronger and easier for a martial artist to control even more troublesome and comparatively weak. However, this transformation process reminded Chu Nan of another cultivation method, the Song of the Goddess Mag. The Goddess Song cultivation method also directly transformed spatial energy into life force, and the elemental power cultivation method transformed spatial energy into flames. Although these two cultivation methods looked far apart, they were essentially similar. Moreover, since spatial energy could be transformed into specific flames and even more mysterious life force, could it be transformed into other things? Chu Nan fell into deep thought. Chapter 553. The rain poured down. A dilapidated old fuel freight locomotive moved wildly through the rain into the vast wasteland. The rain actually wet the ground of the wasteland. The ground that was already extremely difficult to walk on because it was not paved became even muddier. The tires of the freight locomotive spun wildly on the ground. From time to time, they would slip, causing the entire locomotive to tilt and twist quickly on the ground. It looked extremely dangerous. However, this freight locomotive still maintained its indomitable posture and continued to sprint forward with all its might, as if it did not care about the danger of being overturned and killed. Angie Prairie glanced at the dark cloud-covered sky ahead and frowned slightly. She lowered her head to look at the personal terminal in her hand. Through the map location system on her personal terminal, the direction she was heading in should not be a problem. She was indeed heading towards Panga. Moreover, she was only 230 kilometers away from it on the map. If Chu Nan had successfully escaped from that guy, with his speed, he should have already arrived in Pangini. If she moved faster, she might be able to directly contact him there. However, if Chu Nan did not escape, no, that's impossible. Angie Prairie immediately shook her head and threw this thought out of her mind. After doing this, she could not help but feel puzzled. Why was he so concerned about Chu Nan and afraid that he would be in danger? In her life, Angie Prairie had never felt so uneasy. Before this, although she would care about some people she knew and worry for their safety, for example, when she encountered danger with Uncle Sienna and the others who had saved Chu Nan a few years ago, she was worried about their safety. However, it was obvious that worry was completely different from his current worry for Chu Nan. At that time, her worry for Uncle Sienna and the others only made Angie Prairie a little worried. Now, her worry for Chu Nan made her very vexed, and she even had the desire to destroy it. Although he had appeared very calm in front of the high priest of the holy mountain, Angie Prairie knew very well that Chu Nan's strength was much inferior to that opponent in the end. It was extremely difficult for him to escape safely. Although she had a lot of confidence in Chu Nan and believed that he could always do many unexpected things and create miracles, the difference in strength was not a problem that could be solved in a short period of time. Even if Chu Nan had the powerful goddess song and flame of life and would not die so easily, if that void break expert from the Sand Eagle still had some powerful methods, he would not be able to escape in the end and would only die. If he's really dead. Angie Prairie narrowed her eyes. There was an abnormally dangerous glint in them. She looked at the dark sky in front of her that had covered the wasteland continent that had become even more blurry because of the rain and recalled the oath she had made to Chu Nan. Yes, if Chu Nan died, regardless of whether he asked his master to help or if he successfully cultivated it in the future, there was no reason for this sinful planet to continue existing. Therefore, Chu Nan, for the sake of the safety of this planet, you must live. Crackle. In the distant sky ahead of him on the left, an extremely thick bolt of lightning suddenly fell from the clouds, as if it had instantly torn apart the entire sky and earth, splitting open a bright white crack in the world. Angie Prairie involuntarily forgot to look in that direction and saw that the shape of the lightning seemed to be a little strange. It was clearly different from the others. She thought for a moment and suddenly twisted the steering wheel in her hand. The freight locomotive emitted ugly and ear-piercing friction as if it was groaning. Then, it roared with all its might and rushed in the direction of the lightning. Chu Nan's body was filled with green light and was enveloped by a ball of green light. From afar, he was simply like a vegetable covered in green moss. A moment later, this ball of green light suddenly turned into a ball of bright flames, instantly illuminating his entire body red. Under the intense flames, the falling rain was all evaporated into water vapor, turning into a ball of misty mist outside the flames, enveloping his entire body with the flames. Of course, the flames could not burn through the rain that continuously fell from the sky, but the rain could not drown the flames on Chu Nan's body. For a moment, the flames and the rain coexisted, forming an extremely strange scene in the dark rain. After this lasted for a while, the flames suddenly disappeared. The rain finally broke through the seal of the mist and smashed into Chu Nan's body again before fusing into the green aura rising from his body. Water splashed and fused with the green color, adding to the meaning of life. A moment later, the green color turned into flames again, so it was instantly misty. Before long, the flames turned green again, and the green turned into flames again. After repeating this countless times, the green and flames suddenly disappeared. The rain could finally smash into Chu Nan's body without any obstruction. It was as if he could not even endure the force of the rain and fell to the ground. However, just as he was about to sit on the ground, he suddenly thought of something. He was shocked and suddenly jumped up. That was so close. Chu Nan turned around in surprise and patted his butt. After confirming that he did not really do it, he heaved a sigh of relief. His entire clothes had first been torn to pieces by the strong wind during his pursuit of Dakota, and then they were completely burned by the flames. His body had long become clean and shiny. If he sat on the ground that had become muddy because of the rain, the feeling would be. Chu Nan continued to stand up and bathe in the rain before starting to cultivate the 9 revolutions technique. In order to test the transformation of spatial energy by the goddess song and the fire elemental power cultivation method, he had exhausted a lot of internal breath. Now, he had to hurry up and recover. Otherwise, if he encountered another enemy, he would be in trouble. As he circulated the 9 revolutions technique, Chu Nan divided his attention and started to think about the experiment he had just done. Earlier, he had continuously switched between the goddess song and the fire elemental power cultivation method. Through the continuous use of the 2 cultivation methods, he finally had a relatively clear understanding of the transformation of spatial energy into life force and fire elemental power. Although spatial energy could not be seen or touched, and other than sufficiently powerful martial artists, ordinary people could not sense it, it was something that actually existed. Moreover, through his exploration of these 2 cultivation methods, Chu Nan could roughly determine that they were the most basic energy particles that smiled much more than electric charges. As for the goddess song and the fire elemental power cultivation method, they were actually controlling these most basic energy particles. Then, through their different particle combinations, they built spatial energy again and finally materialized, producing flames and even more mysterious life force out of thin air. Of course, figuring out this problem could not help Chu Nan understand more. What he hoped to do was to figure out more use of spatial energy through deeper research and attempts. The goddess song cultivation method and the fire elemental power cultivation method were also created by the ancestors of the Rand clansmen. If they could study them, Chu Nan believed that he could too. However, this was not a suitable time. Chu Nan did not plan to continue studying in this dangerous place. After adjusting his breathing this time, he planned to return to the holy mountain to see the situation. Just as he adjusted his breathing for a moment, a commotion suddenly sounded from the right. It sounded like the roar of a machine. Chu Nan opened his eyes in confusion and turned around. He saw that under the distant sky, an old fuel freight locomotive was spinning wildly on the muddy ground, but it did not show any signs of slowing down. The engine was still roaring desperately. The result was that the freight locomotive spun even more wildly and finally completely lost control. The 2 locomotives flipped over and rolled more than 10 times on the ground before colliding with a protruding rock. Boom! The freight locomotive emitted a loud explosion and a ball of flames exploded. Clearly, it was completely useless. Chu Nan watched this scene in shock. Due to the distance, he did not even have the time to react and save them. He could only watch helplessly as the freight locomotive exploded. Just as he was about to fly over and see the situation, he discovered a figure emitting white light flying out from the violently burning freight locomotive. With just a glance, Chu Nan immediately slapped his forehead and shouted in pain. I knew it. It must be this fearless female driver. Chapter 554. The white figure jumped into the air and only paused for a moment before flying towards Chu Nan. The figure was abnormally fast and drew a white light belt in the dark sky. In a few breaths, it had already flown more than 1,000 meters away and landed in front of Chu Nan. That's great. Chu Nan, you're indeed not dead. This figure was naturally Angie Prairie. After she landed, she glanced at Chu Nan and suddenly rushed up to hug him tightly before laughing happily. Haha, it's great that you're not dead. I knew you wouldn't die. Chu Nan was strangled by the huge force on Angie Prairie's arm until it was difficult to breathe and he had no choice but to push her away. Hey, of course I'm not dead. You don't have to be so excited, right? Of course I'm excited. Angie Prairie let go of Chu Nan and took a step back. She looked at him with an extremely bright smile, showing that she was in an extremely good mood. That guy is so strong, so you shouldn't be his match. Then, what's going on now? Did you shake him off? Or? Chu Nan smiled, I killed him. Angie Prairie's eyes immediately widened. Really? You actually killed him? Chu Nan pointed not far behind him. Look, his corpse was there just now, but it was taken back by Sand Eagle's people not long ago. Angie Prairie glanced in that direction and waved her hand. I believe you. However, you want to tell me how you killed him? I'm very curious. I reckon his strength should be at least a 4th stage void break martial artist. Since you can kill him, your martial technique must have improved. Yes, I indeed have some new insights and have even developed some very novel things just now. However, Chu Nan looked around and raised his head to look at the still dark sky. It's not suitable to talk about it here. Let's return to the Holy Mountain to take a look. Right, you ran out. How's the situation of the Holy Mountain? Sand Eagle's people have already retreated. I think they know that you killed that leader, Angie Prairie said. However, I don't recommend returning to the Holy Mountain. Why? Chu Nan was stunned. Because the people of the Holy Mountain don't seem to plan to retreat from the Holy Mountain. I think the Sand Eagle's people will definitely make a comeback soon. At that time, the Holy Mountain will still be very dangerous. If you can kill their leader this time, they will definitely send stronger subordinates next time. We shouldn't be able to help them block the attack alone. Chu Nan looked at Angie Prairie in confusion. That's not right, Angie Prairie. This doesn't seem like your personality. You clearly know that the Holy Mountain is in danger and that they might encounter difficulties, but you won't persuade me to help them and instead persuade me to give up? Did something happen? Angie Prairie sneered. With a trace of anger on her face, she described the conversation he had just had with the high priest and the group of Rand people. Chu Nan did not seem angry after hearing this. Instead, he grinned. Haha, you're angry at them now. Chu Nan looked at the still angry Angie Prairie and discovered for the first time that she had this side of a girl that matched her age. He immediately could not help but laugh. The high priest originally said that she would give me a chance to participate in the trial, but she did not say that she would directly give me the cultivation method. They're not wrong. Moreover, the high priest is right. The Holy Mountain has just resolved the crisis. They have many things to do, so it's naturally impossible for them to arrange it now. But if they're unwilling to retreat from the Holy Mountain, they'll definitely be destroyed by the Sand Eagle. How can they fulfill their promise to let you participate in the trial? Angie Prairie asked. Therefore, we have to go back and help now. It's best to persuade them to retreat from the Holy Mountain in case Sand Eagle's people return and they can't resist. What if they insist on not retreating? Angie Prairie asked again. I'm not a fool. It's impossible for me to sacrifice my life for 2 cultivation methods. Chu Nan shrugged. If they insist on courting death, I don't have the ability to stop them. However, before that, I still have to think of a way. After saying that, he glanced at the freight locomotive that had basically been rendered useless by the rain after the explosion inside. Unfortunately, it was destroyed by you again. Otherwise, it would be much easier for us to leave on the train now. Angie Prairie blushed in a rare way. I'm also doing this to see you as soon as possible. Where do you plan to go now? If you return to the Holy Mountain, it's more than 800 kilometers away. It'll take a long time to fly over. No, let's go to Panguinea first. Chu Nan shook his head. If we want to resolve the problem of the Holy Mountain, the 2 of us probably can't do it alone. We have to contact some other people and think of a solution. That's right. Then I'll contact Master in a while and let her rush over. If the Holy Mountain is destroyed by Sand Eagle's people, I'll beg her to help you snatch those 2 cultivation methods from them. Chu Nan could not help but wipe the non-existent cold sweat on his forehead. There's no need to do this. Isn't it a little too much to invite an old lady like her for such a thing? Let me remind you again. Don't call her old lady. She doesn't like others to call her that. Angie Prairie smiled and patted her chest. Don't worry, Master is very interested in such things. What she used to do was to bring me around the various galaxies to save these civilized tribes that were in danger and might disappear. Isn't she an expert in human genetic engineering? Why has she become a social expert now? Chu Nan was stunned. This is her personal interest. She feels that it's only interesting if there should be many different civilizations in the universe. Therefore, as long as I tell her what happened here, she'll definitely be willing to come. Oh, if that's the case, that's naturally good. With a star-grade martial artist like her stepping forward, the Sand Eagle is simply a piece of cake. However, now that you mention it, should we persuade the people of the Holy Mountain to retreat? If you like it, go persuade her. Even if I can contact Master immediately, it will take many days for her to really come here. Moreover, she often goes deep into some remote places on the planet and is not covered by the Milky Way network. Just like us now, it depends on luck to contact her, Angie Prairie said. Alright, let's make 2 preparations. While persuading the people of the Holy Mountain to retreat, we'll wait for your master to arrive. Chu Nan nodded. In short, we should still go to Pangini. After saying that, Chu Nan frowned and looked at Angie Prairie. Why don't I fly over with you on my back? Otherwise, it's too slow. Alright. Angie Prairie did not hesitate at all and nodded. However, she then pointed at Chu Nan's lower body. However, it's best for you to find something to block it first. Otherwise, it shouldn't be convenient for you to fly to Pangini like this. Not convenient. Chu Nan lowered his head in confusion and immediately discovered that he was naked. His little brother was hanging outside and was exposed under Angie Prairie's fingers. Only then did he remember that his clothes had long been burned clean. It turned out that he had spoken to Angie Prairie naked for a long time. Ah, why didn't you say so earlier? Chu Nan screamed and hurriedly covered his vital points with both hands. He curled up his legs and said to Angie Prairie in embarrassment and anger, "How many times has it been?" Angie Prairie did not look embarrassed. Instead, she looked at Chu Nan in amusement. "I told you not to do this. In any case, I've seen it a few times and am already used to it." "Get used to it, my ass. I'll let you stand in front of me naked and see if you're used to it," Chu Nan said angrily. Angie Prairie blinked. "What, do you think this is a loss? Alright, I'll take off my clothes and let you see. This is fair, right?" Seeing that Angie Prairie really reached out to take off her clothes, Chu Nan groaned weakly. He could not care less about blocking his vital points and hurriedly went forward to grab her hand. "Are you crazy?" Chu Nan glared at her before his eyes darted around. "That's right. Come, take off your clothes." This time, it was Angie Prairie who looked at him in confusion. What did this guy want? Chapter 555. After walking for about 1,300 kilometers from Nightclub City to the northwest, he had already entered the deepest part of the largest wasteland on planet Lepler. In most people's understanding, such a place should be extremely desolate and uninhabited. However, in fact, there was an oasis with an area of more than 10,000 square kilometers here. The environment was completely different from the surrounding wasteland. This oasis was filled with trees and vitality. No matter how one looked at it, it should be one of the most livable lands on planet Lepler. This land was the headquarters of Sand Eagle. Just as the light of the star swept over from the distance, 2 huge shadows slowly flew over from the distant sky. When he flew closer, he could see that these 2 huge shadows were 2 huge war fortresses. Such a huge war fortress could already give people an extremely huge pressure just by flying in the air. Coupled with the powerful attack power it possessed, people could not help but feel a trace of nervousness when they saw it. Although the people of the Sand Eagle headquarters knew that these 2 war fortresses were definitely 2 of the recent batch of war fortresses bought by the organization, they still could not help but be a little nervous when they saw them flying close, so much so that they completely ignored the dozen or so small low-altitude shuttles guarding the 2 war fortresses. However, when they really saw these 2 war fortresses, they were stunned. There were actually countless obvious cracks on the outside of one of the war fortresses. There were even a few outer armors that had been completely broken. It was obvious that they had suffered considerable injuries. The other war fortress was even more exaggerated. The entire lower half of this huge object was actually completely damaged, revealing the dense various parts inside. Even some of the lines were completely exposed. From time to time, sparks would appear, looking extremely miserable. Everyone stared at the 2 war fortresses above their heads in shock with endless doubt. Who could actually cause such a terrifying injury to these 2 wars? Who was it that actually dared to attack their Sand Eagle's war fortress? In their shock and confusion, no one noticed a small low-altitude shuttle quietly leave this returning fleet and fly behind the headquarters base. 5 minutes later, Dakota's deputy jumped out of the small low-altitude shuttle. 2 burly men in the uniform of the higher-ups of the Sand Eagle walked over and sandwiched him from both sides. "The leader wants to see you." The deputy did not resist and only nodded at the 2 subordinates behind him. The 2 subordinates carefully carried Dakota's body out of the small low-altitude shuttle, placed it on the ground, and retreated to the side. Beside him, another man who did not look strong appeared. He grabbed Dakota's corpse with one hand and waved his hand. The 2 burly men walked into the headquarters with their deputy. 2 minutes later, they stopped in a huge hall. "Leader, I've brought him." The weak man placed the corpse of Dakota on the ground and spoke respectfully to a man sitting at the top in the distance. This man did not have many characteristics and his figure was very ordinary. If he was thrown into a crowd, no one would notice him at first glance. However, this person was the Sand Eagle leader that made countless people on planet Lepler tremble in fear. "Eagle head Grek, tell me, how did Dakota die?" Grek glanced at the deputy indifferently. His tone was very calm, but the deputy immediately felt as if he had been scraped from head to toe by countless sharp blades, and his entire body ached and felt cold. He hurriedly said the words he had long thought of and especially emphasized a few times, that it was Dakota who wanted to pursue alone, causing him to be defeated and die. As he explained, Grek said nothing. He only propped his chin on one hand and frowned slightly, as if thinking. When the deputy finally stopped talking, he stood up. "Are you done?" The deputy opened his mouth and wanted to add, but he discovered that the words he prepared were already very perfect. There was nothing to add, so he nodded. "It's good that you're done." Grek waved his hand and stood up. He actually left directly without even looking at Dakota's corpse on the ground. The deputy was a little surprised by Grek's reaction. He opened his mouth to call out to him, but he did not dare to. He could only watch him leave. After Greg left, the deputy was stunned. He looked at the two burly men who had been following beside him and asked, "About that, did the leader say what to do after this?" The burly man standing on his left grinned at him. "Of course the leader has instructions." "What is it?" "The leader." Before the deputy could finish speaking, he suddenly felt his chest light up and swallowed the second half of his sentence. Looking down, the light of a particle blade was flickering slightly on his chest, bringing about a chill. The deputy looked up at the two burly men in a daze, then looked in the direction where Greg had disappeared. He gulped twice and fell to the ground with a bang. There was no more sound. Greg ignored what was happening behind him. The deputy's fate had been sealed long before he received the failure report of the operation and the death of Dakota. As the leader of the Sand Eagle, it was acceptable to fail, but it was completely unacceptable to try to hide it after failing. Although he felt heartache because of the death of his subordinate, especially since Dakota was the expert with the greatest hope of breaking through and becoming another Heaven Control Realm expert, his unexpected death was really a huge loss to the Sand Eagle. In comparison, the losses of 2 war fortresses and more than 10 small low-altitude shuttles were nothing. After all, problems that could be solved with money were not problems. What really concerned him was the kid described in the report who could destroy 2 war fortresses alone. The 2 war fortresses and the dozen or so small low-altitude shuttles that returned clearly recorded the appearance of that kid. They could confirm that he was not a local of planet Lepler. He had already sent out the image of that kid through his channels. He believed that it would not be long before he could find out this kid's background. He was not worried about this kid, because no matter how strong this kid was, he was only a low-level void break martial artist. Dakota might really have died in his hands, and it was definitely because he had underestimated his opponent too much. He could not think that that kid's strength was really heaven-defying. What Greg was really worried about was the person behind this kid. This kid was so young, but he had such powerful strength. This could not be explained by talent. There must be a master guiding him from behind. If he provoked the person behind him, it would be equivalent to creating huge trouble. Therefore, although this kid had already brought such a huge loss to Sand Eagle, Greg still would not take revenge so easily. Instead, he had to be even more careful. Sand Eagle was able to develop from nothing to the current scale in a short 20 years. His caution played an absolute role. Chapter 556. After turning through 2 doors, Greg entered an extremely hidden secret room through DNA verification. The layout of this secret room was completely different from the other rooms. It revealed a super high-tech aura everywhere and was even filled with science fiction. The various equipment of the Sand Eagle was already very cutting-edge on planet Lepler, but compared to the equipment in this secret room, it was obvious that it was even worse than trash. Greg sat in an ordinary chair in the middle of the room. With a slight movement of his finger, a screen of light unfolded in front of him, revealing a weak-looking signal dot. After waiting patiently for about 10 minutes, the signal light suddenly expanded. Greg immediately stood up from his seat and tidied his expression. He put on a respectful appearance, looking completely different from the cold appearance he had in front of his deputy and his subordinates. The signal dot dispersed, and a slightly blurry figure appeared on the screen. "Greg, has the signal base station problem on your side not been resolved? Why is it still so blurry?" The voice of the figure was still relatively clear, and the tone was calm, but it revealed an extremely dignified feeling. Greg hurriedly lowered his head slightly and smiled apologetically. "Supremacy, please forgive me. After all, this is a communication that crosses 2 spiral arms. The technical department said that it will take some time to resolve." The figure called Supremacy waved his hand. "Hurry up. Although I can see it clearly now, being unable to resolve this problem after so long makes me doubt your ability." With just this sentence, cold sweat immediately broke out in the depths of his face. The expression on his face became even more respectful, and he immediately put on a very guilty expression. He lowered his head and said, "Yes, Supremacy. I'll definitely urge them to resolve this problem as soon as possible. This is not only for the sake of our communication. If the Alliance Army starts to perform a spatial jump, your side is a very important coordinate point. If the communication signal can't be resolved, there might be a huge problem." This time, the Supremacy's tone was slightly heavier. Greg did not dare to refute and could only nod in agreement. After the Supremacy said a few more words, he suddenly changed his words and asked, "Right, have you obtained those 2 cultivation methods?" More cold sweat seeped out of Greg's face, and his head lowered a little more. "This Supremacy, the first operation, failed." The Supremacy was silent for a moment before he suddenly flew into a rage. "If you can't do this or that, what's the use of having you? Didn't you say that those Rand clansmen don't have any strength to resist and can easily deal with them and obtain those 2 cultivation methods? How did you fail now?" Greg immediately broke out in cold sweat. His head was so low that he wanted to drop to his knees. "Supremacy, calm down. This operation is really an accident. I don't want to hear about any accidents." The Supremacy waved his hand forcefully. "I'll give you another chance. If you still can't obtain it, I'll come personally." "Ah." Greg raised his head in surprise and looked at the Supremacy in shock. "Supremacy, you want to come personally? I'm afraid this is not very appropriate, right? With your status, once you come, it will definitely attract a lot of attention." "Humph. I'll naturally think of a way to resolve it. Listen carefully, I'll only give you another chance. If you still fail and insist on me coming personally, you should understand the consequences." The cold sweat on Greg's forehead had already wet his entire face. He could only nod desperately. Yes. Supremacy, I definitely won't fail again. I guarantee that I'll definitely obtain those 2 cultivation methods as soon as possible. I guarantee that I won't disappoint you. The Supremacy sneered again and looked at Greg coldly. Is there anything else to report? Greg immediately smiled obsequiously and took 2 steps closer. Supremacy, the gift for you has already been loaded on the ship. It's estimated to cross the river gap in a week and enter the outside of the Perseus arm. Please take note. The expression on the Supremacy's face softened and he nodded lightly. That's right, I understand. Alright, if there's nothing else, that's it for now. I hope you'll tell me the good news that you've already obtained those 2 cultivation methods next time. Definitely, Greg nodded forcefully. He paused for a moment and could not help but ask, about that. Supremacy, can I ask a question? The Supremacy looked at him in surprise. Oh, what's the problem? Greg hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and asked, are those 2 cultivation methods really that important? These are just cultivation methods circulated among the Rand clansmen, and they are already so weak. It can be seen that these 2 cultivation methods are not powerful at all. Why do you think so highly of them? The Supremacy chuckled with a mocking smile. That's because they're stupid. They have such good cultivation methods, but they've never been able to learn the truly profound level. After so many years, they don't even have a heaven control martial artist. It's simply a waste. Although I've only heard of these 2 cultivation methods in your report, I'm certain that these 2 cultivation methods must contain extremely profound truths about the world. As long as I can completely master them, even I can obtain a considerable increase. A trace of shock immediately appeared on Greg's face. He originally thought that the Supremacy valued these 2 cultivation methods so much and planned to impart them to his disciples. He did not expect that the Supremacy would actually take a fancy to these 2 cultivation methods and even say that they would improve him. Oh goodness, one had to know that the Supremacy was the strongest star-grade martial artist. If these 2 cultivation methods were beneficial to him, the value was too terrifying. Perhaps seeing through Greg's thoughts, the Supremacy smiled and continued, if you can obtain these 2 cultivation methods, on account of this credit, I'll personally guide you in cultivating them. Therefore, do you understand? Obtaining these 2 cultivation methods is very beneficial to you. Yes. This time, Greg agreed especially loudly, I'll definitely get them. I guarantee that I won't disappoint you. The Supremacy glanced at Greg with a faint smile and waved his hand. The image on the screen faded and calmed. After staring blankly for a moment, Greg sat back in his seat and reached out to wipe the cold sweat on his forehead. Every time he contacted the Supremacy, it would bring him great pressure. This was not only because of the huge difference in status between the 2 sides but more importantly, the huge difference in strength. Although Greg was a powerful heaven control martial artist, he had only broken through to the heaven control realm less than 5 years ago and was only at the lowest initial stage heaven control realm. On planet Lepler, or rather, in the entire Sapphire star field, he could naturally be considered an outstanding expert, but in front of a star-grade martial artist, he was no different from an ordinary martial artist. Star-grade martial artists were simply different from any other martial artist. Breaking through to the star-grade realm could already be called a god in a sense. If he could not break through, he would only be an ordinary mortal. Greg had always thought that he would probably be limited to the low-level heaven control realm in his life. Now that he heard from the Supremacy that these 2 cultivation methods were actually beneficial to him, a star-grade martial artist, the benefits would clearly be greater for him. I must obtain those 2 cultivation methods. Greg took a deep breath and his expression quickly calmed down. He became the cold and dignified leader in the eyes of everyone in Sand Eagle. His finger moved slightly and he picked up another call. Pass down the order. The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd fleets will move out at the same time and head to the Holy Mountain of the Rand clan. Chapter 557. Pangini was 2 time zones later than the Sand Eagle headquarters. When the oasis of the Sand Eagle headquarters was already covered in sunlight, the sky in Pangini had just lit up. In the still dark sky, Chu Nan and Angie Prairie jumped into a residential house in the periphery of the outskirts of Pangini like 2 wisps of green smoke. Then, they darted to the rack in the courtyard that was drying clothes and pulled down the few clothes they had forgotten to take back. After doing this, Angie Prairie took out a few banknotes and threw them on the ground before leaving with Chu Nan. A moment later, they arrived at a dark corner of a street not far away. Chu Nan hurriedly chose 2 of the clothes he had obtained and put them on. Damn, this is too small. Are the people in this family so short? Chu Nan finally put on his clothes but discovered that regardless of whether it was his clothes or pants, they were clearly smaller and looked extremely ill-fitting. However, he had nothing to complain about at this moment. After all, it felt much better than flying in midair with Angie Prairie on his back, but because he did not have any clothes to wear, he could only enjoy the cold wind. He looked down at the short shirt that was barely used to cover his vital points around his waist. After hesitating for a moment, he untied it and asked Angie Prairie, "Do you want this?" "Why not? If I don't wear it, it's very inconvenient for me." Angie Prairie reached out and took it, putting the short shirt she had just taken off back on. Looking at her actions, Chu Nan's expression was a little strange. This short shirt had surrounded his waist and blocked his vital points just now. Ordinary girls would definitely have some reservations. They might just not want it. However, because Angie Prairie had taken off her short shirt, only a tight vest was left on her upper body. It was indeed not good to walk out like this. Forget it, as long as she doesn't mind. Chu Nan shrugged and opened his personal terminal. He discovered that Pangini was indeed the largest city in this area. Although they were still in the suburbs, it was already connected to the Milky Way network. He immediately opened the communication interface and chose to send a communication request to Dongfang. On the other hand, Angie Prairie had already put on her clothes. When she saw Chu Nan's actions, she opened her personal terminal and chose to send a communication request to her master. A moment later, the call Chu Nan sent was picked up. Dongfang's face that had become much more handsome because of his success in losing weight appeared on the virtual screen. "Heh, Chu Nan, you, what's wrong with your clothes?" Dongfang asked in surprise. "Don't worry about the clothes. I have something very important to tell you. It's about the Rand clansmen." Listen carefully, Chu Nan roughly described the main point to Dongfang before asking, "Is there a way to help these Rand clansmen resolve the crisis? I reckon that Sand Eagle's group will come again. At that time, I won't be able to stop them. What you did yesterday was already very risky and unnecessary." Dongfang criticized bluntly, "No matter how powerful those two cultivation methods are, they're not worth risking your life. If you die, what's the use of giving you any good cultivation method?" Chu Nan touched his nose and knew that Dongfang was worried about him, so he did not refute and only smiled. "Aren't I fine now? Tell me, is there a way to save these Rand clansmen? Are you addicted to saving the Rand clansmen?" Dongfang frowned and asked, "If you want to save another 100 or so people like Shou's tribe, I can think of a way. However, you said that there are at least 20,000 Rand clansmen in this holy mountain. How can I have a way? If they're still in the Federation, that's fine, but it's impossible in this lousy place." Seeing that Dongfang spoke firmly, Chu Nan frowned. "According to you, we can only watch them die. Kid, don't be a saint." Dongfang shook his head and sighed. If they think it through themselves and are willing to save themselves, then, of course, it's fine. However, they insisted on staying there to court death. Could it be that you plan to die with them? Alright, cut the crap. You should be in Pangini now, right? I'll send someone to pick you up. Keep the communication smooth so that I can contact you. Chu Nan frowned and thought for a moment before admitting that Dongfang was right. He did not have the ability to fight a huge organization like the Sand Eagle alone and save more than 20,000 Rand clansmen. If he had to return and help them resist the attack that the Sand Eagle might attack again, he might lose his life. It would have been fine if he was alone. He was confident that he could escape alone, but Angie Prairie was also here. With her current strength, because she could not fly, it was not so easy to escape together. Chu Nan's gaze landed on Angie Prairie and she happened to look up. "Come, Master wants to talk to you." Chu Nan walked over in surprise. As expected, he saw Supremacy Ovalie's young and beautiful face that did not match her age on the virtual screen opened by Angie Prairie's personal terminal. "Heh, Chu Nan, I heard from Angie Prairie that you flew with her on your back for a long time." Chu Nan was immediately embarrassed and could not help but glare at Angie Prairie. Why did this girl tell Supremacy Ovalie this? Angie Prairie did not look ashamed. Instead, she laughed. "I think this is very fun. Master, don't you think so?" "Yes, it's very fun." Supremacy Ovalie nodded. Although she was still smiling, there was a trace of hostility in her eyes. "Chu Nan, do you think it's very fun?" Chu Nan waved his hand and hurriedly said, No. I didn't do this on purpose. I just have no choice. My clothes have been burned when I fought with others. I don't want to keep my butt closed in front of Angie Prairie. You have to believe me, really." Supremacy Ovalie snorted softly. "Forget it. If anyone else dares to do this, I'll definitely cut that thing off. But you, Angie Prairie has no objections, so neither do I. However, kid, you still have to be careful. If you misunderstand Angie Prairie because of this and plan to do something to her, don't blame me for being ruthless." Chu Nan was shocked and hurriedly waved his hand and shook his head. No, you don't have to worry. I won't do anything to Angie Prairie, anything." Angie Prairie looked at Chu Nan in confusion and then at Supremacy Ovalie on the virtual screen. "What are you talking about? Chu Nan touched me? What do you mean?" "Master, he didn't do anything to me. Could it be that you think it's bad for him to be naked in front of me? I don't think there's a problem." Sigh. Chu Nan and Supremacy Ovalie held their foreheads and sighed at the same time. Sensing the other party's actions, the two of them could not help but look at each other and see the helplessness in each other's eyes. Chu Nan smiled bitterly at Supremacy Ovalie and moved his lips. "This is the good disciple you taught." Supremacy Ovalie curled her lips and looked even more helpless. "It's already like this. What can we do?" The two of them quickly exchanged a few glances and suddenly felt that the relationship between the two sides had quickly become much closer. Chapter 558. Supremacy Ovalie laughed dryly and asked Angie Prairie, "About that. Angie Prairie, let me ask you, if another man ran to you and took off his clothes, how would you react? Who would do this out of the blue?" Angie Prairie looked puzzled. "Don't worry about who it is. Just tell me how you'll react." Reaction. Angie Prairie tilted her head and thought for a moment. "Of course, I'll kick him away. This guy must be quite sick. I have to beat him up and teach him a lesson." "Then why do you think it's fine for Chu Nan to be naked in front of you?" Supremacy Ovalie asked again. That's right, why don't I think there's a problem with Chu Nan?" Angie Prairie continued to tilt her head and frown as she fell into deep thought. Seeing her like this, Chu Nan and Supremacy Ovalie exchanged helpless gazes again. After a while, Supremacy Ovalie coughed dryly and said to Chu Nan, "Alright, Chu Nan, you should know Angie Prairie very well. She's like this because I didn't teach her well. You're the first friend she acknowledges, so I hope, you can teach her more." "Teach her?" Chu Nan had a strange expression. He glanced at Angie Prairie who was still immersed in the question and shook his head. "Let's not talk about this for now." Supremacy Ovalie, did Angie Prairie tell you what happened here? "Yes, she did." "Then you've decided." I've decided to leave and rush over now. Supremacy Ovaly's answer immediately made Chu Nan's expression light up. Actually, I'm also related to the Rand clansmen. The Flame of Life cultivation method was actually perfected because it was inspired by the goddess song cultivation method. Therefore, I actually owe them. Now that they're in trouble, I should help them. Oh. Chu Nan was surprised. Supremacy Ovaly was actually so related to the Rand clansmen? The Flame of Life cultivation method was even related to the goddess song? However, before I come, it's best for the two of you not to act rashly. With your current strength, it's impossible for you to really do anything. Therefore, you only need to pay attention to their situation and not attack yourself. Just wait for me to resolve it, Supremacy Ovaly added. But if Sand Eagle's people attack? No. Sand Eagle's goal is the precious treasure in the holy mountain of the Rand clan. If they kill everyone, it's impossible for them to obtain anything, especially those two cultivation methods. Supremacy Ovaly shook her head and rejected Chu Nan's worry. She paused for a moment and said, how about this? Take the opportunity to return to the holy mountain and tell High Priest Zima that if Sand Eagle's people come again and they feel that they can't resist, they can directly choose to surrender. As for the things they lost, Saintess Skull will help them snatch them back. Saintess Skull. Chu Nan widened his eyes and looked at Supremacy Ovaly. Recalling what she had just said, could the Saintess Skull that Supremacy Ovaly spoke of be? Supremacy Ovaly smiled. Go, tell him that. He'll believe you. After saying that, Supremacy Ovaly shouted at Angie Prairie again and repeated her instructions to her. In the end, she instructed, no matter what, protecting your lives is the most important thing. The Rand clansmen are precious resources. The Sand Eagle's people won't casually kill them, but it's different for the two of you, so you should be the most careful. As for what grievances and problems you've suffered now, wait for me. After saying that, Supremacy Ovaly hung up. The two of them were stunned for a moment before Chu Nan asked Angie Prairie, did Supremacy Ovaly mention these things to you before? She's never mentioned it. Angie Prairie shook her head. At first, she looked a little blank, but then she became excited. So there are so many stories between Master and the Rand clan. Now, we've also formed a connection with them. Do you think this is fate? Chu Nan rolled his eyes at her and thought to himself that no matter how different this girl was, she was still a 17-year-old girl. She actually mentioned the term fate. Alright, let's quickly return to the Holy Mountain. It's best to persuade Sand Eagle's people to retreat before they take action again. Yes, let's go. Chu Nan looked around and was thinking about how to get transport to the Holy Mountain when a communication request suddenly sounded from the personal terminal on his wrist. Looking down, Chu Nan was a little surprised. This sudden communication request was actually from the Earth Federation thousands of light years away. The contact was actually the chief researcher of the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce's branch in the Earth Federation, Tom Kench. Chu Nan picked up the call in confusion. Tom Kench's face, which looked like a hamster, appeared on the virtual screen, but he did not reveal a warm smile like before. Instead, he looked at Chu Nan with a strange expression as if there was a strange flower on his face. What's the matter? Chu Nan looked at him in confusion. Oh, Tom Kench was stunned for a moment before he recovered. A smile appeared on his face as he asked, little brother Chu Nan, may I ask if you're on the Sapphire Starfield, planet Lepler? How do you know? Chu Nan was stunned again. Heh, not only do I know that you're on planet Lepler, I also know that you fought against 2 war fortresses produced by our Chamber of Commerce yesterday afternoon, right? Chu Nan thought for a moment and immediately understood. There's video information about me on those 2 war fortresses. Smart. Tom Kench gave Chu Nan a thumbs up and said, I indeed know your current location through the video information sent back from there. But why did you come to find me? Could it be that because those 2 war fortresses were created by your Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce, I offended you by destroying them? Chu Nan asked half-jokingly. How can that be? Tom Kench smiled and waved his hand. Since our Chamber of Commerce's goods have already been sold, such damage is the buyer's own business. We're only responsible for maintenance and repair, not responsibility. These goods no longer belong to our Chamber of Commerce. You destroyed these 2 war fortresses and only slept with their buyer. It has nothing to do with our Chamber of Commerce. Then why are you looking for me? Chu Nan frowned. Because, we're very interested in what method you used to destroy the energy shield of the war fortress. The expression on Tom Kench's face became extremely serious. Although the war fortress is the product of our Chamber of Commerce's previous generation and the energy shield technology is relatively backward, it still shouldn't be something that can be crippled by a casual palm strike from a void break martial artist. Therefore, we're very curious about what method you used to destroy it. Are there any obvious technical flaws in the energy shield and so on? The technical department in the Chamber of Commerce who's responsible for studying the energy shield doesn't know you, but after they verified the information they sent back to the Chamber of Commerce's database, they know that I've recently come into contact with you, so they entrusted me to contact you. Do you understand now? Chu Nan pondered for a moment and nodded. In other words, you plan to ask me some questions now. Tom Kench looked slightly awkward and nodded. That's about it. Alright, since you're the one who asked me for help, let's mention the reward first. Chu Nan stretched out his hand to Tom Kench without holding back. Don't say that you can't do it. I only plan to make a small request. With the ability of your Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce, if you say that you can't do it, I'll doubt your sincerity. The skin on Tom Kench's face twitched. He smiled dryly and said, please tell me your request. Chapter 559. 3 hours later, the latest Hummingbird ultra-small low-altitude shuttle drew a beautiful arc in the air. It directly opened a small hole in the sky outside the Holy Mountain and entered. The Rand guards in charge of guarding were shocked. The sky dome was clearly still open. Why did this super small low-altitude shuttle come in? However, a moment later, the ultra-small low-altitude shuttle landed on the ground. The cabin door opened and Chu Nan and Angie Prairie jumped out. The guards heaved a sigh of relief. Chu Nan looked around. Where's the high priest now? I have something to say to him. The guards surrounding him looked at each other with strange expressions. After a while, a guard pointed at the high ground of the holy mountain. The high priest is presiding over the elders' meeting. You can find Captain Iho and get him to announce it. Okay. Chu Nan nodded and did not waste any time. He quickly walked towards the place pointed out by the guard with Angie Prairie. The guards behind him thought for a moment and still assigned a guard to follow behind. Chu Nan slowed down slightly and waited for the guard to catch up before asking, "Is the high priest holding an elder meeting now to discuss how to leave the holy mountain?" The guard hesitated for a moment and shook his head. "No, we're just discussing whether to retreat." "Is there still a need to discuss this?" Chu Nan widened his eyes in disbelief. Although Sand Eagle's group failed this time, they definitely won't let it go. If they send out an even stronger fleet next time, can you stop them? The guard smiled bitterly. This is something the elders and priests discussed. I have no objections. Chu Nan frowned. He knew that this ordinary guard indeed did not have any say in such matters, so he did not ask him anymore and turned to look at Angie Prairie. Previously, when Angie Prairie found him, she had told him that the Rand clansmen in the Holy Mountain were unwilling to retreat. As expected, if they're unwilling, let them be. Angie Prairie naturally understood the meaning in Chu Nan's eyes. Just tell the high priest what Master said in a while. As for the two high-level cultivation methods, you don't have to be anxious. When Master comes, any problem can be solved. Chu Nan sighed and shook his head. Compared to the two cultivation methods, he was more worried about the safety of the Rand clansmen in the Holy Mountain. Although Supremacy Ovally had already spoken, it was still a question if the High Priest and these Rand clansmen were willing to listen. Even if they were willing to listen and felt that they could not resist the Sand Eagle's attack, directly choosing to surrender did not mean that they could be safe. There were more than 20,000 Rand clansmen here. It was impossible for Sand Eagle's people to take them all away in a row. If they killed them, the losses would be too heavy. Although Chu Nan was not related to these Rand clansmen, he still could not watch a group of people die. No, I have to convince the High Priest. Chu Nan gritted his teeth and quickened his pace. Before long, the two of them arrived at the meeting hall of the Elder Council halfway up the Holy Mountain. At this moment, Iho was leading a group of guards to guard the entrance of the council hall. When he saw Chu Nan and Angie Prairie return, he revealed a surprised expression and hurriedly went forward. "Little brother Chu Nan, it's great that you're fine. Where's the person chasing you? Did you shake him off?" Iho asked Chu Nan happily. "No, I killed him." Chu Nan shook his head and ignored the shock on Iho's face. He glanced at the door of the council hall and asked, "Is the High Priest inside? Help me inform him that I have something very important to tell him." Iho swallowed the words that were already at his mouth and agreed before entering the council hall to report. With his performance in assisting and resisting the Sand Eagle, Chu Nan already had an extremely high status among the Rand clansmen in the Holy Mountain, especially in the hearts of the Voidbreak martial artists left behind by Iho and the other three. If someone else wanted to disturb the High Priest when she held the Elder Council, Iho's first reaction was definitely to reject. After a while, Iho came out and said to Chu Nan, "The High Priest invites you in." "Okay." At this moment, Chu Nan did not want to waste any time and walked into the council hall with Angie Prairie without any hesitation. The interior of the council hall used by the Rand clansmen of the Holy Mountain to hold an elders' meeting was extremely spacious. From the entrance to the other end, it was more than 30 meters long, the width of the left and right was more than 20 meters, and the height of the head was 10 meters high. As soon as he entered, he seemed to have become small. In the middle of the huge space was a rectangular stone table. The High Priest sat alone at the other end of the table. On both sides of the table were two rows of Rand priests in priest uniforms. Chu Nan swept his gaze and was a little surprised. There were more than 30 priests here in total. He had never seen so many before. Moreover, among the priests on the right, sitting closest to the High Priest was a female priest he was very familiar with. It was Priestess Famai, who was filled with hostility towards him and even scolded him as an outsider thief. When she saw Chu Nan and Angie Prairie walk in, Priestess Famai still looked at him with hostility. The hostility in her eyes was even stronger than the first time she saw him. Chu Nan frowned slightly, not understanding why this woman was so hostile to him. However, this was not the time to care about this. Chu Nan glanced at the priests on both sides and felt a little strange why the High Priest wanted him and Angie Prairie to come to such an occasion. What he needed to say to the High Priest was not suitable to be said in front of so many people. "Chu Nan, it's really comforting to see that you're safe and sound." The High Priest stood up first and revealed a warm and amiable smile to Chu Nan. "I heard from Iho that you killed the enemy chasing you." Chu Nan was even more surprised. Why did the High Priest ask this? However, when he saw the attention of the priests beside him, his heart stirred. He smiled and said, "Yes, I've already killed him. Angie Prairie told me that Sand Eagle's people chose to retreat after that, right?" The priests on both sides had different expressions. Some were shocked, but others revealed doubt in their eyes. Clearly, they doubted Chu Nan's words. After all, the enemy who chased after Chu Nan looked to be far stronger than him. The previous two attacks had easily heavily injured him. If Chu Nan said that he had successfully escaped from that person's pursuit, they naturally would not suspect him. However, it was unbelievable that he had actually killed the other party. Of course, no one would directly doubt him. After all, it was under Chu Nan's hard work that the danger of the Holy Mountain was resolved. Who knows if he's colluding with that guy to put on an act? A cold snort sounded at this moment, its tone filled with mockery. Chapter 560. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice in shock and saw Priestess Famai sneering at Chu Nan. Now that Sand Eagle's people have retreated, this guy immediately ran back. Let me guess, you came back to ask us to give you the cultivation method, right? Everyone's gazes landed on Chu Nan again. The high priest frowned. Priestess Famai, pay attention to your demeanor as a priestess. Manners? Ha! Famai raised her voice and sneered, you fools. These thieves from other races have already come to our house and want to steal our most precious treasure in front of us. However, you still don't know anything and still want to treat him as our great benefactor. You're simply extremely stupid. Famai. The high priest raised her voice and shouted softly, how can you casually slander a friend who has just faced great danger with us? This is not the attitude of us Rand clansmen towards friends. You treat him as a friend, but I don't. Famai stood up shakily and stretched out her hand to point at Chu Nan before shouting sternly, tell me, did you come back this time to ask for a cultivation method? Seeing that everyone's gazes were focused on him, Chu Nan glanced at Famai and laughed in anger. He nodded and said, you're right. I'm here to ask for the cultivation method. The high priest previously promised me that regardless of whether I can repel Sand Eagle's attack this time, he will give me a chance to participate in the trial. Now that Sand Eagle's people have retreated, shouldn't he fulfill his promise to me? As soon as he said this, the meeting hall was in an uproar. The other priests originally did not suspect Chu Nan, but when they saw him admit it and say his goal so bluntly, even if it did not make them suspect that he was really colluding with those enemies, they were more or less dissatisfied with him. Now that the danger of the Holy Mountain had not completely passed, at this critical moment when they were discussing the fate of the entire race, Chu Nan had run out to ask them to fulfill their promise and ask for 2 cultivation methods. Wasn't this a little ugly? The high priest fell silent. He did not have any doubts about Chu Nan. After all, everyone had seen his performance previously. In order to help them fight the Sand Eagle, he had been heavily injured twice. One of the times, he was even covered in blood and flesh, and his bones were broken. He had almost died. If they still suspected that he was colluding with the enemy, it would be too unreasonable. However, it was indeed a little uncomfortable for Chu Nan to bluntly ask him to fulfill his promise. The high priest would not directly show the emotions in his mind like the other priests. After pondering for a moment, he said to Chu Nan, yes, this is my promise. Since you've already fulfilled your promise, I naturally have to fulfill it. You can't do this. Priestess Famai immediately shouted, Zima, those 2 cultivation methods are the supreme treasures of our race. How can we hand them to such an outsider thief? Watch your words. The high priest looked at Famai deeply. Even if you have a deep prejudice against outsiders, Chu Nan and his friend really helped us survive this crisis. Moreover, a promise is a promise. If you're not even willing to fulfill your promise, what qualifications do you have to be the guardian of the Holy Mountain? Priestess Famai trembled under the high priest's gaze. She turned to look at Chu Nan and pointed at him as her body trembled violently. Petty thief, I definitely won't let you steal the most important treasure of our race. After saying this, she sneered and left the council hall with agility and speed that did not match her age. Everyone in the council hall fell silent. After a while, Chu Nan suddenly laughed. Everyone, should we get down to business now? The high priest frowned slightly and said with an awkward expression, Chu Nan, as you can see, there are still many things to deal with in the Holy Mountain. I'm afraid we have to delay your trial. I'm not talking about this. Chu Nan waved his hand. I heard that you're discussing whether to leave. Is the result of the discussion out? Hearing this question, all the priests, including the high priest, had awkward expressions. Seeing their reaction, Chu Nan immediately understood that they had clearly not discussed the result. In fact, this was understandable. After all, the Holy Mountain was something that the Rand clansmen had inherited for thousands of years, and it was equivalent to the spiritual totem of all the Rand clansmen. It was naturally not that easy to make them all retreat now. Chu Nan did not have any say in this problem and was not interested in getting involved. He only glanced at the high priest and asked, High priest, can we talk in private? I have something to tell you. The high priest hesitated for a moment before waving at Chu Nan and letting him follow him into a small house beside the council hall. High priest, just say it. Can you leave the Holy Mountain? As soon as he entered the house, Chu Nan asked bluntly. The high priest smiled bitterly and glanced out of the room before slowly shaking his head. It's possible, but the hope is low. Chu Nan nodded in understanding. In fact, when he heard from that guard that these elders and priests were not discussing how to evacuate, but whether to evacuate, he was already mentally prepared. These Rand clansmen were indeed unwilling to give up their Holy Mountain easily. Alright, if you're unwilling to retreat, someone asked me to tell you something. If you feel that you can't resist the enemy's attack, choose to surrender directly. She'll help you recover the loss of the Holy Mountain in the future. Her. The high priest noticed the term Chu Nan used and was a little surprised. Who is she? Saintess Skull, do you know about her? The high priest's eyes suddenly widened in shock. She even stretched out her hands and pinched Chu Nan's shoulder before exclaiming, What did you say? Saintess Skull? Is that true? Did she really say that? How do you know Saintess Skull? Why did she contact you? Seeing the high priest's intense reaction, Chu Nan felt strange. It seemed that the relationship between Supremacy Ovally and the Rand clansmen was definitely not as simple as Supremacy Ovally had said. Many stories must have happened. When he recalled that Supremacy Ovally did not let him mention her true identity, Chu Nan could only answer vaguely. After all, the high priest was old and stable. He was only excited for a moment before quickly calming down. You can be sure it's Saintess Skull. Chu Nan wanted to say that he was sure, but after thinking for a moment, he really could not be sure. He could only shrug and say, I'm not sure, but the person who said this is an intimate elder of Angie Prairie. I believe she won't lie to me. Yes, the others won't know the title of Sainteskull, nor will they. The high priest seemed to have suddenly recalled something. His expression changed a few times before he finally sighed. If it's really Sainteskull, then there's hope for us to protect the holy mountain. Only very hopeful. Chu Nan frowned. Supremacy Ovally was a star-grade martial artist. With her taking action, what was Sand Eagle to her? Why did the high priest still look like he was not confident? The high priest frowned and thought for a moment before suddenly nodding and saying to Chu Nan, thank you for bringing such good news, but we can't completely pin our hopes on Sainteskull. We have to work hard too. Can you help us again? Chapter 561. The ultra-small low-altitude shuttle drew an obvious trajectory in the air and landed in the city of Pangini. It stopped on the top floor of a building that was clearly different from the surrounding buildings. The cabin door opened and Alpha rolled and crawled down. As soon as his feet touched the ground, his legs went soft and he sat on the ground. I swear, from now on, I won't take the shuttle you drive anymore. Seeing Alpha's weak appearance, Chu Nan, who jumped out of the shuttle, laughed. Didn't you say at the beginning that this was very exciting? I didn't expect you to drive so fast. You're simply risking your life. Then, Angie Prairie, who had jumped down, slapped his shoulder. A flame of life was injected, and it immediately made Alpha feel much better. All right, get up and leave. Alpha took a few deep breaths and propped himself up before following the two of them to the entrance of the building on the roof. Two staff members in the uniform of the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce were already waiting there. When they saw Chu Nan and the other two walking over, one of them stretched out his hand and pulled Alpha to the side while the other faced Chu Nan and Angie Prairie. Mr. Chu Nan, this way please. The director is waiting for you. Chu Nan nodded and instructed Alpha before following the staff into the hanging staircase and heading to the middle floor of the building. This time, he came to the branch office of the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce in Pangini to firstly, answer the invitation of the director, and secondly, to bring Alpha over at the request of the high priest and let him seek the technical support of the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce. The sky dome of the Holy Mountain had almost exhausted its energy under the Sand Eagle's attack. Moreover, because it had been exhausted too much, it had suffered some damage. It had to obtain the technical support of the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce in time to recover. Otherwise, if they were attacked again, the Holy Mountain would have no defense. The hanging staircase quickly brought Chu Nan and the other two to the upper floor of the building. As soon as the door opened, he saw a middle-aged man in a formal suit who was clearly not an ordinary staff member waiting outside with a smile. When he saw Chu Nan and Angie Prairie, the middle-aged man immediately revealed a warm smile and quickly walked forward to extend his hands. This must be Mr. Chu Nan, right? Come in, come in. As he spoke, he did not forget to greet Angie Prairie and warmly invite the two of them into the room behind him. Chu Nan was a little unaccustomed to his excessive enthusiasm, but when he recalled that Tom Kench had once mentioned that the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce valued Chu Nan's palm strike to destroy the energy shield of the war fortress, he was relieved. He had interacted with the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce more than once or twice and knew very well that this Chamber of Commerce had the perfect temperament of a businessman from top to bottom. If you were valuable enough to the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce, they would definitely show you great enthusiasm. After entering the house, the director personally poured a cup of water for the two of them and sat opposite Chu Nan. He smiled and asked, Mr. Chu Nan, are you already prepared to help us complete this research project? There's no problem, but do you have suitable research conditions here? Chu Nan asked. Of course not. The director smiled and shook his head. Our conditions are special and are not a suitable place to study. If you agree to participate in the research, I can arrange the fastest way for you to return to the Earth Federation or directly head to the research institute set up by the Chamber of Commerce in the United States of Meleda from here. It's clearly impossible to go to the United States of Meleda. Let's return to the Earth Federation. Chu Nan shook his head. All right, I'll immediately arrange it for you. No, I can't go back now. Chu Nan hurriedly stretched out his hand to stop the director, not to mention that my academy trial in the Sapphire Star field has yet to be completed. Even in this place, I still have some things to resolve. The director's expression changed and he raised his eyebrows. It's about the Holy Mountain of the Rand clan. You know. The director nodded and stopped smiling. He frowned slightly. He pondered for a moment and said seriously, Mr. Chu Nan, regardless of whether it's from our Chamber of Commerce or your personal point of view, I have to advise you not to participate in this matter anymore. Why do you say that? Seeing that he spoke seriously, Chu Nan asked seriously. Because, our Chamber of Commerce still knows a little about the Sand Eagle. It's not only an ordinary organization on planet Lepler. It has the support of an even larger faction behind it, and it's far from an existence that you can resist alone. For your personal safety and for you to be able to participate in our Chamber of Commerce's research intact, I strongly suggest that you leave this matter. Hearing the meaning of the director's words, Chu Nan could not help but fall into deep thought. Be it Dongfang or Supremacy Ovally, they had both advised him and Angie Prairie not to pay too much attention to this matter. Now, even the director of the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce, who should be said to have nothing to do with him, said so. It could be seen that this matter was indeed not a joke. He turned to look at Angie Prairie, who understood what he meant and nodded at him. I agree with your efforts to protect the Rand clansmen, but I don't agree with you throwing your life away for them. I've said it before. If you die, this planet will definitely be destroyed by me. The director's eyelids twitched and he glanced at Angie Prairie in surprise. In the information handed to him by the Chamber of Commerce, they naturally emphasized Chu Nan, but they did not forget to specially introduce Angie Prairie beside him. Therefore, he naturally knew Angie Prairie's identity and knew that she was the disciple of a famous star-grade martial artist in the Earth Federation. She was also a super martial arts genius. If anyone else said this, the director would only think that they were talking nonsense or joking. However, when Angie Prairie said this, the director did not hear any joke. When he recalled that she might really have the ability to destroy this planet, the director only felt a chill in his heart. He hurriedly looked at Chu Nan with anticipation, afraid that he would throw a tantrum like an ordinary young man. If he really died in order to help the Rand clan protect the Holy Mountain, not only would it be his personal huge loss, but the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce would also suffer a huge loss. The entire planet would even be buried with him. Fortunately, Chu Nan was not as impulsive as he thought. He lowered his head and pondered for a long time before sighing and nodding. Yes, I indeed don't have the ability to protect so many Rand clansmen alone. Just as the director heaved a sigh of relief, Chu Nan added, but if others help, it's completely different, right? Looking at the flickering light in Chu Nan's eyes, the director suddenly felt that he had already fallen into a trap. Chapter 562. The ultra-small low-altitude shuttle slowly glided in the air. After drawing a few arcs, it slowly stopped. Chu Nan glanced at the control panel on the virtual screen in front of him and could not help but raise his head. Although he could see the sky above through the automatic transparency of the cabin roof, it was clearly impossible for him to see the near-Earth satellite flying in synchronous orbit outside the atmosphere with his naked eye. Alright, let's do it here. Seriously, what era is it now? We still have to struggle for the most suitable signal point. Chu Nan shook his head and was not satisfied with the current situation. It's already not bad that there's a signal here. Angie Prairie was very satisfied. Look, my personal terminal can be connected to the Milky Way network without any obstruction. At the very least, we won't be bored waiting here. Chu Nan opened his personal terminal and discovered that he could indeed connect to the Milky Way network. He could not help but sigh in surprise at the technology of the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce. The near-Earth satellite above his head had only been sent into the sky by the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce at his request yesterday. Now, it had actually completed a perfect docking with the Milky Way network, allowing them to use the super small low-altitude shuttle as a transit base station to achieve a connection with the Milky Way network. The efficiency was not low, and the technology was not weak. This way, although they were now on the outskirts of planet Lepler, they were still enveloped by the Milky Way network. It was much easier to contact them. However, compared to entering the Milky Way network, Chu Nan was more concerned about whether he could connect to the other side. He opened the contact list of his personal terminal and chose a target to send a communication request. The call was quickly picked up. As soon as Alpha's image appeared on the virtual screen, before Chu Nan could ask, he shouted excitedly, "That's great! That's great! That's great! Chu Nan, you really are great benefactor. I never expected that I could be connected to the Milky Way network in the Holy Mountain. It's not a problem for me to stay in the Holy Mountain for the rest of my life. I simply love you to death." Chu Nan's face twitched. Could this guy be the legendary geek? Don't be in a hurry to love me. Test the communication range and tell me the data, Chu Nan said. Oh, wait a moment. Alpha barely suppressed his excitement. He was busy for a while before answering. From the current data, the communication range should theoretically be able to cover the surface of the third of the planet where the satellite is. Taking into account the curved surface of the planet itself, if we don't transfer communication through the satellite, the furthest can be more than 2,000 kilometers. However, if we transfer communication directly through the Milky Way network, in theory, the furthest can even be more than 10,000 kilometers. Very good, that's enough. Chu Nan nodded. Hey, Alpha, don't just play. Monitor the surrounding situation at all times. If Sand Eagle's people come and you don't discover them in advance, all your arrangements will be in vain. No problem, I've been watching. Alpha patted his chest towards Chu Nan. With the technical support of the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce, it's impossible for Sand Eagle's people to escape my eyes. Shush. Chu Nan gestured at him to be quiet. This has nothing to do with the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce, remember. Alpha blinked with a strange expression and smiled. Yes. Satellite, super small low-altitude shuttle. We bought them. Yes, I understand. It's good that you understand. Continue to monitor it. Contact us if there's a problem. Chu Nan closed the communication and turned to look at Angie Prairie. What did Supremacy Ovally say? Angie Prairie turned the virtual screen opened by her personal terminal to Chu Nan. Look, Master sent a message yesterday. She set off yesterday. According to the schedule, she will arrive in about 5 days. 5 days later, Chu Nan touched his chin and suddenly smiled. I suddenly remember that it should be time for our trial on planet Lepler in 5 days. It's equivalent to staying outside the wasteland these few days. How should we report our trial results to Teacher Galoston? You've only thought of this now. Angie Prairie rolled her eyes at him. Don't think about your results. Let's think about how to safely pass these 5 days and persist until Master arrives. At this point, Angie Prairie paused and glanced at Chu Nan worriedly. If Sand Eagle's people come, do you really plan to last until the end with them? Chu Nan shrugged and smiled. Don't worry, I'm not an idiot. Be it Dong Fang, your master, or even Director Roar, they have already warned me. If I still refuse to realize my mistakes, I'll be courting death. If the Sand Eagle's people come again and I discover that I can't block them, I'll definitely choose to escape immediately. In any case, with this latest super small low-altitude shuttle, it's very easy for us to escape, right? Yes. Angie Prairie nodded and patted the ultra-small low-altitude shuttle she was sitting on. Speaking of which, the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce really values you. Not only did they give you this shuttle directly, but they're also actually willing to agree to your other requests. Not only did they help the Holy Mountain upgrade the Sky Dome, they even specially built a communication system for you. These things should have cost a lot of money. This is also a kind of investment. The Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce has actually always wanted to break into the Rand clan. If the Holy Mountain is saved this time, they will completely open this market. Didn't you hear Director Roar say that he had actually long prepared a comprehensive and deep cooperation plan with the Rand clan? However, the Rand clan has always been too stubborn, causing his plan to be unable to be implemented. If they take this opportunity to open the cooperation channel with the Rand clan, the benefits will be very great. However, this will take a huge risk. They're willing to agree to so many of your requests, at least for the time being. It's completely because of your value. Angie Prairie looked at Chu Nan in confusion. Why do they value the method you used to break the energy shield of the War Fortress so much? When I heard you make so many requests the day before, I originally thought that it was impossible for them to agree. As the saying goes, ask for a sky-high price when there's urgency. I made so many requests because I thought that even if the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce rejected some, they would still be able to satisfy a lot. I didn't expect them to be so generous and actually agree to everything in a row. Chu Nan laughed and recalled the day before when he was discussing with Director Roar. He had made so many requests in a row. At that time, Director Roar frowned but did not reject him. He only said that he wanted to report the application. Unexpectedly, that night, the applications reported by Director Roar received a unified answer, and they were all approved. Therefore, Chu Nan and the Holy Mountain could obtain a large amount of support from the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce. According to Chu Nan's plan, he built a modern warning mechanism for the Holy Mountain in a short 2 days. This way, if the Sand Eagles people planned to attack the Holy Mountain again, they could know in advance and think of a way to delay them. As long as he could last 5 days and wait for Supremacy Ovally to arrive, all problems would no longer be a problem. When he thought of this, Chu Nan stretched out his hand to Angie Prairie. I don't know why the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce values it so much, but I know that this method involves very exquisite use of spatial energy. It's also a part of what I comprehended in the last battle. Since I'm free, are you interested in learning how to play with spatial energy from me? Angie Prairie's eyes immediately lit up. Of course I'm interested. Chapter 563. Seeing the white light on Angie Prairie's body gradually stabilize, Chu Nan heaved a sigh of relief. Angie Prairie was indeed the personal disciple of Supremacy Ovally. She was reputed to be one of the most outstanding geniuses among the young martial artists of the Earth Federation. Her comprehension was extremely shocking. Chu Nan had only explained it to her once before she already understood what he meant by spatial energy shows different forms according to the construction method. Moreover, it did not take long for him to use this point on the flame of life. Although the white light that flickered on her body representing the circulation of the flame of life looked slightly weaker than the white light when she used it previously, Chu Nan could clearly sense that the stimulation of life force displayed by this white light had become much stronger. Under the influence of the white light, it was as if every inch of her skin, pores, and even every cell had become energetic from the inside out. Her life force erupted vigorously, causing people to feel energetic when they saw her. Chu Nan could not help but look at Angie Prairie's face and discovered that under the nourishment of her powerful life force, her skin and cells had become extremely active. Therefore, her skin was extremely smooth, tender, and white. There was also a clear and healthy redness that made people feel comfortable. Not to mention anything else, just the effect of beauty retention can definitely be called the top-notch cultivation method. If Supremacy Ovally really wants to promote this cultivation method, she only needs to add this slogan and guarantee that countless women will risk their lives to learn it. Angie Prairie's appearance was originally outstanding. At this moment, because she was closing her eyes and concentrating on cultivation, she no longer gave people the usual carefree feeling. She looked quiet and peaceful. Coupled with the faint white light emitted from her body, she was simply like a goddess and was especially attractive to others. Although Chu Nan had interacted with her for a long time, he could not help but be attracted by her. He stared at her for a long time before realizing it. Unfortunately, although this girl is beautiful, her personality is too problematic. When he recalled the silence between the two of them when he called Supremacy Ovally, Chu Nan could not help but laugh. He shook his head and retracted his gaze. He first glanced at the monitoring situation on the virtual screen of the control table and confirmed that nothing special had happened. Then, he opened the door of the ultra-small low-altitude shuttle and flew into the sky beside him. Feeling the spatial energy surrounding him and flying in the air, Chu Nan began to think of a problem. He had originally come out to find an empty place to continue experimenting with his comprehension after fighting with Dakota that day. However, as soon as he flew out, he immediately discovered that the use of spatial energy was actually very obvious when it was used to fly. The reason why void break martial artists could break through the limitations of the human body and fly freely in the sky was because after breaking through the cosmic heaven's gate, they could sense spatial energy extremely clearly and accurately control it before flying through it. Previously, Chu Nan had relied on his powerful data ability to perfectly break through. His perception of spatial energy was far from what ordinary martial artists could compare to. Moreover, with his powerful data ability, his control of spatial energy far exceeded other martial artists. Therefore, although he was only an initial stage void break martial artist, his flying speed was not inferior to a 4th stage void break martial artist like Dakota. However, this was still limited to the range of ordinary void break martial artists. Now, through his further understanding of the Goddess Song cultivation method and the Fire Elemental Power cultivation method, Chu Nan understood that spatial energy was constructed from more basic examples and directly triggered a change. he thought of another way to fly. In fact, using spatial energy to drive the body was not a particularly effective way, because in fact, the effect of spatial energy on the human body had to reach a certain amount. If he wanted to fly with the human body, even if the human body was only 100 kilograms, he needed to mobilize a lot of spatial energy. However, in fact, most aircraft in the atmosphere still relied on the reaction force of the air to form momentum. In that case, why not directly use such a method to fly? Chu Nan first thought of the wind elemental power. The wind elemental power cultivation method could directly affect the air molecules to form a gust of wind through the reconstruction of spatial energy. However, what if he modified this cultivation method slightly and made all the air molecules directly attached to the human body to form wind elemental power? When he thought of this, Chu Nan relaxed his body and allowed himself to fall to the ground from a height of 50 meters parallel to the ultra-small low-altitude shuttle. Then, he condensed the surrounding spatial energy and constructed it according to the method of the wind elemental power cultivation method. Soon, extremely small air molecules surrounded his body. He immediately felt every inch of his skin being blown by the breeze, and a buoyancy appeared out of thin air. However, this buoyancy was far from enough to fly. After thinking for a moment, Chu Nan began to strengthen his control of spatial energy. As spatial energy continuously surged in and more air molecules were absorbed, Chu Nan felt the buoyancy increase. Finally, his feet slowly left the ground and he actually floated up. After floating more than 10 meters high, Chu Nan's body relaxed and he fell again. He frowned and shook his head lightly. The result just now did not satisfy him. Although he had flown, the spatial energy he used had clearly exceeded the spatial energy he needed to directly control spatial energy to fly. His speed was not fast, and it was extremely not worth it. It shouldn't be like this. Chu Nan thought for a moment in confusion and did not give up. Although with his powerful data ability, every deployment of spatial energy and air molecules was beneficial and extremely precise, the facts proved that this method was still not worth it. Chu Nan landed on the ground again and pondered. Through the experiment just now, he was certain that it was meaningless to control the air molecules to bring about buoyancy. On careful thought, this made sense. If this could fly faster and better, it was impossible for the ancestors of the Rand clansmen who had grasped powerful elemental power cultivation methods not to discover it. They would definitely leave behind the corresponding cultivation methods. However, the truth was that the Rand clan had only passed down normal elemental power cultivation methods, and there was no such flying cultivation method. Am I dreaming? Chu Nan tilted his head and thought for a moment before feeling that something was wrong. He was certain that his thoughts could not be wrong, but there was definitely a problem with his specific actions. Then what's wrong? Chu Nan frowned and did dozens of experiments. At first, he tried to directly increase the mobilization of spatial energy greatly, but he discovered that it was meaningless. While it could not improve much, the consumption was greater. He could only give up. After that, he simply changed direction and deliberately weakened the mobilization of spatial energy. In the end, he discovered that the effect was actually better. After experimenting more than 10 times, Chu Nan summarized according to the data of his dozens of experiments and discovered a situation that surprised him. When the effect of spatial energy on air molecules was not that obvious, it caused more buoyancy and a better effect on him. In that case, it's better not to convert the spatial energy so completely. Chu Nan's heart stirred as he recalled the dozens of experiments. Countless data flowed through his mind and he immediately confirmed the most suitable plan. However, with a thought, his internal breath surged. The surrounding spatial energy was immediately absorbed and entered every inch of his skin. It directly turned into a state that was about to be successfully transformed but was not completely transformed. Then, it fluctuated back and forth a few times until Chu Nan found the best balance point before stabilizing. After maintaining this, Chu Nan immediately felt that his entire body was weightless. With a thought, his body had already shot into the sky like a rocket. Chapter 564. Feeling the cabin door open again, Angie Prairie stopped cultivating and opened her eyes. She saw a naked figure rush in. Angie Prairie blinked and looked at Chu Nan, who was covering his lower body with both hands and smiling awkwardly. She could not help but ask curiously, "What did you do?" "I've just cultivated for a while." "Why did you lose your clothes again?" After a pause, she seemed to have understood something. She clapped her hands and pretended to be enlightened. "Oh, I know. Actually, Chu Nan, you're that kind of exhibitionist, right? You like to be naked in front of others. However, let me tell you, I don't mind you being naked in front of me, but many people should mind, so you have to be careful in the future." Chu Nan almost spat out a mouthful of blood. When was it Angie Prairie's turn to educate him about such common sense? "You're the exhibitionist. I only accidentally lost my clothes again." As he replied to Angie Prairie, Chu Nan awkwardly darted to the back of the ultra-small low-altitude shuttle and took out a set of clothes from the pile of junk inside. He hurriedly put it on and heaved a sigh of relief. Seeing him like this, Angie Prairie smiled. "Tell me, why did you lose your clothes this time? Do you believe that this happened because I flew too fast?" "Flew too fast?" Angie Prairie looked surprised. "How fast do you have to fly to become like this?" "Watch." Chu Nan nodded at Angie Prairie and opened the cabin door again. Just as he was about to fly out, he suddenly stopped. "Wait, I still can't think of a way to resolve the problem of flying in the sky while protecting my clothes. If this set of clothes happens again, it'll be a tragedy, but this is my last set of clothes." "Then take it off first. You can put it on when you return later," Angie Prairie said. "But taking off my clothes in front of you is a little inappropriate, right?" Angie Prairie chuckled. "I've seen you naked many times. What's there to be embarrassed about? All right, take it off quickly. I still want to see how you fly so fast that you can even lose your clothes. Chu Nan's expression was conflicted for a moment. He thought for a moment and made up his mind. He put on a fearless posture and took off his clothes. He threw them to Angie Prairie and stood in front of her naked. He could not be bothered to cover anything and walked to the cabin door. Watch carefully. After Chu Nan said that, he moved his feet and Angie Prairie immediately felt her vision blur. A shadow instantly disappeared. She was stunned for a moment. She arrived at the cabin door and looked at the sky outside. She saw a line of fire streaking across the sky and in an instant, it had already arrived more than 2 to 3 kilometers away from the shuttle. After a few breaths, this line of fire had already disappeared into the sky. The familiar figure at the front of the line could not be seen at all. Angie Prairie could not help but widen her eyes in disbelief. This speed was really too fast. Although Angie Prairie could not clearly determine Chu Nan's current flying speed with her powerful AI brain like Chu Nan, just by looking at him, she could determine that he had at least exceeded the speed of sound. It even made Angie Prairie feel that he was not slower than the super small low-altitude shuttle under her feet. One had to know that this super small low-altitude shuttle was the latest generation of the Noctem Chamber of Commerce. The fastest speed in the atmosphere could even reach twice the speed of sound. No wonder Chu Nan had flown around outside and lost his clothes when he returned. Such a terrifying speed would naturally cause intense friction with the air. It was normal for him to leave a bright line of fire in the air and even burn all his clothes. After a while, another line of fire burned over from the sky. It drew a beautiful arc and headed straight for the shuttle. A moment later, it had already flown to the shuttle from the extremely far sky. The line of fire happened to stop in the sky in front of the cabin door. Chu Nan's figure appeared with intense wind, causing the clothes of Angie Prairie, who was waiting at the cabin door, to flutter. Her body could not help but sway slightly. It could be seen how shocking Chu Nan's speed was. Moreover, stopping at such a terrifying speed was an extremely huge burden on his body. However, Chu Nan still had a calm expression. It could be seen that his physical foundation was also extremely powerful. How is it? Is it fast? Chu Nan stopped and asked Angie Prairie proudly. It's really fast. Angie Prairie nodded forcefully. I've never seen anyone fly so fast. Even Master can't. Chu Nan was stunned. No way. Supremacy Overly is a star-grade martial artist. Why can't she fly faster than me? Really? Master actually rarely flies. If it's a long-distance move, she usually directly uses spatial displacement. Chu Nan was immediately speechless. Spatial displacement was something that only the strongest martial artist who had comprehended the supreme principle of spatial energy could master. Not only could this thing move for a long distance, but it could also even let a body cross the sea of stars, cross the Stargate, and instantly cross hundreds of thousands of light years. How could it be compared to flying in the atmosphere? However, in that case, it was really possible that Angie Prairie said that Supremacy Overly could not fly faster than Chu Nan. After all, she did not need to fly at all. Hey, Chu Nan, how did you fly so fast? Can you teach me? Angie Prairie asked excitedly. Of course, it's not a problem to teach you, but you haven't broken through the cosmic heaven's gate yet. You can't always maintain the state of life explosion to learn, right? Chu Nan frowned. Why don't I teach you immediately after you break through? Heh, who said that I can't maintain the state of life explosion? Angie Prairie smiled lightly, and the white light on her body suddenly lit up. Chu Nan was shocked. Are you crazy? Why did you activate life explosion for no reason? The smile on Angie Prairie's face was still relaxed. She waved her hand at Chu Nan and said, it's fine. Through my cultivation just now, my understanding of the flame of life has already deepened. Maintaining the life explosion state now consumes much less than before. If I maintain this state, I estimate that I can last for at least 3 hours. So long. Chu Nan was stunned. Previously, if Angie Prairie had forcefully entered the life explosion state, she could only maintain it for half an hour at most. Now, she could actually last at least 3 hours. This increase was too great. It's true. Your comprehension of spatial energy is too important. Under your inspiration, my use of the flame of life has greatly increased. Although this is different from what Master taught me, I don't think there's a problem. Even if Master knows, she should agree. Is that so? Chu Nan looked at Angie Prairie from head to toe and saw that she indeed looked relaxed, unlike the obvious overly excited state she was in every time she activated the flame of life. Alright, I'll teach. Just as Chu Nan was about to teach Angie Prairie how to fly, he saw that she was still holding the clothes he had just taken off and immediately held back. Wait a moment. I'll study and improve before teaching you. Angie Prairie was stunned. What? Not enough. Of course. Could it be that you want to fly in the sky naked like me? Chu Nan pointed at his still smooth body and asked. About that, no matter how carefree Angie Prairie was and how unrestrained she looked in front of Chu Nan, she was only a 17-year-old girl after all. When she recalled how she flew in the sky naked, she could not help but have a strange expression and hesitate. Alright, wait. It shouldn't take long. Stop the life explosion and cultivate for a while. I'll settle it in a while. Chu Nan waved his hand at Angie Prairie and turned around to fly out again. Another line of fire quickly burned into the distance in the sky. However, it was different from before. At first, this line of fire was extremely bright, but then it clearly dimmed. Angie Prairie watched as the line of fire disappeared into the sky. She lowered her head to look at Chu Nan's clothes and tilted her head in thought. If I'm naked with Chu Nan, what did Master say last time? She seemed to say that this is not good. Strange, what's wrong? Chapter 565. A large black shadow slowly flew over from the distant sky and headed towards the holy mountain of the Rand clan. Kansas smiled as he looked at the vast wasteland in front of the window. The corners of his mouth curled into a confident smile. If one looked carefully, they could still see the trace of mockery under his smile. The leader was really making a mountain out of a molehill. It was only an unexpected failure at the holy mountain of the Rand clan. This time, they actually sent out 3 of their most elite fleets in a row. There were more than 300 search ships and a total of 5,000 troops. With such a force, it would not be a problem to destroy any small country in the Sapphire Star field. It was simply a waste to use it to deal with the holy mountain of the Rand clan. Moreover, the person leading this team was him, Kansas, not that useless Dakota. Although he was a little surprised by Dakota's death, he did not pay much attention to it. From the detailed report of the last battle, this guy was clearly too arrogant. He still chased the enemy alone in a bad state. In the end, he suffered an ambush and died. If it was him, he would not have let himself be in such a bad state. Secondly, it was impossible for him to give the other party a chance to ambush him. How could he die? Moreover, although he was also a 4th-stage void break martial artist like Dakota, Kansas had become a 4th-stage void break martial artist a few years earlier. He had always thought that his strength was much stronger than Dakota's. Just because he could not take down the same enemy did not mean that he could not. Thinking of this, Kansas' finger fluctuated on the virtual screen in front of him, revealing the face of a black-haired young man. Kansas frowned slightly and stared at the young man. It was this guy who slapped away the energy shield of the war fortress and directly crippled 2 war shields, shattering the hope of Dakota to break through the sky dome of the holy mountain and forcing him to retreat. Dakota had died in an accident while chasing after this kid. From this, it could be seen that this kid was the key to Sand Eagle's failure last time. However, Kansas still did not think he had the ability to kill Dakota alone. The reason was simple. He was too young. This guy was not more than 20 years old. At his age, it could be said that his talent was peerless to be able to become a void break martial artist. So how could he have the ability to contend with a 4th-stage void break martial artist like Dakota? Although the report showed that Dakota had died in the process of pursuing him, Kansas believed that he had definitely been lured into an ambush by this kid and was surrounded and killed by other experts who were stronger than him or many void break martial artists who were slightly weaker. Kansas leaned towards the second guess because if there was an expert whose strength surpassed Dakota, he should at least be a 5th-stage void break martial artist. If he could make Dakota unable to even escape, he might even be a heaven control expert. However, if the other party really had a heaven control expert, why did he let this young kid run out and risk his life? As for the many void break martial artists who were slightly weaker, Kansas smiled and did not take it to heart. This time, it was not only 3 fleets, hundreds of ships, and thousands of subordinates who attacked with him. Leader Grek even sent out a total of 12 void break martial artists belonging to the Sand Eagle in a row. In addition, he hired an additional 20 void break martial artists. Including Kansas, there were a total of 33 void break martial artists. Such a powerful martial artist was an extremely terrifying force anywhere in the Sapphire Star field. Now, he was using it to deal with a small holy mountain of the Rand clan. In Kansas's opinion, it was simply like using a cannon to hit a mosquito. Although they had heard that there were 9 void break martial artists stationed at the holy mountain, under such a huge difference in numbers, they clearly could not resist. Humph, if that annoying kid dares to come again, I won't give him a chance to escape like that fool, Dakota. Kansas sneered and operated his hand again, displaying the nearby map. The preparations for the departure of the 3 fleets were extremely complicated. Even under the personal supervision of Leader Grek, it took 3 days to barely prepare. Due to the slow speed of the war fortress, it took nearly a day for them to finally arrive at the continent where the headquarters was. From the map, they were less than 500 kilometers away from the holy mountain. At the current speed, half a day had passed. Kansas sat back in his seat and began to close his eyes. Although he did not care about the resistance of the holy mountain, the leader had emphasized that he had to obtain the 2 cultivation methods of the Rand clan. Therefore, he had to think of a complete plan to ensure that while the mission to attack the holy mountain was successful, he could also ensure that the 2 cultivation methods could be completely preserved. Just as he closed his eyes, a cry suddenly sounded in the small low-altitude shuttle he was using as a flagship. Kansas frowned and opened his eyes. He shouted, "What are you shouting for?" The subordinate in charge of monitoring the surrounding airspace at the control panel looked back at Kansas with surprise. Someone is flying over. Flying over. Kansas raised his eyebrows slightly. Could it be a void break martial artist of the Rand clan? I don't know, but I don't think so. The subordinate stammered and shook his head. What do you mean by that? Kansas frowned and shouted, "Get it clear. You can't even do such a small thing. What's the use of having you?" "Yes, but Lord, that person flew too fast and could not capture his clear image information at all. This is simply unbelievable. What nonsense is this?" Kansas shook his head in dissatisfaction. He stood up and walked to the control panel. He looked at the virtual screen in front of his subordinate that was responsible for monitoring the scene and saw a dot of light moving quickly. He looked at the map marking that represented distance on the screen and was surprised to discover that according to this person's flying speed, he had clearly surpassed the speed of sound. Kansas was shocked. It was true that void break martial artists could fly, but whether they flew fast or not was greatly related to their personal strength. Generally speaking, the stronger a void break martial artist was, the faster they flew. However, even an expert like Kansas who was already infinitely close to a 5th stage void break martial artist could only barely reach the speed of sound. If this guy was able to maintain a powerful speed that exceeded the speed of sound, did that not mean that his strength was very likely stronger than Kansas's? Kansas was shocked. He saw that that person had actually flown more than 3 kilometers in a short period of time. Moreover, from the trajectory, he was actually rushing towards the fleet. Be careful. This guy is coming for us. Inform everyone to prepare for battle. Just as Kansas gave the order, the dot on the virtual screen suddenly disappeared. He was immediately stunned. What's going on? The subordinate beside him swallowed his saliva with difficulty. This, Lord, he seems to have suddenly accelerated violently, causing the tracking to be lost. Boom. Before the subordinate could finish speaking, a loud sound suddenly sounded from not far away from the cabin, followed by an ear-piercing alarm. Chapter 566. Kansas was shocked. What's going on? Sir, a small low-altitude shuttle has been destroyed, his subordinate shouted in panic. Nonsense. How was it destroyed? Where's the enemy? Why didn't they discover it? His subordinate had no time to answer Kansas' question. He hurriedly began to monitor and scan the surrounding situation and confirm the situation through his communication with the other ships. After a moment, he turned to look at Kansas with a strange expression. Sir, the person who destroyed the small low-altitude shuttle was a person. Human. Kansas was stunned, then reacted. Void break martial artist? Could it be that one just now? Then, he shook his head. Impossible, he was clearly still a distance away. But this is true, the subordinate pointed at the virtual screen in front of him with an ugly expression. The scene on it had already changed from the data analysis diagram to a real-time image, showing the situation outside the small low-altitude shuttle. In the middle of the huge Sand Eagle fleet, a figure covered in flickering white light was floating in the air. Beside him, several flames still exploded, and countless fragments flew. Clearly, it was the small low-altitude legendary-level ship that he had directly destroyed. Kansas glanced at it and was furious. How dare you provoke me alone? Kill him! Before he could give his order, the other small low-altitude shuttles and the 3 war fortresses in the fleet had already stood and attacked the figure. The light of countless particle beams and the flames of material weapons instantly enveloped the place where the figure was. However, before he was struck, the figure flickered and transformed into a white light that instantly disappeared from the spot. In the next moment, he had already appeared outside the fleet and threw a punch at a small low-altitude shuttle outside. Boom! The small low-altitude shuttle immediately exploded and turned into fragments that filled the sky. Before the other ships could react and attack again, that figure flashed again and instantly turned into a white light that disappeared into the distance. His speed was extremely fast. In just a few blinks of the eye, he had completely disappeared from sight. He had even disappeared from the scanning radius of the fleet. Even the monitoring system could not detect his existence. This time, he came and went like the wind. The entire fleet only had time to react and attack once before they watched helplessly as he ran away. Kansas was furious. He angrily slapped the table in front of him into pieces and shouted, "Be careful. If this guy dares to come again, shoot him down immediately." His subordinate hurriedly passed down this order and asked carefully, "Lord, what should we do now?" "What do you mean?" Kansas glared at him. "Hurry up and head to the Holy Mountain. This guy is definitely sent by those guys from the Rand clan to harass us. Ignore him. As long as we take down the Holy Mountain, the mission can end." Could it be that he really dares to challenge our entire fleet alone? His subordinate hurriedly conveyed this order. However, when he glanced at the virtual screen that could no longer scan that abnormal light dot, his subordinate felt a trace of worry. From the moment he scanned the appearance of that abnormal fake, to his attack, then destroying 2 small low-altitude shuttles, and finally leaving, it had only taken less than half a minute. It was really as fast as lightning, and no one had time to react. If he found an opportunity to attack again, it was hard to say if he could block it. However, he did not dare to say these words in front of the furious Kansas, and the possibility was not high. There were a total of 33 void break experts in this fleet. Even if that person was shockingly fast, he would definitely pay a painful price if he dared to come again. The figure in the white light was super fast at nearly 1.5 times the speed of sound. In less than 10 minutes, he had already flown more than 200 kilometers away. Then, his speed slowed down, and finally accurately entered a super small low-altitude shuttle that was floating in midair. Chu Nan, do you know what I discovered? The white light around the figure faded and a real figure appeared. It was the excited Angie Prairie. Chu Nan glanced at her from head to toe and confirmed that she was not injured and her clothes were intact. He smiled at her and shrugged. "Isn't it just the Sand Eagle's fleet? I also know that you destroyed 2 of their small low-altitude shuttles." Angie Prairie was stunned and her eyes widened. "How did you know from so far away?" Chu Nan pointed at the virtual screen in front of him. "Look, the Nottem Chamber of Commerce has high-tech support. Not to mention that you're less than 300 kilometers away. Even if you're 3,000 kilometers away, I can still see what you're doing." Angie Prairie looked at the virtual screen and indeed saw a monitoring screen. In the screen was the Sand Eagle fleet that she had unintentionally collided with. "So you saw it long ago." Angie Prairie curled her lips. "I even said that I would bring you a surprise when I returned." Chu Nan laughed. "You've already brought a huge surprise to Sand Eagle's people, so I don't need it." Angie Prairie had a thought. "Then what should we do now? The fleet sent by Sand Eagle is much larger than the last time. Just the war fortress alone has 3. I'm certain that there are more void break experts inside than the last time. The 2 of us definitely can't block it alone, and the Holy Mountain definitely can't." "Yes, of course not. However, we only need to stall for enough time. In any case, Supremacy Ovally can arrive tomorrow and the day after. As long as we can stall until she comes, we don't have to worry." "But how can we delay this day?" Angie Prairie frowned. "What you did just now was very good." Chu Nan stood up and pulled Angie Prairie over to sit in her seat. Come, you're responsible for contacting Alpha and telling him that Sand Eagle's people are here. Tell him the situation and let the priests who have yet to discuss the result be mentally prepared. At the same time, you have to maintain monitoring of Sand Eagle's fleet. Contact me at any time if there are any abnormalities. Oh. Angie Prairie knew that because she had been maintaining the state of life explosion to fly and had even fought with the Sand Eagle's fleet for a short period of time, her internal breath had been greatly exhausted. Now, the most suitable thing to do was to hide behind and recover while assisting. Therefore, she did not hesitate and readily agreed. However, she glanced at Chu Nan, who opened the cabin door and was about to fly out, and could not help but add, "Be careful." Chu Nan smiled at her. "Don't worry, I'm only going to play with them. They can't catch up to me, just like how they couldn't catch up to you earlier." Angie Prairie recalled the situation earlier and immediately laughed. Her worry for Chu Nan disappeared. Then go. Play with them well. Chapter 567. The fleet advanced for more than 10 minutes, but the figure flickering with white light did not appear again. Kansas gradually relaxed. Although that guy had unexpectedly destroyed 2 small low-altitude shuttles, he had clearly seen the powerful strength contained in the fleet he led, so he naturally did not dare to come again. It's only the dying struggle of those Rand clansmen. What can it do? Kansas sneered in his mind. As he watched the virtual screen show that the fleet was already close to the Holy Mountain, the smile on his face became denser. However, his smile did not last long. "My lord, someone else is rushing over." His subordinate's exclamation woke him up from the beautiful thought of attacking the Holy Mountain. He did not dare to be negligent this time and immediately rushed to the console to look at the monitoring screen. "Is it that guy just now?" "It seems, no. His speed is not as fast as the previous one, and his energy reaction is clearly inferior to the previous one," the subordinate replied. "All right, monitor him first. As long as he dares to approach, attack immediately." "Understood." His subordinate received the order. Kansas looked at the dot of light on the monitoring screen that was still moving forward and sneered in his mind. Could it be that those Rand clansmen felt that they could do it again after tasting a little sweetness? As long as this guy really dared to come, he did not mind teaching him a lesson. However, the dot of light on the screen actually flew straight towards the fleet without any turns. "Lord, he has already entered the 3-kilometer warning range. What should we do?" His subordinate began to ask for instructions. "He's really not afraid of death." Kansas pointed at his subordinates. "Use the ordinary artillery to attack and give him a warning. If he dares to continue coming, I'll kill him directly." "Yes." A moment later, the few small low-altitude shuttles in front of the fleet attacked at the same time. Several antimatter missiles flew over densely with flames, enveloping a large area of the sky ahead. However, the moment the few small low-altitude shuttles attacked, the figure that had already flown into the visible range actually disappeared. Seeing the figure instantly disappear from the monitoring screen, Kansas immediately had a bad feeling. "Hurry!" Just as he was about to give the order, he heard a loud bang coming from the left. Because the location of the explosion was too close, the aftershock of the explosion actually shook even his flagship twice in the air. While everyone in the shuttle was still swaying, another intense explosion sounded from the left. Clearly, another small low-altitude shuttle had been destroyed. At this moment, Kansas did not have the time to think about why the other party was so fast. He could only grab the communication device and roar, "Monk, quickly bring your team out to fight. You must kill this damned bastard." A panicked voice sounded from the communication device. "Lord Kansas, Lord Monk and the others have already attacked." "Oh." Kansas heaved a sigh of relief. "That's right. They reacted quite quickly." Before he could finish, another violent explosion sounded from the right, forcefully interrupting Kansas. He looked out the window in shock and anger, but he could only see the other small low-altitude shuttles in the fleet outside flying everywhere like headless flies. Clearly, they were frightened by the enemy's methods just now and were desperately dodging the other party's attacks. "These idiots. It's only one person. Why are you panicking?" Kansas cursed and looked again. Suddenly, he felt a chill. Among these 3 fleets, the most important were the 3 war fortresses. They were the main methods to break through the Holy Mountain. The surrounding small low-altitude shuttles were only used to protect them. However, now, because these small low-altitude shuttles were afraid of running around, they made way for a war fortress that was originally surrounded in the middle. Looking at the obvious passageway in the air that led to a war fortress on the right, just as he cried out in his mind, he saw a figure that seemed to have been pulled into a straight line in the air instantly pass hundreds of meters in the sky and rush to the side of the war fortress. "It can't be him. It can't be him." Kansas widened his eyes and looked at the situation in front of him in shock. However, he did not have the time to do anything and could only pray in his mind. As long as it was not that damned kid, he would be fine. It must not be him. The facts that happened next instantly disappointed Kansas' hope and prayer. That figure did not directly collide with the spatial fortress. After he arrived beside it, he first pressed a card. Then, a bright light screen flickered with 5-colored light around the spatial fortress, and then it instantly broke like a bubble under the sun. Then, before the few void break experts behind him caught up, that person clenched his right fist. An extremely terrifying and dazzling light instantly shot out from his hand and he punched the war fortress. Boom! An explosion light and sound that was much stronger than the previous few small low-altitude shuttles exploded from the lower half of the war fortress. The terrifying shockwave brought about visible air ripples, sweeping up the few small low-altitude shuttles closest to it and turning them into fragments. The lower half of the war fortress, which was like a small mountain in the air, was actually shattered by this punch, leaving only a small portion that was slowly falling. Kansas gritted his teeth as he watched. The anger and chill in his heart increased at the same time. To be able to slap away the energy shield of the war fortress with a palm strike and blast it apart with a punch, this guy was definitely the detestable kid mentioned in the report. Very good, after killing him, there would be no obstruction in this mission. He had to kill him. Kansas grabbed his communicator and ordered ruthlessly. Listen carefully. Kill this guy at all costs. Whoever kills him will be the main contributor to this operation. Countless lights representing the circulation of internal breath and spatial energy fluctuations in the fleet lit up. Dozens of figures darted out from different places at the same time and surrounded that figure from all directions. Be it the 12 void break martial artists he had brought with him this time or the 20 void break martial artists they had hired, all of them were powerful martial artists and experienced people. Even if they had not cooperated in advance, this attack perfectly sealed off all the directions that person could escape in, causing him to be unable to dodge at all. Kansas looked at the young figure in the distant sky and sneered. This guy had just destroyed a war fortress. He must have exhausted a lot of energy. Let's see how he can escape. However, in the next moment, he saw that figure flash in the air and suddenly appear in front of a void break martial artist who was surrounding him on the right. He slapped out and completely ignored the attack of that void break martial artist. He actually assumed a desperate posture from the beginning. This void break martial artist was shocked. After all, he was only a martial artist hired by Sand Eagle. He would not risk his life for this and be forced to change his move to deal with it, but he also revealed a flaw. Although this flaw was very small, that kid instantly grasped it. He risked taking a hit from that void break martial artist and forcefully escaped from the encirclement. In the blink of an eye, he had completely disappeared into the distance and disappeared. Chapter 568. Before long, Chu Nan had already left the pursuers far behind and disappeared. He turned to look at the sky that still erupted with flames from time to time and could not help but laugh. The other party had such a huge fleet and even dozens of void break experts, but he still forcefully rushed in and destroyed several small low-altitude shuttles. He even sank a war fortress and could still retreat unscathed. If he was the leader of the other party, he would probably vomit blood from anger. Haha, using a few days to study how to fly the fastest was indeed the right choice. In the past few days, he had basically done nothing and spent all his time and energy on deep research on flying. With his powerful data ability, his research progress was very fast. On the first day, he had already completed flying at high speed through the fusion of the wind elemental power cultivation method and spatial energy. The next day, his naked flying speed had already exceeded twice the speed of sound. On the third day, he had already perfectly fused with the cultivation method. While using his powerful data ability to successfully figure out how to maintain high-speed flight, he could also use his internal breath to influence the spatial energy in front of him to control the air and form the most suitable airflow. From there, not only would it not affect his clothes, he could even use it to form a special energy shield around his body. On the fourth day, which was today, even Angie Prairie successfully grasped the high-speed flying technique at twice the speed of sound under his guidance. Earlier, Angie Prairie had tricked the Sand Eagle fleet at nearly twice the speed of sound while maintaining the life explosion. Now, it was Chu Nan's turn. Not only did the research of this cultivation method increase Chu Nan's flying speed, but it also allowed him to have a deeper understanding of the use of spatial energy. Although he had perfectly broken through the cosmic heaven's gate in the past, because he lacked the guidance of a master and the uniqueness of his cultivation method, he could only slowly figure out his control of spatial energy. He had always been straightforward and only simply controlled the spatial energy to fuse with his internal breath and complement external martial techniques to attack. Now, with his comprehension in the past few days, the power he could unleash under the same circumstances was already far greater than before, and the changes he could produce were far greater. Although it had only been a few days, his strength was already clearly stronger than when he had just broken through. Now, if he faced Dakota alone, he was confident that he did not need to escape and could completely defeat or even kill him in a fair environment. However, dozens of void break martial artists had actually appeared in the Sand Eagle's fleet in one go. No matter how confident or even arrogant Chu Nan was, it was impossible for him to fight head-on under such circumstances. He had to break through even if he had to suffer a blow. Moreover, he did not plan to fight anyone head-on. The flame of life combined with the high-frequency vibration internal breath would completely heal the injuries he had suffered earlier. Then, the goddess song circulated and a green aura surrounded his body. In the blink of an eye, the life force consumed to recover from his injuries had been replenished, allowing him to recover to a perfect state. Chu Nan looked at the chaotic sky in the distance and chuckled. Then, his figure moved and before long, he flew to the front of the Sand Eagle's fleet. The other party quickly reacted and more than 10 figures flew out and pounced at Chu Nan. Chu Nan noticed that this time, the other party did not mobilize all the void break martial artists to besiege him at the same time. The remaining void break martial artists scattered and stood in front of the remaining 2 war fortresses. Clearly, they were afraid that he would destroy the remaining 2 war fortresses. Chu Nan grinned. Although he really wanted to kill the remaining 2 war fortresses and resolve the greatest threat facing the Holy Mountain, the other party was heavily guarded now. It was not easy to achieve this goal, not to mention that he did not plan to really do it. Seeing that the other party's dozen or so void break martial artists were about to surround him, Chu Nan's figure moved and he instantly disappeared in front of everyone. In the next moment, he arrived in front of a void break martial artist on the right and threw a punch. The void break martial artist was still very surprised by Chu Nan's speed. When he saw that he had instantly appeared in front of him, he was clearly shocked. However, he was still a powerful void break martial artist in the end. Although he was a little rushed now, he immediately reacted and threw a punch. The fist's momentum was stable, and his internal breath condensed. The spatial energy surrounded his fist and was extremely thick. The power of this punch was very extraordinary. However, Chu Nan ignored his punch and still refused to give up. He pointed his fist at the other party and assumed a posture of both sides being injured. The void break martial artist was clearly frightened by Chu Nan's aura. After a moment of hesitation, his fist could not help but shrink, but he quickly reacted and threw another punch at him. If both sides suffered losses, he had several companions on his side, but Chu Nan was alone. Clearly, it was even more not worth it for him. He did not need to be afraid. Although he did not understand why Chu Nan chose this method, since he had already done so, he naturally would not be polite with his rich combat experience. Bang! In the end, that void break martial artist hesitated and the force of his fist slowed down. In the end, Chu Nan's punch naturally struck the other party first and his chest was firmly punched. However, Chu Nan's punch struck the chest of the void break martial artist and sank it. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and half of his body was almost completely crippled. When Chu Nan received this punch, a white light fused with the green aura around his chest and immediately resolved most of the force. At the same time, the serious injuries brought about by this punch instantly eased greatly. In the next moment, Chu Nan borrowed the force of this punch and his body flew out. The half-transformed spatial energy surrounded his body and he instantly turned into a black shadow that disappeared into the sky. The other dozen or so void break martial artists who surrounded him wanted to chase, but they had already lost track of Chu Nan in the blink of an eye. How could they catch up? Everyone looked in the direction where Chu Nan had disappeared and was stunned for a long time. They looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. This guy came and went like lightning, so they were unable to surround him at all. Moreover, he was so ruthless. It was really strange that he wanted to forcefully kill one of their companions even if both sides suffered heavy injuries. Not to mention heavily injuring one of them. What was the point of risking killing one of them? In the small low-altitude shuttle that was in the fleet, Kansas did not have a puzzled expression like those void break martial artists. His expression was terrifyingly gloomy. Compared to those void break martial artists who did not know anything, he knew much more about Chu Nan according to the previous report. This guy had an unbelievable recovery ability. Although he was fighting with a void break martial artist on his side and both sides were injured, it would not be long before he could make a comeback intact. How should he deal with such a guy who he could not grab or fight? Kansas felt a headache coming on. Chapter 569. Chu Nan looked at the huge fleet flying past less than 500 meters away and did not know whether to laugh. After being harassed by him a few times and injuring a few of the other party's void break martial artists, the leader of the Sand Eagle fleet quickly changed his strategy. When he saw him, he no longer immediately chased and intercepted him. Instead, he directly arranged for a void break martial artist to fly with the fleet in an important location. This was clearly a desperate defense and completely gave up on the thought of chasing after him. It had to be said that although this seemed to be very passive and even a little embarrassing, it effectively prevented Chu Nan from continuing to harass him, causing him to fail to break through after trying twice. Looking at this huge fleet moving quickly at less than 100 kilometers per hour, Chu Nan did not have the sense of achievement of forcing the other party into a defensive state alone. Instead, he frowned. Although the other party's speed was not fast, this place was only 300 kilometers away from the Holy Mountain. At this speed, he would only need 4 hours to reach. According to the message that Alpha had just sent through Angie Prairie, the group of Rand clansmen in the Holy Mountain had yet to discuss a confirmed result. Most of the elders and priests, including the High Priest, were still unwilling to give up on the Holy Mountain and the Holy Land of the Rand clan that they had protected for thousands of years. Chu Nan could understand their thoughts, but these guys were unwilling to accept the suggestion of surrendering if they could not hold on. It really made Chu Nan unable to understand and he even felt angry. Supremacy Overly had clearly promised them that even if they chose to surrender, she would help them recover their losses later, but they were still so stubborn. It was unknown what those elders and priests were thinking. Did they have to die with the Holy Mountain? It was one thing for them to be willing to be buried with him, but did they have to capture the other 20,000 Rand clansmen in the Holy Mountain to be buried with them? These old fogies. Chu Nan shook his head and opened his personal terminal. He asked Angie Prairie, is there any news of Supremacy Overly? How long until she arrives? On the virtual screen, Angie Prairie shook her head. I contacted her half an hour ago. There's no communication signal, so she might be performing a spatial jump. However, when I contacted Master previously, she said that she would reach the Sapphire Star field after another spatial jump. She'll reach planet Lepler tonight at the earliest and arrive tomorrow morning at the latest. So, we still have to think of a way to delay this fleet for half a day. Chu Nan frowned and looked at the huge fleet in the distance before sighing. Alright, I'll try again. If there's really no other way, I can only let them pass. Just try it. Don't risk your life, Angie Prairie instructed. Master is about to arrive. If you lose your life now, it won't be worth it. Don't worry, I'm not that stupid. Chu Nan shook his head. Since these Rand clansmen insist on courting death, I can only do my best. It's impossible for me to lose my life for them. That's good. Go. I'll help you monitor them. After hanging up, Chu Nan took a deep breath and could not help but smile bitterly. Thinking back, he had only come to the Holy Mountain with Angie Prairie according to the High Priest of Shio's tribe. He had come here to seek the chance to undergo the trial and learn the higher level Song of Life and the elemental power cultivation methods. He did not expect to be involved in such a thing. In order to help the Rand clansmen defend the Holy Mountain, he had already risked his lifetime and time again. However, in exchange, those Rand clansmen were still stubborn and refused to let go of the tradition. It simply made his efforts completely wasted. Up until now, other than obtaining the initial Song of Life and the elemental power cultivation methods from the High Priest, he had no other benefits. For now, he could completely ignore this fleet and let them attack the Holy Mountain. In any case, Supremacy Overly had said that as soon as she came, she could help the Rand clansmen snatch back what had been snatched. Those two high-level cultivation methods were no exception. At that time, Chu Nan would still have a chance to learn them. Therefore, even if he did not do anything now, he could still achieve his initial goal. However, I can't just watch those innocent Rand clansmen in the Holy Mountain die. Chu Nan shook his head and flew to the front of the fleet again. Lord, that guy is blocking the way. Hearing his subordinate's report, Kansas could not help but frown. Damn, is this kid annoying? He cursed and instructed his subordinate, send send 3 people out to chase him away. The rest of you, continue to guard it. Don't let that kid find a gap and rush in. Yes. Seeing that his subordinate had given the order, 3 void break martial artists flew out from the fleet to welcome him. Kansas was slightly relieved. However, he immediately felt a strong sense of defeat. Damn it. He was a dignified high-level Sand Eagle leader who led such a huge fleet and more than 30 powerful void break martial artists. Now, he was forced into such a passive defense by a kid who was still wet behind the ears. It was simply shameful if word got out. However, in Chu Nan's harassment earlier, if not for his fast reaction, they would have almost lost another war fortress. Even so, 7 small low-altitude shuttles had still been destroyed by Chu Nan. At the same time, he had heavily injured 3 void break martial artists. The losses were considerable. That kid's speed was really too fast. Once he flew, no one could catch up to him. Every time he ran after fighting, Kansas could not do anything to him. Although the small low-altitude shuttle should be able to keep up with his speed if it accelerated at full speed, it was far inferior in terms of flexibility. If he really used the small low-altitude shuttle to pursue, the outcome would definitely be very miserable. After suffering a few losses, Kansas had no choice but to adopt his current passive defense. In the end, the goal of this operation was to attack the Holy Mountain. As long as they took it down, nothing else was important. The goal of this kid's continuous harassment was clearly to stall for time and give those Rand clansmen more time to prepare. Now, he only needed to ignore him. He actually could not do anything. In the end, he was only a low-level void break martial artist. Even if his talent was outstanding and his cultivation method was very strange, his strength was limited after all. It was impossible for him to really face them head-on. Of course, if he was really that stupid, Kansas would welcome him very much. His subordinate suddenly cried out. What? Kansas thought something had happened again and looked over nervously. Lord, the subordinate pointed at the monitoring screen in front of him in disbelief. That guy actually fought with the 3 lords. Kansas's gaze landed on the real-time monitoring screen on the virtual screen. He was stunned for a moment before laughing. Ha, kid, you're courting death. Chapter 570. Not only did Kansas think so, everyone in the Sand Eagle fleet felt that Chu Nan was courting death. This guy relied on his fast-flying speed and flexible movement technique to continuously harass the fleet like a fly, forcing them to carefully and warily move forward. However, he did not expect that he would actually fight the 3 void break martial artists who intercepted him. Although his strength was indeed not bad and his cultivation method was very special, in the previous few times of harassment, the strength he displayed was only similar to a 3rd-stage void break martial artist, or even slightly inferior. How could he win against the combined forces of 3 high-level void break martial artists? Even Chu Nan felt that he was courting death. His greatest advantage now was flexibility and speed. It was really unreasonable for him to abandon this advantage and choose to fight head-on. However, in order to delay the advance of the Sand Eagle fleet as much as possible, this could not be helped. Fortunately, although the 3 void break martial artists who stopped him were outstanding, their cooperation was not tacit. They could always allow him to find a gap and dodge the other party's most fatal attack to suppress him. However, it was meaningless to continue like this. These 3 void break martial artists firmly sealed off Chu Nan's route of invasion, preventing him from touching the ships in the fleet. As for the fleet, it was still moving towards the Holy Mountain at a stable speed. Even if he continued to fight these 3 void break martial artists, it would not affect him at all. After exchanging a few more moves with the other party, Chu Nan knew that it was only a waste of time to continue like this. A thought flashed through his mind and he took a deep breath. He first put the situation of the fleet aside and focused on the 3 void break martial artists in front of him. The void break martial artist on the left raised his hand at this moment, and a fiery red aura surrounded his palm. This palm strike did not look imposing, but from the strange fluctuations in the surrounding spatial energy, he knew that the power contained in this palm strike was extraordinary. Chu Nan's eyes darted around and he took in the attacks of the other 2 void break martial artists. All the fine data instantly flashed through his mind and he immediately made an extremely precise and clear judgment of their subsequent actions. Then, he twisted his body and completely ignored the attacks of the other 2 people. He rushed straight towards the void break martial artist on his left. Seeing Chu Nan's actions, the void break martial artist was shocked. Previously, when Chu Nan fought with them, he had always used his speed advantage to dodge as much as possible and only took the time to counterattack. Now, he suddenly became extremely imposing and put on a suicidal posture. When he recalled how Chu Nan had used the method of mutual destruction to heavily injure 7 of his companions every time he harassed him, this void break martial artist could not help but feel a chill in his heart. It was unknown what special cultivation method this kid had grasped. Every time he was clearly heavily injured, it did not take long for him to run back like nothing had happened. If he and Chu Nan chose to both suffer, the only one who would be unlucky would be him. When he thought of this void break martial artist immediately had the intention to retreat. He could not help but retract his palm slightly. How could he retreat in a battle between experts? Moreover, Chu Nan had a powerful data ability and was even more sensitive to small changes. Sensing that this void break martial artist's movements had slowed down, his aura immediately soared. He threw a punch that was like a surging river, causing a large amount of spatial energy in the surrounding space to swarm over. The other two void break martial artists cried out in their hearts when they saw this. They wanted to react, but they did not have the time to save him. Chu Nan's punch combined with his lightning-fast movement technique instantly broke through the defense of the void break martial artist and struck his left shoulder. Crack! A shocking fracture sounded. The void break martial artist was sent flying by Chu Nan's punch and spat out blood as he flew. As his body spun at high speed, the blood he spat out also spun around. It was as if a flower made of blood had bloomed in the air. It looked extremely beautiful but bloody and terrifying. Chu Nan was also slapped in the lower abdomen by the void break martial artist's counterattack and immediately felt an irresistible terrifying force surge over. He felt a sweetness in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was sent flying. Although he had long calculated and barely dodged, it was impossible for him to completely dodge the attacks of the other two void break martial artists. Bang! Bang! The other two void break martial artists punched Chu Nan's back and kicked his lower back. Two terrifying cracking sounds sounded from Chu Nan's body. The spine on his back and waist broke at the same time and he spat out another mouthful of blood. His body had already twisted into a strange shape. Seeing that Chu Nan was heavily injured, the two void break martial artists were overjoyed. Just as they were about to continue chasing, they suddenly felt a flame suddenly rise around their bodies, instantly turning the surrounding space into a dazzling red color. This flame appeared without any warning, completely beyond their expectations. Moreover, this was not an ordinary flame. Not only was the temperature abnormally high, but it also had a strange energy fluctuation attribute, causing the energy shields automatically set up around their bodies to be a little unable to resist. As soon as the flames rose, they felt a violent heat wave surge towards them. Their hair was instantly scalded, and even their clothes burned in a few places. The two of them were shocked and could not be bothered to pursue Chu Nan. They hurriedly circulated their internal breath with all their might and mobilized spatial energy to suppress the flames and isolate the heat wave. However, when they finally suppressed the surging flames and their vision recovered, Chu Nan's figure was no longer in front of them. Looking around, they discovered that a figure covered in green and white light had already circled around them and was actually flying towards the fleet. Even under such circumstances, Chu Nan's flying speed was still shocking. In just a few blinks of the eye, he had already flown to the edge of the fleet and was close to the nearest small low-altitude shuttle. With just a glance, they knew that they could not catch up at all and simply gave up chasing. Seeing that Chu Nan was already close to the fleet, the two of them looked at each other and revealed puzzled expressions. The previous few times, this kid had forcefully exchanged injuries. After heavily injuring a void break martial artist on their side, he immediately relied on his speed to escape. Then, he relied on a special cultivation method to quickly recover from his injuries and turn around. Why did he not do that this time? Even if his cultivation method was special, it was impossible for him to completely recover from such serious injuries in such a short period of time. What could he do by rushing into the fleet like this? Chapter 571. Chu Nan quickly gave an answer. He, who was surrounded by green aura and white light, flew in. The two void break martial artists in charge of defending immediately faced him. However, the white light on his body suddenly flourished as if he had turned into a bright white ball of light. At the same time as the white light, the green aura surrounding his body also exploded. The faint green color turned into a dense green color that was so thick that water seemed to be about to drip out. It caused Chu Nan's heavily injured body to instantly straighten. Not only was his waist and back intact again, but his originally pale face also became rosy in the blink of an eye after spitting out blood, revealing an extremely healthy color. Life explosion. After fighting with Sand Eagle's fleet so many times, this was the first time Chu Nan had used the life explosion that these geniuses had learned from Angie Prairie. As soon as he used it, he immediately felt the activity of every cell in his body increase greatly from his head to toe, from his internal organs to his skin. His internal breath immediately became extremely active. Even the thoughts in his mind spun and his thoughts changed much faster. As a result, the effect of using the flame of life and high-frequency vibration internal breath had increased greatly. The speed at which his injuries recovered was extremely shocking. In a few breaths, he had completely recovered from a terrifying injury like a broken spine. This was the magical effect of life explosion. Previously, Angie Prairie had used life explosion to temporarily obtain the effect of breaking through the cosmic heaven's gate. She was comparable to an initial stage void break martial artist and could fly freely in the sky. Now that Chu Nan had used life explosion, he felt that every inch of his muscles were filled with strength. The internal breath in his dantian rolled and surged. Although it was not as easy to accurately control as before, in terms of strength, it had more than increased. Chu Nan did not have the time to experience this effect. At this moment, the two void break martial artists in charge of intercepting had already arrived in front of him. With a shout, his internal breath circulated and he threw a punch. The huge internal breath brought about an even larger spatial energy. At the same time, he used the elemental fire cultivation method to turn the spatial energy into monstrous flames. His entire body immediately turned into a fire phoenix with a wing and pounced at one of the void break martial artists. Although that void break martial artist was shocked by Chu Nan's momentum, he was powerful after all, so he was not completely distracted by him. When he recalled that Chu Nan had clearly just been heavily injured, and even if he used a secret technique to urge it, it was impossible for him to unleash any powerful strength, he bluntly threw a punch back. Boom! A muffled thunder suddenly sounded in the sky. A terrifying shockwave spread out from the intersection of their fists, instantly destroying the 3 nearest small low-altitude shuttles into pieces. The entire right arm of the void break martial artist who was fighting Chu Nan was completely shattered. The right half of his body had also become tattered and deformed. He was sent flying like a piece of trash and ruthlessly collided with another small low-altitude shuttle not far behind him, forcefully smashing a huge hole in the middle. As for Chu Nan, his body only swayed slightly and a blush flashed across his face. He did not even spit out a mouthful of blood as if nothing had happened. The other void break martial artist was shocked when he saw this. The strength of this void break martial artist who was responsible for guarding this location was similar to him. They were both at the peak of the second stage void break realm and were only a step away from becoming a third stage void break martial artist. However, he could not even block Chu Nan's punch. Seeing Chu Nan turn to look at him, the remaining void break martial artist sphere soared. Without thinking, he turned around and flew into the distance. He was only a void break martial artist hired by Sand Eagle with money. He did not have the slightest intention of fighting for Sand Eagle. He was definitely unwilling to lose his life for him. He did not know why this kid suddenly erupted with such terrifying strength. If he still stayed behind to endure it, he might be sent flying like his companion. Compared to his life, money was nothing. Seeing that the remaining void break martial artist had actually fled, Chu Nan was stunned. This was the first time he had tried to use life explosion. He also did not expect it to have such a good effect, causing his strength to suddenly be equivalent to a third stage void break martial artist from the initial stage void break martial artist. With his super perception and precise control of spatial energy, the power of this punch was naturally extremely terrifying. Now that the defense here had been forcefully torn apart by a punch, Chu Nan glanced around and chuckled. His figure moved without holding back and he actually flew in a straight line in the air. All the small low-altitude shuttles that blocked his way were forcefully destroyed by his body. In just a few breaths, he had already rushed to a war fortress that was originally surrounded. However, just as he was about to slap the energy shield of the war fortress, he suddenly felt several terrifying auras attacking from all directions. Chu Nan frowned and instantly determined that even if he had the time to analyze the characteristics of the energy shield of the war fortress and disperse it with a palm, the few terrifying auras closest to him had definitely struck him without holding back, preventing him from dodging. However, if he gave up just like that, the opportunity he had painstakingly created would only be fleeting. The next time he came, the other party would be prepared. Even if he forcefully used life explosion to increase his strength, it would probably not be so easy to rush into the core area of the fleet, let alone have the chance to destroy the war fortress. Several thoughts flashed through his mind, and he quickly made up his mind. Damn, I'll give it my all. Chu Nan gritted his teeth and ignored the few terrifying auras that were already approaching. He stretched out his palm and pressed it on the energy shield outside the war fortress. His internal breath seeped out and instantly, through the various reactions of the energy shield, he accurately deduced that the characteristics of this energy shield were no different from the energy shields of the few war fortresses he had destroyed previously. He was overjoyed and his internal breath instantly exploded from his palm. Spatial energy that was deliberately triggered by his internal breath and also in a high-frequency vibration state collided with the energy shield, instantly triggering a resonance with the entire energy shield. The energy shield flickered with a dazzling 7-colored light. It swayed twice and disappeared. At this moment, the fastest auras had already pounced on Chu Nan's side. It was impossible for him to completely dodge. He could only take a deep breath and condense his internal breath on his back. At the same time, he circulated the flame of life with all his might. Coupled with the effect of life explosion, the white light shot out from his body was even stronger, and it was almost impossible to see his original appearance. Bang, bang, bang. A few terrifying auras collided with Chu Nan's back. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his body immediately flew out at high speed. A moment later, he collided with the thick outer wall of the war fortress. Chu Nan had long made a precise calculation and forcefully endured the force on his back. He took the opportunity to borrow a portion of the force and fused it into his punch. Boom! Due to the fact that Chu Nan was in danger, he naturally could not have enough time to condense the strongest internal breath and spatial energy. Therefore, the power was far inferior to the punch that destroyed the first war fortress. However, even so, when this punch struck the war fortress, it still forcefully punched a huge hole in its extremely thick metal shell. The force invaded all the way in and caused a series of intense explosions inside the war fortress. The huge body of the war fortress did not seem to be affected much, but the speed of its flight clearly slowed down. Even the height of its flight began to decrease. Clearly, Chu Nan's precise punch had seriously damaged its power core, causing it to be unable to maintain its speed and height. With the effect of his attack, Chu Nan did not have any intention of fighting. His figure moved and he prepared to leave immediately. He did not have the ability to continue fighting. Not to mention that more than 10 void break martial artists from the Sand Eagle had already surrounded him aggressively. Even if he was in a good state, he was definitely not their match. Because he had forcefully suffered several attacks just now, almost all the bones in his back had shattered, and his internal organs and meridians were severely injured. How could he continue to fight? However, Chu Nan still accurately controlled his powerful internal breath. While continuing to maintain the effect of life explosion, he used the goddess song and flame of life. He planned to recover from his injuries as soon as possible and escape the enemy's encirclement. Just as he circulated the goddess song cultivation method and the green aura on his body seeped out, his body suddenly shook. The green aura instantly transformed into a dense black color. Immediately, his entire body seemed to have been enveloped by black smoke, and then as if he had lost all momentum, his entire body fell from the sky. Chapter 572. This change was too unexpected. Everyone was stunned and did not react. This guy had clearly just broken through the monitoring defense they had set up extremely powerfully and destroyed the war fortress that should have been tightly protected by them in front of them. He had even forcefully endured the combined efforts of several void break experts and still looked fine. It simply made people despair in his strength and develop thoughts that it was difficult to block or even resist. How did he fall in the blink of an eye? Lord, what should we do? The subordinate pointed at the monitoring video on the virtual screen. It was tracking and showing that Chu Nan was still emitting black gas and was completely falling at high speed. Kansas frowned tightly. Chu Nan's current situation was too strange. Although he guessed that Chu Nan should have been heavily injured to cause this abnormality, the impression he had of him was too deep. He did not dare to believe that such a troublesome guy would collapse so easily. If this was a trap that Chu Nan had deliberately set up and he rashly sent people to pursue, he would reveal a flaw and be caught by him again. He would find a chance to destroy the only remaining war fortress. Then, even if this operation would not completely fail, it would cause a huge commotion. If this caused his final action to be incomplete, he would not be able to explain it to the leader. He knew very well that Dakota had died directly in this kid's hands in the last operation. After his deputy escaped, he was directly executed by the leader. Kansas did not know why the leader thought so highly of the Rand clansmen in the Holy Mountain and the two martial arts techniques of the Rand clan, but he knew that if the operation was not successful, his life would definitely not be easy. Just send a few people to take a look. The others can continue. Kansas pondered for a moment and was halfway through his instructions when he was interrupted by his subordinate's exclamation. Sir, they're charging forward. Kansas raised his eyebrows and saw that the surveillance video showed that nearly half of the dozen or so void break martial artists who had rushed to Chu Nan's side had flown towards him, who was falling at high speed. Clearly, they planned to pursue him. Idiot. Kansas immediately cursed. Do we need to use so many people to chase after them? Hurry up and return to protect the remaining war fortress. Pass the order to them to return and leave only 2. He still did not finish his sentence. A change occurred. There were a total of 7 void break martial artists flying towards Chu Nan. After the 2 at the front approached him, they were clearly afraid that there was a trap. They did not attack immediately and instead mobilized their spatial energy to attack him from afar. However, as soon as their attack entered the black gas surrounding Chu Nan's body, it was like a clay ox entering the sea. It did not cause any reaction and disappeared without a trace, as if it had been safely swallowed by the black gas. After a moment of hesitation, when they saw that Chu Nan still did not react and the speed at which he fell became faster and faster, the 2 of them still could not resist the thought of snatching this credit. One of the void break martial artists moved and rushed over to punch Chu Nan in the black gas. However, as soon as his fist touched the black gas, it immediately climbed up his right fist as if it had found a target. The right fist he swung was enveloped by black gas. The flesh on the back of his hand actually quickly shriveled, as if it had lost all life in an instant. In his moment of shock, all the flesh, meridians, and bones on his right fist completely disappeared. Even the bones quickly withered and dried up. In a breath, his entire hand had already turned into something like dry wood. Seeing the black gas climb up his palm to his arm, this void break martial artist was shocked. Without thinking, he forcefully endured his body that was continuing to charge forward and flew back. However, the black gas still enveloped his right fist and covered his wrist. In all places enveloped by the black gas, the flesh was completely necrotic, and the bones quickly cracked. It looked extremely terrifying. This void break martial artist gritted his teeth, raised his left hand, and waved it at his right wrist. His entire right wrist immediately broke as if it had been cut by a sharp blade. The remaining small wrist quickly fell from the sky with the ball of black gas. Before it fell far, it was completely drowned by the black gas. Soon, it turned into a ball of black smoke and dissipated. As for the flesh and bones on his wrist, they had actually completely disappeared. Seeing this scene, the other void break martial artist who followed up with a palm strike was shocked and hurriedly retracted his palm. However, the black gas had already touched his fingertip and spread along his entire palm. He took a deep breath and did not dare to hesitate. His left hand gently cut off the finger that was covered in black gas and stopped it from spreading. Seeing that these 2 void break martial artists had already ended up like this after only touching the black gas, the other 5 void break martial artists who chased over felt a strong chill in their hearts. What cultivation method was this? It could actually directly devour human flesh and even bones. Moreover, it was obvious that this was not a cultivation method that Chu Nan had consciously used. He was still surrounded by black gas and was still falling at high speed in a free fall. It did not seem like he could control himself. This is impossible. In the small low-altitude shuttle used as a flagship, Kansas looked at the monitoring screen in front of him and screamed, his voice filled with fear. This is actually the exterminating heart technique. How is this possible? Extinguishing heart technique. The subordinates beside him revealed shocked expressions. Impossible. How could that kid know the exterminating heart technique? The exterminating heart technique was the #1 cultivation method in the Milky Way that only the royal family of the Declan Empire could master. It was impossible for that kid to know it, unless he was a member of the royal family of the Declan Empire. However, this was clearly impossible. If he was really a member of the royal family of the Declan Empire, as long as he revealed his identity, he could easily protect all the Rand clansmen with a casual sentence. Sand Eagle would definitely not dare to have any thoughts of resisting, so why did he have to go through so much trouble to personally take the risk? Kansas quickly rejected his guess. Although the effect of the black gas surrounding this kid's body looked a little similar to the legendary exterminating heart technique that could destroy everything in the world, it was impossible for it to really be the exterminating heart technique. However, regardless of whether it was really the exterminating heart technique, it meant that this kid was definitely not simple. Kansas pondered for a moment and quickly made a decision. Passed down the order to send out 10 void break martial artists to watch that kid die. Even if you can't attack, you have to watch him carefully. Even if he's dead, you have to bring his corpse back. Kansas's intuition told him that if he could crack the secret of this kid's cultivation method, his gains would be even greater than capturing the entire holy mountain of the Rand clan. However, just as he sent out his order, an extremely dazzling figure that flickered like a small sun suddenly flew in from outside the monitoring video and collided with Chu Nan, who was still surrounded by the black gas. Then, he quickly fled with the black gas. In the blink of an eye, he had completely disappeared from everyone's vision and the greatest range of monitoring. This change was even more sudden. It took Kansas a long time to remember that before that kid appeared, the shining white figure had already appeared. Now, it seemed that they were actually accomplices. Kansas turned to look in the direction where the other party had disappeared. He was in a daze for a moment and could only smile helplessly and shake his head. The other party's speed was shocking, and he could not catch up at all. In any case, if that guy dared to hug Chu Nan, he would definitely be corroded by the black gas. It was obvious that it was impossible for Chu Nan to survive, so he did not need to care about them. Now that that kid was no longer harassing them, they could finally deal with those Rand clansmen in peace. Alright, reorganize yourself and set off. With Kansas' order, although Chu Nan had attacked a few times, the extremely huge fleet still headed towards the Holy Mountain. Chapter 573. Angie Prairie hugged Chu Nan tightly, but she did not dare to get too close. She could only hug him tightly with her arms and maintain an awkward posture of pushing him as far as possible. The black gas on Chu Nan's body also spread towards her, but when it touched the white light produced by her life explosion state, it naturally melted like the night encountering sunlight and could not really spread. However, she could only stop the black aura from spreading, but she could not completely stop it from corroding her arms that were hugging Chu Nan. The skin at the front of her arm continuously turned black and withered under the influence of the black gas, but it was filled with vitality again because she had activated the flame of life, causing it to become lustrous and rosy again. Then, it was corroded by the black gas and turned black. The flame of life and the black gas seemed to have treated her arms as an intense battlefield and were continuously fighting. The part that came into contact with Chu Nan was almost completely charred and withered. However, under the effect of the flame of life, it was not directly destroyed and disappeared like the two void break martial artists of the Sand Eagle. Instead, it could still persist in being complete. The further part was filled with black and white canine teeth. They advanced and retreated. In such an intense battle, Angie Prairie only felt every cell in her arm scream. It was as if tens of thousands of needles were piercing through her arm at the same time. Countless hands were tearing her muscles. The pain that ordinary people could not endure continuously wreaked havoc in her nerves, causing her to frown tightly. However, she could only frown and did not dare to let go at all. In fact, while enduring the pain, she had to try her best to burn her life and activate an even stronger flame of life to pour into Chu Nan's body. As soon as she picked Chu Nan up, she discovered that the light of the flame of life seemed to have a certain suppression effect on the black gas surrounding his body. Although it could not completely dissipate the black gas, it could clearly help Chu Nan temporarily stabilize his situation. After flying for a few kilometers at high speed with Chu Nan in her arms, Angie Prairie turned around and heaved a sigh of relief when she discovered that the void break martial artists of the Sand Eagle did not chase after her. Her body in the air turned around and drew a huge arc. After nearly 20 minutes, she circled back to the super small low-altitude shuttle that was parked southeast of the location of the battle. After entering the cabin door, Angie Prairie carefully placed Chu Nan on the ground of the ultra-small low-altitude shuttle. She discovered that the black gas did not affect the metal ground of the shuttle, causing her to be slightly relieved. However, in the blink of an eye, because she had left the influence of her flame of life, Chu Nan's body clearly became even more ashen. Angie Prairie did not dare to be negligent. Without any hesitation, she stretched out her hand again and pressed it on Chu Nan's chest through the black gas. The flame of life was activated with all her might. Affected by the flame of life, the black gas around Chu Nan faded slightly. His body no longer continued to be gray and his situation stabilized. However, when Angie Prairie glanced at Chu Nan's body covered in black gas, her expression did not relax at all. Less than half an hour had passed since Chu Nan's mutation. All the exposed skin on his face, neck, and arms had turned gray and even revealed a trace of black color. Clearly, he was being affected by the black gas. Although the speed at which he changed was far inferior to the effect of the black gas on others, if it continued, he would ultimately be completely defeated until his entire body was charred black, and then he would turn to dust like the palms of the two void break martial artists. Angie Prairie pressed one hand on Chu Nan's chest and urged the flame of life with all her might. Her other hand opened her personal terminal and sent a communication request to Supremacy Ovally. However, the request was still not picked up after a long time. Angie Prairie could only give up and send the short message of help to Supremacy Ovally. She closed her personal terminal and lowered her head to look at Chu Nan. After thinking for a moment, she reached out to tear Chu Nan's clothes and completely exposed his body. As expected, his entire body had turned gray at this moment. Only the situation in his chest was clearly stronger. Clearly, it was affected by the light of the flame of life emitted by Angie Prairie's hand on his chest. Seeing this situation, Angie Prairie frowned and thought for a moment before pressing both hands on Chu Nan's chest. As expected, the black gas decreased a little in the range of the flame of life. Then, she lowered her arm and discovered that because of the obstruction of her clothes, the effect of her arm on Chu Nan was slightly weaker than her palm. After experimenting twice to confirm this situation, Angie Prairie stood up and completely removed her clothes. Then, she picked up Chu Nan and lay down on her back. She placed him on her body and hugged him tightly. Her entire body was pressed close to Chu Nan's face, chest, arms, and legs. If one looked at their posture, it was simply extremely ambiguous. It could even be said to be seductive. However, Angie Prairie did not have any unnecessary thoughts. While she hugged Chu Nan tightly, she continuously observed the situation on his body. She discovered that although the black gas that was stuck to his body was limited, it could not help him improve at all. The part that she did not stick to was still changing his skin, flesh, and blood bit by bit, causing his situation to continue to turn bad. Angie Prairie knew that this was clearly not enough. Without hesitation, she activated Life Explosion. With the powerful enhancement of Life Explosion, the white light on her body flourished, and the effect of the flame of life became much more obvious. Affected by the white light, the black gas on Chu Nan's body was clearly suppressed and even showed signs of decreasing. Originally, Chu Nan's entire body was covered in black gas. Now that Angie Prairie was urging the flame of life and life with all her might, she discovered that the black gas slowly faded where she was pressed against Chu Nan. Even his skin began to recover the luster of life. The black color completely faded and the gray color began to change to a normal skin color with a plump and rosy feeling. Angie Prairie was overjoyed when she saw this and urged the flame of life with all her might. However, even if her understanding of the flame of life had deepened after these few days of cultivation, urging the flame of life with all her might in this state of life explosion still exhausted her internal breath extremely quickly. Moreover, compared to internal breath, life force was the greatest problem. By burning her life force like this, the consumption of her life force was even more exaggerated. She did not master the goddess Son like Chu Nan and could not replenish her life force. According to the current situation, it would not take long for her life force to be completely exhausted. At that time, because she could not continue to maintain the flame of life, not to mention save Chu Nan, even she would be unable to protect herself and be swallowed by the black gas. However, Angie Prairie did not care about these questions. She stared at Chu Nan's eyes that were close to her and only had one thought. Chu Nan, you must live. Chapter 574. Ever since he started cultivating martial techniques and his body was continuously tempered, it had been more than 10 years since Chu Nan experienced the feeling of cold. However, he was very cold now. It was very cold. This cold was not the kind that seeped in from the outside because of the cold. Instead, it seemed to have come from the depths of his bones and seeped into every bone, blood vessel, nerve, and even every cell. He could not dodge it. He could not help but want to shrink his body to resist this bone-chilling cold. However, he discovered that he had completely lost control of his body. Not only could he not control his limbs, but he also could not even control his fingers and eyelids. To be precise, he discovered that every part of his body seemed to have suddenly lost its vitality and was completely disconnected from his nerves. It was as if he had suddenly lost the concept of a body. Dead? Chu Nan could not help but have this thought. This feeling reminded him of the situation when all the meridians in his body were almost broken after the battle with Marok in the West Cloud Planet's martial arts competition last year. However, this time, it was even more thorough. That time, only his meridians had been broken, causing it to be very difficult for him to sense the existence of his body. This time, it was not very difficult, but there was nothing at all. Was he really dead? Chu Nan could not help but recall this question again. Perhaps it was because the bone-chilling cold made Chu Nan lose the ability to think, but he was still very calm. After this question appeared in his mind, he did not think of much. He only naturally saw a few faces. Father, mother, Xiaoxi, Dongfeng. These family members who were the most important to him and the people closest to him in recent years flashed past his eyes one after another, instantly bringing about countless memories. In an instant, the memory arrived at the nearest moment from the earliest memory. Then, Angie Prairie's goddess-like face, which was always accompanied by a carefree expression that did not match her appearance, appeared in front of her and occupied the clearest position. I hope this fool doesn't take the risk to rush into such a group of people and save me. Supremacy Ovally is about to arrive. As soon as this thought appeared, Chu Nan suddenly felt a ball of warmth envelop him, causing his mind to instantly shake, and he immediately left the environment that was filled with death. This warmth was not only pure warmth. The warmth that seeped through not only made the cold he felt clearly fade, but it also brought about an extremely exuberant life force, causing him to instantly understand that he was still alive. This fool still came. Chu Nan sighed in his mind. Apart from Angie Prairie, it was impossible for anyone else to release such warmth and life force. In the end, this guy still rushed into Sand Eagle's fleet to save him as Chu Nan was worried. Fortunately, Angie Prairie clearly relied on her speed to forcefully break out because Chu Nan did not sense any other attacks. Having lost all perception of the outside world, Chu Nan could only rely on the warmth he felt to determine the situation. At first, he only felt some warmth on his chest. After a while, there were some changes. Then, he felt his entire upper body being completely enveloped by warmth. Then, the warmth flourished and enveloped his entire body. A weak white light appeared in front of his eyes. Chu Nan knew that Angie Prairie must be urging the flame of life to treat his injuries. However, he also knew that his current injuries were not a problem that the flame of life could resolve. Strictly speaking, he was not suffering from external injuries, but a cultivation method problem. In order to find an opportunity to destroy the war fortress from the extremely tight defense of the Sand Eagle fleet, Chu Nan used the life explosion he had just learned from Angie Prairie for the first time. Although this increased his state and his strength greatly increased in a short period of time, allowing him to really rush in and successfully destroy a war fortress, in the state of life explosion, his control of spatial energy was no longer as precise as before. When he tried to use the flame of life to quickly recover from the serious injuries caused by the void break martial artists and find a chance to escape, a change occurred. The Song of the Goddess could indeed strengthen life force. This was the most magical thing about the Rand clan's cultivation method. After Chu Nan's cultivation and research, he relied on his powerful data ability to further evolve this cultivation method. From there, he could directly transform spatial energy into life force and use the endless life force to quickly recover from his injuries with the flame of life. Before this, it was fine for him to use it like this every time. This time, because he was under the effect of life explosion, he had lost his precise control of spatial energy, so there was a problem. The moment he tried to continue transforming spatial energy, his construction of spatial energy deviated very subtly. This deviation was very small, but it was precisely such a small deviation that the reconstruction and transformation of spatial energy became a completely different form. Originally, this spatial energy should have been reconstructed and transformed into life force, but because of this small deviation, it completely turned into the opposite. Instead, Chu Nan instantly felt a deathly aura. If he was in a good state at that time, he could have immediately forcefully turned around. However, he was already heavily injured at that time and was under the strengthening effect of life explosion. This deviation immediately expanded and quickly made him completely lose control of all the spatial energy. This death aura quickly spread, and in the blink of an eye, he lost all control of his body. He even felt like he was really dead. Chu Nan knew very well that if he wanted to turn this situation around, he had to regain his control of spatial energy and convert this death aura into life force. Fortunately, the existence of Angie Prairie stabilized the situation in Chu Nan's body and even relieved it. However, Chu Nan also knew very well that it was impossible for Angie Prairie to maintain this state for too long. He had to think of a way himself. If it was an ordinary martial artist, they would definitely be helpless in this situation and not know what to do. However, Chu Nan had a similar experience and a powerful data ability, allowing him to have an extremely precise perception and control of his surroundings. After calming down, Chu Nan willed and sensed that the warmth in his chest was the strongest. He focused his thoughts there. After a while, he suddenly felt a strange aura flowing over there. He instantly focused his mind and grasped this aura firmly. He let this trace of aura circle his chest a few times. After absorbing the warmth in his chest to become stronger, Chu Nan controlled it to circulate along the warmth he felt in his entire body. As it circulated, it could also encounter the same strange aura that flashed past. Then, it was also grabbed by Chu Nan and fused into this trace of aura. After circulating this for a few cycles, this trace of aura quickly became strong and turned into a warm current. Soon, it formed a cycle in Chu Nan's body. After the cycle was completed, Chu Nan separated more than 100 thinner threads of warm current and stretched out in all directions. Soon, this warm current covered Chu Nan's entire body and also formed a complete cycle that he was very familiar with. It was the new self-created cultivation method cycle of the 6th level of the 9 revolutions technique that he cultivated combined with the other 36 internal breath cultivation methods. With the circulation of his entire body completed, the warm internal breath in Chu Nan's body quickly grew stronger when he could not resist. Then, it collided with the death aura that was still raging in his body. In fact, it was the product of losing control of the goddess song cultivation method. In fact, the moment he lost control, Chu Nan had already known what the problem was and how to resolve it. However, his body had completely lost control and he could not resolve it. Now that his internal breath had recovered, Chu Nan's mind spun. With the help of his powerful data ability, he began to control these spatial energies bit by bit and recover the lost land. This process was extremely difficult at first. He almost had to start from the tiniest cell. It was only with the help of that warmth that he could barely control the death aura and transform it into life force according to the goddess song cultivation method to recover this cell's vitality. Then, he started with this cell and further transformed the surrounding cells to push forward bit by bit. Fortunately, the warmth had always surrounded him, causing the death aura to be greatly suppressed. It could allow Chu Nan to patiently control and transform it bit by bit. Although it was very slow at first, the speed of transformation became faster and faster. From a cell to a group of cells, to a piece of skin, to a piece of flesh, a meridian, a bone. As he continuously recovered, Chu Nan felt the warmth surrounding his body weaken bit by bit. Of course, he understood that this should be because Angie Prairie could not hold on anymore. However, Chu Nan did not dare to be anxious. At this moment, he could not make any mistakes, not only to save himself, but also for Angie Prairie. He activated his powerful data ability with all his might. Chu Nan controlled all his internal breath to the limit, and his use of the goddess song and transformation of spatial energy were also exquisite to the limit. Finally, he completely expelled the last trace of death aura from the main part of his body and regained control of his body. He opened his eyes. Chapter 575. As soon as he opened his eyes, Chu Nan first saw a pair of closed eyes. Then, he sensed the heavy breathing and the not-so-warm and soft touch on his face. He was stunned for a moment before he reacted. He tilted his head back and saw Angie Prairie's entire face again. However, after seeing it clearly, he was immediately shocked. Now, the skin on Angie Prairie's entire face was gray with a hint of black. Her originally extremely healthy and rosy skin had completely dimmed at this moment without any redness to speak of. It was no longer something that could be described as having a bad complexion. At a glance, she looked like a dead person. Moreover, her breathing was extremely slow and uneven. She breathed out more than she breathed in. She looked weak, and no matter how one looked at it, she seemed to be close to death. Chu Nan hurriedly moved his arm and wanted to carefully observe Angie Prairie's situation, but he discovered that she was like an octopus wrapped around him. Even in such a situation, she still hugged him tightly and refused to let go. Chu Nan lowered his head and discovered that not only was he naked, but even Angie Prairie was also naked. The two of them hugged each other tightly in an extremely ambiguous posture. However, at this moment, he no longer had any ambiguous thoughts. After struggling a few times and realizing that he still could not break free, he did not forcefully break free anymore. Otherwise, he might cause damage to Angie Prairie. He carefully looked at Angie Prairie's situation and discovered that in just a short while, the grayish-white color on her face had become even thicker. The darkness in her skin had also deepened, and the body that was pressed against him could barely feel any warmth. Clearly, her life force had been severely exhausted and she was already close to exhaustion. Chu Nan did not dare to hesitate and immediately circulated the internal breath that he had just condensed with great difficulty. He suppressed all the chaotic thoughts in his mind and mobilized all the spatial energy he could mobilize to convert the goddess song cultivation method into life force. Due to the accident just now, he was especially careful when transforming. He focused all his attention on all the spatial energy and did not allow any mistakes. Fortunately, he had already come into contact with the life explosion state. Even if his body was still weak and his internal breath was not as strong as usual, with his powerful data ability, his control of spatial energy had still recovered to an extremely precise level. Under his precise control, every bit of spatial energy was not wasted. It was completely transformed into life force by him and his entire body was instantly enveloped by green light. At this moment, his entire body was tightly touching Angie Prairie, making it convenient for him to transfer the life force he had transformed into her body. In the cabin of the super small low-altitude shuttle, strands of green energy appeared out of thin air and entered Chu Nan's body. Then, they surged into Angie Prairie's body through the blessing of fate cultivation method. Under the effect of a large amount of life force, Angie Prairie's body quickly stopped declining. Then, she quickly regained her life force at a visible speed. Chu Nan could clearly sense warmth starting to seep out of Angie Prairie's body. The color of the skin on her face that was close by also began to change from gray to black bit by bit. It first turned gray, then white, and then traces of redness seeped out. The cells on her skin seemed to have come alive again and began to emit a redness and luster filled with life. Angie Prairie's breathing gradually calmed down. The breath that originally came out of her nostrils carried a trace of corruption, but now, it had recovered to a fresh and healthy state. It even felt warm on Chu Nan's face. Even Angie Prairie's body gradually recovered its rosy luster. The smell emitted from every pore even emitted a trace of a pleasant and elegant fragrance. Feeling this scene, Chu Nan finally heaved a sigh of relief. He felt secretly relieved. Fortunately, he woke up at the right time. Otherwise, if he had woken up a little later, Angie Prairie might have completely lost her life. Then, even if he cultivated the goddess song to the top, or even if that legendary goddess mag was reborn, it was impossible for her to return. Chu Nan did not dare to imagine the result if Angie Prairie was really dead. At the thought of this, he could not help but hug Angie Prairie tighter. However, with this force in his mind relaxing, he immediately felt the soft touch that was pressed against his entire body again. Then, he recalled that he and Angie Prairie were both naked now. Oh my! Although he had already been naked in front of Angie Prairie a few times and was already used to it and did not feel ashamed, this was the first time she was naked in front of him. Not to mention that the two of them were stuck together like this. If others saw this, they would not be able to clear their names. Chu Nan could not help but struggle twice more and want to quickly escape this situation. However, probably because of her obsession before she fell unconscious, Angie Prairie still hugged him tightly, causing him to not dare to use too much strength. At this moment, perhaps because she was woken up by Chu Nan's actions, Angie Prairie's eyelids moved and she suddenly opened her eyes. Their gazes collided. Angie Prairie's face first revealed a trace of confusion, then ecstasy. Ah, that's great. Chu Nan, you're awake. You're fine. Are you really fine? You're alive. Chu Nan grinned and revealed a sincere smile. Angie Prairie, thank you for saving me. If not for you, I would have died just now. Thank me for what? Angie Prairie blinked. If I was in danger, would you not save me? Nonsense, of course I'll save you, Chu Nan replied without any hesitation. Then there's no need to say this nonsense. In short, it's great that you can live again. If you die, Angie Prairie suddenly frowned, as if she did not know what to say for a moment. She thought for a moment and nodded. Yes, I'll always be very unhappy. I definitely won't be willing to see you die. I told you before. Yes, I understand your thoughts. Chu Nan looked at Angie Prairie, who still had a carefree expression as if she did not know that he had just returned from the brink of death and sighed in his mind. Indeed, it was meaningless to thank this girl. About that, you should let go of me first. Chu Nan twisted his body and blushed. Due to Angie Prairie being too agitated earlier, she hugged Chu Nan and twisted her body a few times. Chu Nan's feeling of her body was even more obvious, so he naturally felt even more awkward. Oh, Angie Prairie reacted and was not as shy as Chu Nan. She loosened her arms and let go of him before jumping up. Chu Nan, you must have used the blessing of fate to replenish my life force, right? I feel even better than before. You. Angie Prairie suddenly stopped and her gaze landed on Chu Nan's lower body. She looked at it seriously with a strange expression. No wonder I felt something pushing against me just now. Chu Nan lowered his head and immediately cried out in shame. He hurriedly covered his face and it immediately turned red. I didn't do it on purpose. This is a normal physical reaction. Chu Nan raised his head and discovered that Angie Prairie was still standing in front of him naked. She did not have any intention of covering herself and just stood there openly. He could not help but say angrily, "Can't you put on your clothes first?" Angie Prairie looked down at herself and smiled indifferently. "Isn't this good? Didn't you say a few times that it was unfair that I was the only one who saw your naked body? Now that I've seen it for you, is it fair?" Chu Nan weakly slapped his forehead and knew that he could not talk to this guy about common sense. Moreover, it was obvious that Angie Prairie's attitude towards Chu Nan was completely different from others. Perhaps in her heart, she had long treated him as a special existence, so much so that she did not feel any problem being naked in front of him. "No matter what, you should put on your clothes first." Chu Nan waved his hand weakly. "Otherwise, when I see you like this, I won't be able to focus on recovering my internal breath. It's not good for others to see you like this. Who else is here?" "What?" Angie Prairie just shook her head indifferently when the two of them suddenly felt something amiss at the same time and looked into a corner of the cabin. The spatial energy in the corner fluctuated abnormally, and a black vortex appeared out of thin air. A moment later, a figure appeared from the vortex. Chapter 576. Chu Nan was shocked. Although his body had yet to recover, he immediately jumped up and assumed a battle posture. Angie Prairie's reaction was the opposite. The moment the black vortex appeared, she already revealed a happy expression. After seeing that figure appear, she immediately let out a cheer filled with surprise and pounced over. "Master! Master!" Chu Nan was stunned and focused his gaze. With just a glance, he recognized it. The figure that suddenly appeared was Supremacy Overly. "Angie Prairie, aren't you fine?" Supremacy Overly reached out and hugged her. Her face was filled with doubt, but then she revealed a surprised expression. "Hey, why are you naked?" After saying that, her gaze landed on Chu Nan and she glanced at him before turning pale with fright. "Kid, why are you naked too? What are the two of you doing?" Before Chu Nan could answer, anger appeared on her face and she stared at him. "Kid, I remember warning you last time. Even if Angie Prairie really likes you, you're not allowed to act so casually. Do you pretend not to hear me? Or do you dare to ignore my warning?" Chu Nan felt very awkward and could only cover his lower body with both hands and explain, No, Supremacy Overly, you've misunderstood. It's not like that. That's not the case." At this moment, Supremacy Overly was simply like an angry mother who had discovered that her daughter had been tricked into bed by a brat who suddenly appeared. Her eyebrows stood up and she glared at Chu Nan as if she wanted to eat him. "You're telling me that's not the case with the two of you in this state? You've really misunderstood." Chu Nan smiled bitterly. "There's nothing between me and Angie Prairie. It's just some accidents." Supremacy Overly glared at Chu Nan and turned to look at Angie Prairie from head to toe. Her expression suddenly softened. It seems that you haven't really touched her. However, in this state, do you still want to say that you don't have that thought?" Chu Nan wanted to cry but had no tears. He had just been thinking that if he and Angie Prairie were seen in this state, they would really not be able to clear their names. He did not expect that they would really be seen now. This person happened to be Supremacy Overly, who should not have seen this situation the most. "Master, why are you so angry?" Angie Prairie suddenly blinked and asked Supremacy Overly in confusion. "Why would I be angry?" Supremacy Overly asked. She looked like she wanted to curse Angie Prairie, but after glancing at her, she waved her hand and grabbed the clothes that Angie Prairie had taken off on the ground. She handed them to her. "Put on your clothes first." "Oh." Angie Prairie obediently put on her clothes. Supremacy Overly looked at Chu Nan again. "Kid, aren't you wearing your clothes? Could it be that you want me to help you put them on?" Chu Nan looked around and smiled helplessly. I really can't find any clothes to wear now." Supremacy Overly frowned again. Her gaze swept past the clothes that had been torn into pieces by Angie Prairie in a hurry, and her expression became extremely strange. After glaring at Chu Nan for a while, her expression suddenly calmed down and she said, "All right, tell me what's going on. I don't believe you're so bold, so what happened just now? Angie Prairie, why did you send me a message to call for help?" Chu Nan glanced at Angie Prairie in surprise. He did not expect her to send such a message to Supremacy Overly when he was unconscious. From this, it could be seen that Angie Prairie was not confident in saving him just now. However, she still did it and almost lost her life to save Chu Nan. When he thought of this, Chu Nan was touched. However, it was not convenient for him to show anything in front of Supremacy Overly. He only looked at Angie Prairie deeply and waited for her to explain. Seeing that Chu Nan did not have the intention to speak, Angie Prairie explained what had happened to Supremacy Overly in detail. When she heard that Chu Nan had actually run to harass the Sand Eagle's fleet alone, Supremacy Overly glanced at him and sneered, giving an evaluation of overconfident. However, after hearing that he had really destroyed 2 war fortresses, she looked at him with a trace of surprise. When Angie Prairie said that Chu Nan was suddenly surrounded by black gas and had lost control, she frowned slightly and revealed a thoughtful expression. In the end, when she heard Angie Prairie say that she had activated the Flame of Life and Life explosion to save Chu Nan, she did not make any comments. However, when she heard that in order to pursue the best effect, she took off their clothes and tried her best to stick to Chu Nan, she berated with an extremely strange expression. "Nonsense." However, she only berated them and did not reprimand them further. After hearing Angie Prairie's explanation, Supremacy Overly finally looked at Chu Nan calmly, but her gaze was even stranger than before. After staring at Chu Nan for a long time, she waved at him. "Come here." Chu Nan hesitated for a moment before obediently walking over. Come, show me your situation just now, Supremacy overly said and glanced at Chu Nan. You can do it, right? Chu Nan was a little frightened by her gaze as if he had been seen through. He did not dare to refute and directly raised a hand. He flipped his palm and activated his internal breath. Threads of spatial energy gathered. At first, they transformed into strands of green aura that reflected life force, but then, there was a strange fluctuation and they turned into black gas. Seeing this black gas, Angie Prairie raised her eyebrows. Without thinking, she raised her hand and activated the flame of life with all her might. She pressed her palm on it, clearly planning to help Chu Nan suppress this black gas. However, her hand was blocked by Supremacy overly midway. Don't move and watch carefully. He's fine. Angie Prairie glanced at Supremacy overly in surprise and then at Chu Nan in worry. Her gaze landed on the ball of black gas in his palm and discovered that it had always been surrounding his palm. Not only did it not affect his palm, it could not even escape the range of his palm. Clearly, it did not pose any threat. Supremacy overly stared at the black gas for a moment before reaching out with a finger. The black gas immediately swarmed over like a shark that had suddenly smelled blood and surrounded Supremacy overly's finger. Supremacy overly's finger clearly did not have any defense. In the blink of an eye, the black gas corroded her finger until it was completely charred and shriveled, looking extremely terrifying. Angie Prairie and Chu Nan did not have any thoughts of worrying about her and only looked at her in confusion. Seeing that her entire finger was about to be swallowed by the black gas, Supremacy overly suddenly released a ball of gentle but extremely solid white light that instantly dispersed all the black gas in Chu Nan's palm. Her finger quickly recovered its smooth, red, and complete state and did not look like it had been swallowed by the black gas at all. Chapter 577. I heard from Angie Prairie that you've already successfully cultivated the goddess song cultivation method of the Rand clansmen. Supremacy overly turned to ask Chu Nan. Yes, I've already successfully cultivated the initial cultivation method. As for a high-level cultivation method, I don't have the chance to learn it for the time being, Chu Nan replied honestly. Supremacy overly nodded and lowered her head to look at her finger in thought for a moment. When she looked at Chu Nan, she frowned and had an extremely strange expression. I've always been curious why the goddess Mag is called the goddess of life and death in the legends of the Rand clan. Now, it seems that you've found the reason. Chu Nan and Angie Prairie looked at each other in confusion. What do you mean? Supremacy overly shook her head and asked instead of answering, where did you learn this cultivation method? Chu Nan opened his mouth and was about to answer when he suddenly thought of the high priest of her tribe in the holy mountain of the Rand clan. He was immediately shocked. Supremacy, I'm afraid we don't have time to say this now. We should hurry to the holy mountain. They're definitely being attacked by the Sand Eagles people. Hearing Chu Nan's words, Angie Prairie also reacted. She immediately pulled Supremacy overly and hurriedly said, Master, let's hurry up and leave. Chu Nan was injured because he wanted to stop the Sand Eagles fleet. If we don't go now, it might be too late. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Supremacy overly waved her hand and Chu Nan hurriedly rushed to the driver's seat. Angie Prairie also rushed over without a word and operated with him. She instantly activated the super small low-altitude shuttle and rushed towards the holy mountain. Supremacy overly, who was standing behind the two of them, watched as Chu Nan, who was still naked, busied himself on the console. Beside him, Angie Prairie naturally assisted. The two of them cooperated extremely well and did not feel any discomfort. The expression on their faces immediately became extremely subtle. The latest mini low-altitude shuttle was extremely fast. Although they were more than 300 kilometers away from the holy mountain, they arrived in less than 10 minutes. When they were still far away, they could already see that the top of the holy mountain was completely enveloped by the Sand Eagles fleet. Hundreds of small low-altitude shuttles and the only remaining war fortress occupied the sky like a black cloud, leaving no gap. At this moment, the holy mountain below could only open the sky and could not counterattack effectively. However, the energy of the Sky Dome had almost been exhausted in the previous attack and had not had the time to replenish it. Now that it had suffered another fierce attack, the Sky Dome could not hold on much longer. It continuously flickered with a five-colored light that brought about shocking ripples, and it could not easily block the attack like before. According to this trend, the next strike might directly break through the Sky Dome. Chu Nan glanced and discovered that under such powerful firepower, even IHO and the other Void Break martial artists did not dare to fly up to fight. Of course, it was useless even if they flew up. The remaining nearly 20 Void Break martial artists brought by the Sand Eagle were eyeing the fleet covetously. As long as IHO and the others dared to fly up, they would definitely be ruthlessly surrounded. Under the huge difference in numbers, even if they had a special array formation, it was impossible for them to last long. They might not even have the chance to escape into the sky. Master, let's go. Seeing this situation, Angie Prairie immediately stood up from her seat and said to Supremacy overly excitedly. Supremacy overly shook her head and pointed at Chu Nan. Kid, since you caused this, you're responsible for resolving it. Ah. Angie Prairie widened her eyes and looked at Supremacy overly in disbelief. Master, don't tell me you plan to let Chu Nan go alone? He just suffered such a serious injury. Isn't he fine now? Supremacy overly looked at Chu Nan and pointed outside the cabin. Go. Master, do you want Chu Nan to die? Angie Prairie anxiously wanted to say more, but Chu Nan stood up and waved his hand with a smile to stop her. Don't worry, the Supremacy doesn't want me to die. She just wants to see my current strength. Coincidentally, even if you don't say it, I actually want to fight these guys from the Sand Eagle and test the new power I've just experienced. With you holding down the fort, it's too wasteful for me to not use such a good opportunity. Supremacy overly's expression was calm and she did not say anything as if she did not hear Chu Nan. Chu Nan did not say anything else. He only waved at Supremacy Ovally and Angie Prairie before opening the door of the ultra-small low-altitude shuttle and flying out. Seeing Chu Nan disappear from the cabin door, Angie Prairie suddenly turned around and snorted at Supremacy Ovally. A ball of white light suddenly erupted from her body and she activated Life Explosion to fly out of the cabin door. Supremacy Ovally was stunned at first, then she laughed. Heh, you've finally grown up. You actually learned to lose your temper at me. Supremacy Ovally took a step forward and her body had already left the shuttle. She floated in the void outside and looked at Chu Nan and Angie Prairie who had already flown towards the Sand Eagle fleet. Kid, let me see if you're worthy of Angie Prairie. As soon as Chu Nan flew out of the cabin door, he felt a trace of regret and almost turned around to go back on the shuttle. It was not that he was frightened by the huge Sand Eagle fleet, but that he did not remember until he flew out and was blown by the wind that he was not wearing any clothes. It would be strange if those people who flew to find trouble with Sand Eagle naked were not treated as perverts. However, since he had already flown out, it was impossible for him to fly back. He would definitely be laughed at by Supremacy Ovally. Chu Nan could only brace himself and continue flying. Before he could fly far, Chu Nan suddenly felt something strange behind him. He turned around and saw a white light flying over at high speed. Chu Nan was stunned. He stopped and waited for a moment before Angie Prairie flew to his side. What are you doing here? Chu Nan asked in surprise. To help you, Angie Prairie replied without hesitation. Master is unwilling to attack. I can't just watch you come alone, right? If I come too, Master will definitely help us if there's any danger, so you don't have to be afraid. Chu Nan did not know whether to laugh or cry. I'm not afraid. Supremacy Ovally only wants to test my ability. Coincidentally, with her around, I don't have to worry about the safety of the Holy Mountain and fight the Sand Eagles people properly. There are many void break martial artists on the other side who are similar to me. If I don't make good use of such a good opportunity, it'll be a waste. Is that so? Angie Prairie glanced in the direction of the Sand Eagle fleet. Alright, I also feel that I've improved greatly these few days. I can take this opportunity to test if I can face these void break martial artists head on while using Life Explosion. Chu Nan glanced at Angie Prairie in worry. He thought for a moment and did not persuade her to return. Instead, he instructed, alright. However, remember, if you maintain the Life Explosion now, your grasp of internal breath and spatial energy will decrease. Your strength is still different from after you truly broke through the cosmic heaven's gate. If anything happens, retreat immediately, understand? Angie Prairie grinned. Don't worry, Master has thrown me into similar situations countless times since I was young to test me. In terms of life-saving and escape skills, I'm much stronger than you. Chu Nan could not help but roll his eyes. Supremacy Ovaly's way of educating Angie Prairie was really abnormal. To think that she had the nerve to be dissatisfied with the abnormality this girl displayed. If there was a chance, even if she was a star-grade martial artist, Chu Nan planned to fight for Angie Prairie. Hey, Chu Nan, what are you thinking? Let's go. Angie Prairie waved at him. Chu Nan shook his head and threw away the distracting thoughts. He looked at the Sand Eagle fleet that was still attacking densely in the distance and nodded. Go. Chu Nan waved his hand and a powerful internal breath light lit up on their bodies at the same time. They flew towards the Sand Eagle fleet like two meteors. Chapter 578. Lord, that kid, is here again. The subordinate pointed at the monitoring screen in front of him in fear and even stammered. Which kid? Kansas frowned. As soon as he asked, he immediately reacted, no way. He instantly rushed to the virtual screen and looked at the scene on it. He could not help but curse softly. Damn, this kid is actually not dead. Isn't he annoying? Why is this kid naked? Is he a pervert? His subordinate looked at Chu Nan, who had become clearer on the monitoring screen, and revealed his naked body with a strange expression. Yes, this kid must be a pervert. If he was not a pervert, why did he always want to challenge their huge fleet alone? One had to know that he had almost died just now. However, this kid was not only abnormal in front of so many people. The most abnormal thing was clearly his terrifying recovery ability. He had clearly been heavily injured a few times and had almost become a dead person on the spot just now, but he could always run out energetically after a period of time. Calling him an annoying fly was looking down on him too much. One had to know that when they were calculating the losses previously, their huge fleet had lost 2 war fortresses, 26 small low-altitude shuttles, and even heavily injured 10 powerful void break martial artists. They had even frightened a hired void break martial artist into fleeing. How was this a fly? It was clearly a nightmare that everyone could not forget. Lord, what should we do? The subordinate asked. Kansas frowned and thought for a moment. When he saw that Chu Nan was already infinitely close to the fleet on the monitoring screen, he stood up and said in a low voice, pass down the order, leave 5 void break martial artists to protect the war fortress. The rest of you, stop that kid with all your might. You must not allow him to approach the fleet at all costs. Then what if the Rand clan sends out a void break martial artist? How can those frightened trash dare to resist? Ignore them. After saying this, Kansas opened the cabin door and flew out. This time, he finally decided to personally deal with Chu Nan. Seeing that the attack on the Holy Mountain was about to succeed, he could not allow any mistakes to happen at this moment. As soon as he flew out of the small low-altitude shuttle, a violent explosion sounded behind him on the left. Kansas turned around in surprise and saw a dazzling white light pass through the flames and fragments of the explosion of a small low-altitude shuttle. It was flying towards another small low-altitude shuttle with all its might. Damn it, this guy has an accomplice. Kansas cursed softly. When he saw that the other void break martial artists had already surrounded Chu Nan because of his order, he changed his direction and faced the white light. An intense explosion entered Chu Nan's ears. He glanced in that direction and could not help but sigh. I say, Angie Prairie, although we have supremacy overly backing us now and don't have to worry so much, you don't have to cause such a huge commotion from the beginning, right? Fortunately, with a glance, he saw that most of the void break martial artists in the fleet were flying towards him. Only one figure flew towards Angie Prairie, and Chu Nan was relieved. Angie Prairie was currently in a state of life explosion. Her strength had temporarily increased, and it was enough to fight a low-level void break martial artist. Even if she encountered an expert of the same level as Dakota, she could last for a period of time. Coupled with her increase in strength these few days and the new high-speed flying technique, as long as she was not courting death, it was impossible for her to be easily killed. Under the care of Supremacy Ovally, he did not need to worry about her safety. In comparison, Chu Nan should still worry about himself. Looking around, there were actually more than 10 figures flying straight at him, putting on an aggressive appearance as if they were planning to besiege him. Every figure represented a powerful void break martial artist, so how could it be so easy to block? Chu Nan did not plan to block. He circulated his internal breath and spatial energy surrounded his entire body. His flying speed suddenly became abnormally fast, and he transformed into a white light that diagonally rushed into the fleet. Then, before all the void break martial artists who surrounded him could react, his body forcefully collided with the nearest small low-altitude shuttle. Thump! A muffled sound erupted from the small low-altitude shuttle, but it did not directly explode like the others in the fleet had imagined. Instead, it only created a huge hole. Chu Nan actually collided with the cabin of the small low-altitude shuttle. The void break martial artists who were still a distance away were stunned. What did this kid plan to do? Could it be that he felt that he was not a match for a group of people and planned to rely on a small low-altitude shuttle to counterattack? After Chu Nan forcefully collided with the small low-altitude shuttle, he saw more than 10 stunned faces. The crew of this small low-altitude shuttle all looked at Chu Nan in a daze. For a moment, they did not know how to react, let alone dare to react. They knew very well that they definitely could not do anything to Chu Nan, but they were very puzzled as to why he suddenly barged in. Chu Nan's gaze swept past and landed on a male passenger who was about the same size as him. His figure flashed and he arrived beside the passenger. He slapped him unconscious and took off his clothes under the frightened gazes of the other members. Seeing Chu Nan's actions, the expressions of the other passengers became even more stunned. What did this guy want? Chu Nan quickly told them the answer. After pulling off the passenger's clothes, Chu Nan gestured twice and picked out one of the pants to put on. However, he threw the shirt that was stained to the side and nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Although it was a little indecent to be half-naked, at least his lower body was not as bare as a pervert's. His gaze swept past the other passengers who had frightened and strange expressions. Chu Nan chuckled and turned around to fly out of the small low-altitude shuttle. As soon as he flew out, he saw 3 void break martial artists from the Sand Eagle surrounding him from the upper left, front, and lower right. He reached out to pull up his pants that he had just put on. He circulated his internal breath with all his might, and white light flickered on his body. He had actually entered the life explosion state immediately. He closed his eyes and quietly experienced the effect of entering the life explosion state on all aspects of his body, especially the effect of his internal breath control and spatial energy. After absorbing all the subtle data into his mind, Chu Nan suddenly opened his eyes which were filled with light. With a flash, he instantly flew to the void break martial artist flying over from the right and slapped him. That void break martial artist was shocked, but as a powerful third-stage void break martial artist, he was not afraid and threw a punch back. His only worry was that Chu Nan would not use the same method as before. However, Chu Nan did not do that this time. When he saw the other party's counterattack, the palm shadows that filled the sky were retracted and finally turned into a palm that slapped the other party's fist. Bang! This firm and straightforward collision actually caused the body of the void break martial artist to tremble violently and he was sent flying by the force of Chu Nan's palm. While he was still shocked, his vision blurred again. Chu Nan's figure flashed and he instantly caught up to his flying body before slapping out again. He was shocked and hurriedly raised his right arm to block in front of him again. Chu Nan's palm landed and easily broke through the defense in front of him. His palm landed on his chest and a dense black gas appeared in his palm. That void break martial artist felt an extremely terrifying force strike his chest. At the same time, the flesh, bones, and internal organs in his chest were instantly corroded by the black gas. In the blink of an eye, he lost all his life. His chest emitted a muffled sound and he sank. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with countless internal organs. His entire body fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Chapter 579. At first, when she saw Chu Nan's body collide with the small low-altitude shuttle, Supremacy Ovally, who was watching the battle from afar, had a puzzled expression. She did not know what Chu Nan was doing when more than 10 void break martial artists were about to surround him. Apart from wasting time, what else could he do? However, after a moment, when she saw that Chu Nan was naked and had a pair of pants below, Supremacy Ovally could not help but laugh. This kid actually thought of this problem at this moment. Then, she saw that the 3 void break martial artists had already approached. Supremacy Ovally stopped smiling and focused on observing. Strictly speaking, Supremacy Ovally was not very familiar with Chu Nan because she had only seen him 3 times until now. Every time they met, the duration was very short. However, through Angie Prairie, Supremacy Ovaly's understanding of Chu Nan was not weak. She was not surprised that Chu Nan could successfully break through the cosmic heaven's gate because she knew that his martial arts talent was not weak and could even be said to be extremely strong. He had also created a special cultivation method like high-frequency vibration internal breath. Coupled with the flame of life that Angie Prairie had taught him, he had improved the flaws in his body. It was only natural for him to break through the cosmic heaven's gate. The only thing that surprised Angie Prairie and truly made her praise Chu Nan was the time he chose to break through the cosmic heaven's gate. If any martial artist knew that they had the chance to perfectly break through, they would think of all ways to do it perfectly and not let themselves have any regrets. At that moment of danger, in order to protect the villagers that Angie Prairie wanted to protect, Chu Nan chose to break through without any hesitation and even succeeded. Supremacy Ovaly knew very well how much determination and judgment were needed to do this, and even more so, great courage. If it was any other martial artist, the first choice would probably be to abandon those villagers and escape. However, Chu Nan chose to do that and successfully broke through in the shortest period of time before killing a powerful enemy. Just based on this, Supremacy Ovaly had already acknowledged Chu Nan from the bottom of her heart. She felt that not only did he have the talent and perseverance of a martial artist, he also had the courage and belief that many martial artists lacked the most. If it was said that Supremacy Ovaly did not like Angie Prairie and Chu Nan being too close in the past, after this incident, her thoughts had already changed. However, she did not expect to see such a scene after receiving Angie Prairie's help message and trying her best to rush over immediately. In a narrow and sealed environment like a small low-altitude shuttle, anyone would think of one thing when a pair of man and woman were both naked together. If not for the fact that Chu Nan's breakthrough to the cosmic heaven's gate had changed Supremacy Ovaly's impression of him, her first reaction might have been to slap him to death. Although she heard Angie Prairie's explanation and understood the entire situation and knew that she had misunderstood Chu Nan, when she recalled that he had actually hugged Angie Prairie naked for a long time, Supremacy Ovaly still could not help but feel angry. She raised Angie Prairie and treated her as her own daughter. Now, such a kid had taken such a huge advantage. How could she endure it? It was precisely because she was still angry that although Supremacy Ovaly had the ability to destroy Sand Eagle's fleet with a flick of her finger, she still did not plan to attack and instead asked Chu Nan to deal with it himself. Apart from wanting to make Chu Nan suffer, Supremacy Ovaly also wanted to see how far he had grown. The first time she met Chu Nan, he had not even entered Star Cloud Academy and was only an ordinary internal breath realm martial artist. Although it could be seen that his talent was outstanding, his future was not optimistic. However, the second time they met, Chu Nan had already become a peak 5th stage internal breath martial artist. He was only a step away from breaking through the cosmic heaven's gate and even had the possibility of perfectly breaking through. Now, on their third meeting, this kid had actually perfectly broken through the cosmic heaven's gate. He even had the ability to fight a huge enemy with dozens of void break experts alone. Such a terrifying growth speed was really unprecedented by Supremacy Ovaly. Apart from that, Supremacy Ovaly was also a little curious. The ball of black gas Chu Nan had used earlier clearly came from the mutation of the goddess song cultivation method, but there had never been any similar records regarding this cultivation method in the Rand clan. She was very curious about the effect of this mutation. Therefore, when they saw Chu Nan really face the 3 void break martial artists, even Supremacy Ovaly diverted most of her attention to him, leaving only a small portion to pay attention to Angie Prairie on the other side. The process of the battle surprised Supremacy Ovaly. With a glance, she could tell that Chu Nan's true strength was only slightly stronger than an initial stage void break martial artist, but it was limited. Even if he activated Life Explosion and forcefully increased it, he would at most be comparable to a 3rd stage void break martial artist. Moreover, because of the negative effect of Life Explosion, he had actually lost a portion of his greatest advantage, precision. This was what made Supremacy Ovaly feel unbelievable. No matter what martial technique Chu Nan used or cultivation method he cultivated, it was extremely precise as if there was never any mistake. He was simply like a robot. However, he had the flexibility and comprehension that it was impossible for a robot to have. He could always analyze a cultivation method extremely thoroughly in a short period of time and accurately master the essence of this cultivation method and find the most suitable cultivation method for himself. Be it the preparations before breaking through the cosmic heaven's gate or learning the flame of life from Angie Prairie, Chu Nan fully displayed this extremely obvious trait. Supremacy Ovaly could not figure it out and could only call it talent. With this, not only did Chu Nan's cultivation speed far exceed other martial artists, but he could always unleash combat strength that exceeded his own level in battle. However, now that he had entered the life explosion state and his precise control had decreased, it was really hard to say if his combat strength would increase or decrease. Moreover, the reason why such a change had happened to Chu Nan previously was because he had activated the goddess song cultivation method in the state of life explosion, causing the spatial energy to lose control and the life force to transform into death energy, almost dying. Now that he still chose to do this, was he not afraid that this would happen again? The reality proved that Chu Nan had once again displayed his strongest trait, or rather, talent. Not only did he perfectly unleash the strengthening state brought about by the flame of life, but he even used the cultivation method mutation he had just experienced in his attack. He actually dared to use this mutated cultivation method to deal with the enemy after suffering a loss and even obtained abnormally good results. His opponent clearly had the strength of a 3rd stage void break realm expert, but he was half dead in just 2 exchanges, displaying Chu Nan's extremely powerful combat strength. Supremacy Ovaly looked at Chu Nan, who was about to fight the other 2 void break martial artists in the distance, and could not help but pinch her chin. This kid really makes people want to study him. Chapter 580. Seeing that their companion was nearly killed by Chu Nan in a few breaths, the two void break martial artists who rushed over were shocked. Their bodies that were originally pouncing at Chu Nan at high speed could not help but pause. However, this pause allowed Chu Nan to accurately grab the gap. His figure flashed and he passed through the two of them towards the core of the fleet, the remaining war fortress. This was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, causing a commotion. They had already let Chu Nan destroy two war fortresses. If he destroyed the last war fortress, even if the Holy Mountain's sky dome was already at the end of its rope, it would take more effort to deal with it. Therefore, without any orders from Kansas, the other void break martial artists desperately increased their speed and intercepted Chu Nan. However, Chu Nan did not seem to be in a hurry. When he saw that someone was blocking him, his body drew an arc in the air. After forcefully shattering a small low-altitude shuttle, he instantly rushed to a lone void break martial artist with flames and fragments. Without giving the other party much time to react, Chu Nan risked his life again and immediately made this void break martial artist feel restrained. In the end, Chu Nan completely grasped the opportunity. In a few moves, he accurately slapped him away. Not only was the internal breath on this palm powerful, but most importantly, it also emitted a black gas that seemed to be able to swallow life. With just a palm, it almost completely crippled the entire abdomen of this void break martial artist. When he flew out, his breathing was already weak, and it was obvious that he could not survive. Of course, Chu Nan was not completely unharmed. He was also punched in the chest by the other party's counterattack. Although it was not fatal, two bones were broken and he spat out a mouthful of blood. However, this injury that was very serious to others was nothing to him. The flame of life was activated with all his might with the help of a high-frequency vibration internal breath. Coupled with the goddess song, his entire body was enveloped by white light and green light. He only maintained his high speed and flew 2 rounds with the dozen or so void break martial artists who surrounded him before he was mostly fine. Previously, his entire body had suddenly emitted black gas and he had almost died on the spot. It was because he had used the flame of life and the song of the goddess at the same time while maintaining the life explosion that the transformed spatial energy had lost control and turned into death energy. However, after his previous experience, Chu Nan had already memorized the complete relevant data. With his powerful data ability, he naturally would not let himself fall into the same situation again. Now that he had also entered this state, although Chu Nan's control of his internal breath and spatial energy had decreased, because of his experience and vigilance, he could always forcefully turn around before he lost control. Although it was not that precise and exquisite, it could still maintain a nearly perfect state and would not affect the circulation of his internal breath and recovery of his injuries. Naturally, he was not worried that he would go berserk again. After his injuries healed, Chu Nan suddenly turned around and accurately found a lone guy among the void break martial artists chasing after him. His figure flashed to his side and he heavily injured the other party at the price of taking a palm strike. The corners of Supremacy Ovally's mouth could not help but twitch. This kid was simply fooling around. Was there anyone who fought like him? Relying on the flame of life and high-frequency vibration internal breath that could quickly recover from injuries, every time this kid fought, he would actually fight until both sides were injured. This was the fastest way to achieve results and usually, the outcome could be determined in a few moves. Moreover, Chu Nan would always pay the price of being heavily injured to try and directly kill the other party. Clearly, he had a huge advantage. However, his battle method was too dangerous. If the enemy's cultivation method was special and made it very difficult for him to use the flame of life and high-frequency vibration internal breath to quickly recover, or if he made a mistake in his judgment and was injured more seriously, then no matter how powerful his recovery ability was, he would completely be in trouble. Of course, from the looks of it, Chu Nan's judgment was always extremely precise. He could always find the most fatal or even the only gap in the enemy's defense and obtain the advantage. However, there was no room for mistakes in a battle between experts. As long as he made a mistake, he would be doomed. No, I have to warn this kid. This method is too dangerous. He's the guy Angie Prairie likes. If he keeps playing like this, he might die one day. Won't Angie Prairie be sad? Supremacy Ovally frowned slightly and made up her mind. As for Angie Prairie, Supremacy Ovally turned her gaze to the figure emitting a dazzling white light further away and did not know whether to laugh or cry. The enemy who faced Angie Prairie alone was clearly much stronger than the dozen or so void break martial artists who surrounded and intercepted Chu Nan. Angie Prairie had only exchanged a few moves with him before she knew that she could not fight him head-on. She did not stay long and turned to escape. However, so be it if she fled. Every time the other party wanted to give up, she would actually turn around and exchange a few more moves with him, causing him to counterattack and escape. Relying on her extremely shocking flying speed, Angie Prairie had actually been flying around the periphery of the fleet with that expert. She was neither far away nor fighting the other party head-on. It was obvious that she had been holding the other party back. Of course, Supremacy Ovally knew why Angie Prairie did this. The strength of the enemy she was fighting was clearly superior to the others. If she allowed him to join the encirclement of Chu Nan, then the weak advantage he had against the other dozen or so void break martial artists would easily be shattered with his precise judgment. It would be impossible for him to walk on a tightrope like now. She's really been led astray by this kid. Supremacy Ovally shook her head and focused on the two of them. These two fellows were playing with fire now. If they were not careful, they would be in danger. If she was not careful, she might not be able to save them in time. As if confirming Supremacy Ovally's worry, the expert who had been chasing Angie Prairie originally chased after her as if he was chasing after a bone. However, he suddenly turned around and a ball of dark red light appeared on his entire body. He suddenly erupted with a speed that was several times faster than before. In the blink of an eye, he had already crossed more than a kilometer and flew into the fleet. He arrived at the airspace where Chu Nan was fighting the dozen or so void break martial artists and threw a punch at him. This happened suddenly and happened to be the moment when Chu Nan risked both sides to heavily injure another void break martial artist. The timing could be said to be extremely exquisite. Moreover, this punch was majestic and the surrounding space seemed to have been triggered. A large area of the sky turned dark red and completely enveloped the injured Chu Nan. Clearly, he did not plan to give him any chance to escape. Supremacy Overly was slightly shocked. This guy had chased Angie Prairie for so long just now, but he was actually hiding his strength. The strength he displayed now was simply comparable to a peak 5th stage void break martial artist. Chapter 581. In just an instant, the situation was completely reversed. Earlier, Chu Nan had still relied on his own strength to deal with more than 10 void break martial artists. From time to time, he could even use the flaws revealed in the place to heavily injure one of them. Then, he could rely on his powerful recovery ability to quickly recover and reduce the other party's strength step by step, gradually reversing the strength comparison between the two sides. However, now that this true expert suddenly joined, Chu Nan immediately fell into an extremely dangerous situation. His entire body was enveloped by the red cloud. Chu Nan was shocked to discover that the spatial energy around him seemed to have been completely locked, preventing him from mobilizing it at all. At the same time, the red cloud seemed to have a huge weight as it pressed down from all directions, causing an extremely terrifying pressure that made him almost unable to move. He opened his mouth and could not help but spit out another mouthful of blood. The injuries he had suffered when he fought with that void break martial artist had become even more serious and had almost affected his internal organs. Just as he spat out this mouthful of blood, a fist seemed to have filled all the space in front of him and covered him like a mountain. After falling into such an extremely dangerous situation, Chu Nan instantly became extremely calm. His mind spun wildly. Countless data he had personally sensed were crazily combined in his mind. Then, they were analyzed in a millionth of a second and came to a conclusion. Chu Nan circulated his internal breath with all his might and cleverly avoided some of his meridians that had been damaged by his injuries before gathering at his left hand that was hanging at his left waist. With the meridians that had truly been opened in his entire body and every fine meridian that had been opened, the speed at which Chu Nan's internal breath was mobilized far exceeded the imagination of other martial artists. Almost the moment his thought appeared, his internal breath had completely fused into his left hand and seeped out with all his might to perform high-frequency vibration at a special frequency. The space near his left hand was immediately affected by the high-frequency vibration internal breath. The nearby red clouds were affected by the vibration and dissipated. From the outside, it was as if the red cloud that enveloped the sky had suddenly broken open on the left of Chu Nan's body. Chu Nan opened and closed his left hand before clenching it into a fist. He threw a punch and the hole in the red cloud immediately widened. Then, his body flew out with this punch and entered the hole. Kansas mountain-sized fist shadow blasted over, but it only struck the afterimage left behind by Chu Nan's figure. In the distance, Supremacy Overly could not help but exclaim and put down her raised hand. Under such circumstances, she originally thought that Chu Nan could not dodge and planned to save him. She did not expect that he could calmly find a way to escape in such a dangerous situation and avoid this almost fatal strike. Moreover, it was really unbelievable that he could accurately implement this solution in such a short period of time. Such a shocking martial technique understanding could not even be explained by talent. Of course, this did not mean that Chu Nan was completely out of danger. Kansas originally thought that his punch would definitely kill Chu Nan, but it actually allowed him to escape. After being stunned for a moment, he sneered and his figure flashed again. He instantly caught up to Chu Nan and threw another punch. In his mind, attacking the holy mountain was no longer the priority. Killing this detestable kid was the most important goal. This damn kid had come to provoke them time and time again, causing the fleet he led to suffer huge losses and bring huge trouble to their operation. With his unbelievable recovery ability, he would come again not long after he was injured. It was simply annoying. In any case, the fleet had already begun to attack the holy mountain, and the sky dome of the holy mountain clearly could not hold on anymore. This operation had basically succeeded. Kansas did not need to worry about this anymore, so he decided to kill this kid no matter what. Kid, can't you recover very well? I'll kill you this time. Come back to life if you can. An extremely sinister smile appeared on his face. His figure flashed and he activated the Blood Sea Heart technique with all his might, bringing about a terrifying explosive force that increased his flying speed to the limit. It was almost equivalent to instant movement as he quickly caught up to Chu Nan and threw another punch. The blood cloud spread and completely enveloped Chu Nan again. Although it was unbelievable that Chu Nan had escaped under such circumstances, it did not affect his confidence in killing him. Unexpectedly, Chu Nan did not have the intention to fight him at all. He raised his hand to support his fist and waved it. After fighting him, he spat out a mouthful of blood and his body quickly fell. Kansas wanted to chase after him again, but he discovered that a small hole had opened in the sky above the Rand clan's holy mountain below, just enough to burn Chu Nan and fall in. Kansas hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he did not dare to rush into the small entrance alone. Although the strength of the Rand clan was not terrifying, there was really no need for him to take the risk. In any case, the holy mountain of the Rand clan had already been surrounded. That kid had entered the sky and was simply walking into a trap. It was impossible for him to escape, so there was no need to worry too much. The only troublesome thing was that the next time that kid appeared, his injuries would definitely recover completely. It was annoying to think about. Damn, before long, this sky dome will be completely destroyed. At that time, I'll let you die with the entire holy mountain. Kansas cursed fiercely and turned around. he discovered that the figure shining with white light that he was chasing had already disappeared. Clearly, after seeing that Chu Nan had been injured and hid in the sky, he had chosen to escape. Humph, a useless person not worth mentioning. Ignore him. With a wave of his hand, Kansas gestured for the other dozen or so void break martial artists to scatter in the sky and monitor the situation in the sky below with all their might. At the same time, he ordered the war fortress to attack with all their might. They were determined to shatter the sky dome in the shortest period of time and take down the holy mountain. In the distant sky, Angie Prairie's body was still shining with the white light that represented the burning of life. She drew a white mark in the air and quickly flew to the small low-altitude shuttle, floating beside Supremacy Ovally. "Master, are you still not planning to attack?" Angie Prairie asked. "What's the hurry? That kid isn't dead." Supremacy Ovally sized up Angie Prairie and revealed a satisfied smile. She nodded and said, "Yes, it seems that you haven't relaxed yourself these few days. You've clearly improved. You're actually able to maintain the state of life explosion for so long and remain stable. Not bad." "Of course." Angie Prairie puffed out her chest proudly. "However, I have to thank Chu Nan. If not for his deep understanding of these cultivation methods, I wouldn't have been able to improve so quickly." "Oh." Supremacy Ovally was a little surprised. "You mean that not only has Chu Nan learned it, he also has his own understanding?" "That's right." Angie Prairie smiled and nodded. "Chu Nan's talent in martial techniques is very high. I only told him the life explosion cultivation method a few times and he learned it. Moreover, he only used a few days to obtain his own understanding and can even help me improve. I feel that he might be stronger than you in this aspect." Supremacy Ovally could not help but roll her eyes and point a finger at Angie Prairie's forehead. "You've fallen for Chu Nan now, so he's good in your eyes. Alright, cut the crap. Let's go see that guy's current situation and..." At this point, a strange expression flashed across Supremacy Ovally's face. "I'm going to visit a few old friends." As soon as she finished speaking, she pulled Angie Prairie's hand and they disappeared into the air. Chapter 582. The High Priest and the group of Rand clansmen looked up and saw Chu Nan fall from the hole in the sky dome. They hurriedly surrounded him. Fortunately, Chu Nan was only injured this time and did not fall like before. While his body was still in the air, he had already mostly recovered. He twisted his waist and steadily landed on the ground. Let me tell everyone a piece of good news." Seeing everyone's worried expressions, Chu Nan revealed a brilliant smile, causing everyone to be stunned. "Good news? What good news was there at this time?" They had long seen the situation of Chu Nan fighting with Sand Eagle's people in the air. Even if he was lucky to not die on the spot, what good news could he tell them? Don't doubt me. It's really good news. I brought a very powerful helper this time. With her around, these Sand Eagle fellows are not worth mentioning." Everyone looked at Chu Nan in a daze and thought that his brain had been damaged by the Sand Eagle's people. What helper was so powerful that he could deal with this large group of experts from the Sand Eagle? If he wanted to create a miracle under such circumstances, the lowest was a heaven control martial artist. However, if he really had such a powerful helper, why did Chu Nan always go up and fight? He had almost lost his life a few times. The High Priest sighed and said to Chu Nan, "Little friend Chu Nan, I know you hope to help us escape danger and are very grateful for your efforts. Retreat with Iho and the others in a while. The Holy Mountain is already finished. I can't let you die with it." You've finally decided to retreat." Chu Nan turned to look at Iho. Iho nodded with a heavy expression. "Yes, I brought some of the old and weak people, as well as secret treasures in the clan, to evacuate from the secret passageway first. As for the High Priest and the others..." Seeing the grief on Iho's face, the High Priest smiled and waved his hand. "It's the fate of us elders and priests to live and die with the Holy Mountain. There's nothing to be sad about." Iho sighed deeply. The other elders, priests, and the other Rand clansmen also looked sad and extremely heavy. The atmosphere instantly became extremely serious. When everyone thought of the fate that the Holy Mountain was about to face, no one could relax at all. However, at this moment, a very inappropriate and impudent laugh suddenly sounded. You're really..." Chu Nan looked at the calm High Priest who put on a generous posture and then at the other Rand clansmen who were immersed in grief. He could not help but laugh. "Do you have to give up so quickly? Previously, I advised you to retreat but you refused. Don't you think it's too late to start preparing now that the enemy has arrived?" The surrounding Rand clansmen immediately looked unhappy. "You're still making sarcastic remarks at a time like this. Don't you think it's too much?" Even the High Priest who had the best cultivation had a slightly dissatisfied expression as she said in a low voice, "Little friend Chu Nan, it's indeed wrong for us to not listen to your suggestion and immediately choose to retreat, but you have to understand that the Holy Mountain is a holy land that has been passed down by our Rand clansmen for thousands of years. How can we give up so easily? Although I'm very grateful for your contribution to us, don't mention these mocking words anymore." No, I don't mean to mock you." Chu Nan waved his hand. "I just want to say that why don't you believe me? I really brought a very powerful helper this time. With him around, you don't have to retreat." Seeing that Chu Nan did not seem to be joking, everyone revealed puzzled expressions. Did he really have such a powerful helper? If there was, why did he not attack just now? Or did he let Chu Nan risk his life and be heavily injured? Chu Nan turned to look at the High Priest. "High Priest, do you still remember the Saintess skull I mentioned to you last time?" Saintess skull. The corners of the High Priest's eyes raised. The surrounding older Rand elders and priests were stunned. Most of the Rand clansmen were confused. Clearly, they did not know what this so-called Saintess skull meant. Saintess skull is really here. The High Priest was shocked, but then he waved his hand dejectedly. "It's useless even if she comes. With her strength, she probably can't defeat so many experts sent by Sand Eagle this time. Chu Nan was a little strange. Hey, High Priest, do you think Saintess Skull is very weak? Let me tell you, she's now. Heh, Zima, it's been so many years since we last met. Could it be that you think I'm still the girl who just broke through the cosmic heaven's gate back then and haven't improved at all? A crisp and pleasant voice suddenly sounded behind everyone and interrupted Chu Nan. Everyone turned around in surprise and saw a black spatial vibration vortex open. Two figures appeared. The High Priest's gaze landed on the taller figure and his body suddenly shook. His face, which had always been very calm, revealed an unbelievably shocked expression. Skull, is it really you? The few older elders and priests beside her also looked as if they had seen a ghost. They widened their eyes and looked straight at Supremacy Ovally, completely ignoring Angie Prairie beside her. Facing everyone's different gazes, Supremacy Ovally walked to the High Priest calmly and sized him up. Zima, I haven't seen you for so many years. You're really old. The High Priest carefully sized up Supremacy Ovally a few times, still in disbelief. You're really Skull. Of course it's me. What? You're old, so your memory has faded. Supremacy Ovally smiled. No, how is this possible? The High Priest shook his head. How can you still look like you were young? You haven't changed at all. I remember telling you decades ago that if I explore this cultivation method to the depths, I can regain my youth and stay young forever. You didn't believe it at that time and said that this was something that only a true goddess could do. Do you believe it now? The High Priest and the surrounding elders were stunned and did not know how to react. The other Rand clansmen looked confused. Why did Saintess Skull suddenly appear? Moreover, it seemed that she was very familiar with the High Priest and the others. From their conversation, the two sides seemed to have known each other decades ago. However, no matter how one looked at it, this Saintess who suddenly appeared only belonged to a young girl in her early 20s. The High Priests were all old, so how could they have known each other decades ago? This girl was not even born decades ago. Everyone could not help but fall silent. Just as they did not know how to face this situation, Chu Nan's voice sounded again. About that, I'm sorry to disturb your reunion, but can we deal with the enemy above us first? Hearing this, the atmosphere immediately changed. Only then did the people of the Rand clan react as if they had woken up from a dream. That's right. The Sand Eagle's people above them were still threatening the Holy Mountain and their safety. How could they care about reminiscing at this moment? Looking at the panicked expressions of the surrounding Rand clansmen, Supremacy Ovally shook her head inside. A group of annoying flies. Then she looked up at the sky. She only took a glance. Chapter 583. In the sky outside the Sky Dome, hundreds of small low-altitude shuttles of the Sand Eagle and huge mountain-like war fortresses were firing at full power, attacking the Sky Dome. The flames and particle beams brought about by countless material missiles intersected in the air and smashed into the sky, reflecting seven-colored ripples. From a purely objective point of view, the sky above could be said to be gorgeous and colorful. The scene was quite shocking. However, from the perspective of the Rand clansmen in the Sky Dome, this scene would only make people tremble in fear. They did not know when the Sky Dome would be unable to hold on anymore. The dense Sand Eagle fleet above their heads would attack and destroy the Holy Mountain. It could be said that their lives were on the line. At this moment, Supremacy Ovally looked up. With a glance, hundreds of small low-altitude shuttles that were continuously shuttling through the sky to find a better angle of attack instantly stopped. The single low-altitude flying device that was as small as a mosquito and shuttled through the fleet densely stopped at the same time. They were originally already shuttling through the air at an extremely high speed, but now, they turned from high speed to stillness in an instant, as if they were suddenly pulled by an invisible hand. The war fortress was still floating in the air, but it had lost all movement. Be it the small low-altitude shuttle, the single low-altitude aircraft, or even the intense artillery fire and particle beams released by the war fortress, they were also frozen at this moment. The missiles that were shot out could still be seen in the air, the fragments that exploded, and the flames of the explosion. However, at this moment, regardless of whether it was the missiles, the fragments, or the flames, they all froze in the air and did not move at all. Even the dozens of void break martial artists who were also flying in the air as a defense were completely stopped in the air at this moment. Not to mention continuing to fly, they did not even move their limbs. All of them still maintained the posture they were in an instant ago. Some widened their eyes, and some bent down and flew low. There was even a void break martial artist who was reaching for his crotch at this moment. It was unknown what he planned to do. Everything was intense, vivid, and active before Supremacy Ovally glanced at it. When she glanced at it, the entire sky seemed to have suddenly frozen in time. Further up the fleet, white clouds were still floating in the blue sky. They were slow and leisurely, and it was obvious that they were not affected. The large space where the entire Sand Eagle fleet was seen to have been forcefully divided from the sky above, freezing the time in this space. The extremely intense artillery fire, mechanical roars, and commotion instantly disappeared. From extremely noisy to extremely quiet, the scene instantly became extremely strange. Chu Nan blankly looked at the Sand Eagle's fleet in the sky for a while and could not help but turn around to look at Supremacy Ovally in shock. As a void break martial artist who was extremely sensitive to spatial energy, he could naturally sense that in that instant, all the spatial energy in the space where the Sand Eagle fleet was above his head had completely frozen. Under normal circumstances, the spatial energy that should have been active at any time had completely lost its vitality after that moment and was fixed in the space without moving. Since the spatial energy did not move, it was naturally impossible for the other things in the space to move. This state was no different from the entire space suddenly entering a frozen state. Moreover, this state only affected the space where the Sand Eagle fleet was, but it did not affect the parts outside this space. The The white clouds in the sky were still floating, and some weeds in the wasteland below were still swaying with the wind. A bird flew over from nowhere and barged into the space where the Sand Eagle fleet was. However, it seemed to be completely unaffected by this strange spatial situation. It glided through the fleet and even peed on the head of a void break martial artist. The bird poop fell. Just as it was about to smash into the nose of that void break martial artist, it stopped less than a centimeter away and hovered in front of his eyes. The birds flew away, but the entire fleet was still frozen. Chu Nan took a deep breath and could not suppress the shock in his heart. Was this the true power of a star-grade martial artist? In fact, in the past year, Chu Nan had seen several star-grade martial artists in a row. He had even personally experienced the attacks of the Federation Marshal and the star-grade martial artist, Kimikov. Compared to ordinary martial artists, he could be considered to have interacted with star-grade martial artists a lot. However, before this, he could only understand the power of a star-grade martial artist through various rumors and limited video information. He had never truly experienced the power of a star-grade martial artist. Now, Supremacy Overly had displayed her strength in front of him. With just a glance, the entire Sand Eagle fleet, including the dozens of void break martial artists inside, lost control of themselves at the same time. The spatial energy in the entire space was completely locked. What a terrifying force. What shocked Chu Nan even more was that Supremacy Overly could actually control the spatial energy in this large space so meticulously and precisely. She was simply moving it with her mind. The bird that flew past was the clearest evidence. Chu Nan was secretly glad. Fortunately, Supremacy Overly had suddenly appeared just now. When she saw that he and Angie Prairie were both naked, she did not attack in her anger. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to have any chance to resist. He would definitely be easily suppressed by Supremacy Overly like an ant. Not only Chu Nan, but the surrounding Rand clansmen also looked at the situation in the sky in shock. When they looked at Supremacy Overly, their eyes were filled with disbelief. In their eyes, it was extremely terrifying and unstoppable. The huge fleet that was about to destroy the Holy Mountain was actually dealt with by a glance. The High Priest looked at Supremacy Overly in a daze. His raised hands involuntarily trembled. It was unknown if he was excited, shocked, or simply afraid. This old friend who he had not seen for decades had suddenly appeared. Not only did her appearance still remain the same as decades ago, but it was also unbelievable that her strength had also obtained such a shocking increase. Such a powerful force could no longer be classified as human. It was even not inferior to the legendary heavenly god. The only person who remained calm was Angie Prairie. Having been brought up by Supremacy Overly since she was young, she was already used to the various special characteristics displayed by a star-grade martial artist. She looked at the reactions of the surrounding people, especially when she saw Chu Nan's widened eyes and shocked expression. She could not help but laugh and point at the sky as she asked, "Master, why did you leave out that guy?" Chapter 584. Everyone was stunned. They looked up in unison and discovered that not everything in the Sand Eagle fleet in the sky had completely condensed. At this moment, a person was flying left and right, looking around in a daze. Chu Nan focused his gaze and relied on the supervision brought about by the perfect body of a void break martial artist to easily recognize that the only person who was not frozen was the guy who had chased after Angie Prairie and suddenly ran over and easily injure him. Could it be that because this guy is the strongest, he's not affected? Chu Nan glanced at Supremacy Overly in confusion and felt that something was wrong. Even if the strength this guy had displayed clearly surpassed other void break martial artists of the Sand Eagle, he was only at the void break realm. To Supremacy Overly, he was probably no different from those initial stage void break martial artists who had just broken through the cosmic heaven's gate. Then why did Supremacy Overly leave him out? Seeing Chu Nan looking at her, Supremacy Overly glared at him. "What are you looking at? Kid, I left him for you to deal with. Go, kill him and return to report. If you can't kill him, don't come back." Ah. Chu Nan was shocked. "No way. You saw it just now. This guy is much stronger than the others. Aren't you courting death by asking me to fight him alone?" Angie Prairie was also shocked. "Master, that guy is indeed very powerful. Chu Nan shouldn't be able to defeat him." Supremacy Overly ignored Angie Prairie and only glared at Chu Nan. "Cut the crap and go quickly. Don't worry, I'm watching you anyway. You won't die. What's there to be afraid of?" "I'm not afraid." Chu Nan smiled bitterly and scratched his head. "However, since you've already attacked, why don't you just deal with them all? Why let me waste time with that guy? Just do as I say. If you don't dare, don't even think about meeting Angie Prairie in the future." "Ha!" Chu Nan was stunned. "What does this have to do with anything?" Angie Prairie also looked puzzled. "Master, what do you mean?" "It's fine, but I'm willing to do this." Supremacy Overly put on a serious expression as if she was not going to reason with him. "Master!" Angie Prairie raised her voice. "I'm going to be angry if you do this." Supremacy Overly looked at Angie Prairie and still ignored her. She turned to look at Chu Nan again. Facing Supremacy Overly's lightning-like gaze, Chu Nan could only smile bitterly. "Alright, since it's your idea, I naturally can't reject it." Chu Nan took a deep breath and waved at Angie Prairie with a smile. "Don't worry, with the Supremacy watching, it's impossible for me to die. As for being injured, it doesn't matter." Angie Prairie tilted her head in thought and clapped her hands. "That's right. Go then. Come back quickly." Seeing her change in attitude so quickly, Chu Nan did not know whether to laugh or cry. He could only shake his head and tap his feet before his body soared into the air. "Kid, you're not allowed to use a method where both sides suffer. Do you hear me?" Supremacy Overly's voice suddenly sounded from behind. Chu Nan turned around in shock. "Supremacy, you're..." Use the normal method to fight him. Don't always think that you can recover at any time and fight to the death with others. Do you understand what I mean? Chu Nan pondered for a moment and waved at Supremacy ovally. I understand. After saying that, Chu Nan flew up, and a moment later, he flew out of the sky and towards the Sand Eagle fleet. Master, why don't you let him use such a method? Looking at Chu Nan in the sky, Angie Prairie asked Supremacy ovally curiously. Because that method is too dangerous, and it's not beneficial to his future growth. If he's used to this method, his requirements for martial techniques will definitely decrease in the future. This is not a good thing. Angie Prairie rolled her eyes and chuckled. So you're still doing this for his own good? Supremacy ovally glanced at Angie Prairie and sneered, but she ignored the situation in the sky and walked to the high priest. Zima, after so many years, are you still unwilling to be flexible with tradition? The high priest sighed deeply and looked at the young and beautiful face of Supremacy ovally, which was already a little blurry in his memory. When he recalled the situation of the Rand clan all these years, he immediately sighed. Actually, Kansas had never thought that he would encounter such a strange situation one day. He flew around the fleet, but regardless of whether it was the ship or the people in it, they did not move at all, as if they had frozen. However, they could still float in the air without moving. Everyone was still extremely lively and filled with life, and there were no signs of death. In fact, when he approached a void break martial artist under him to observe the situation, he could clearly see his own reflection in his eyes. His pupils did not expand at all, and he was completely no different from a normal person. However, when he wanted to touch it with his hand, he felt that the spatial energy in the space had completely condensed when he was extremely close. If he stretched out his hand, the part he reached in might condense with the spatial energy. It was a problem for him to escape unscathed. After checking for a while, a trace of fear gradually arose in his heart. Yes, it was fear. As a powerful martial artist who was already infinitely close to the 5th stage void break realm and the high-level leader of the Sand Eagle, Kansas's knowledge was naturally not something ordinary people could compare to. He was certain that this almost supernatural method was definitely done by an extremely powerful martial artist. To be able to control every spatial energy in a large space so accurately and even completely condense it, the lowest should be a high-level heaven control expert. In fact, it might even be a star-grade martial artist. No matter which possibility it was, Kansas knew that this was definitely not an existence he could contend with. He did not know why the other party did not directly destroy the entire fleet, nor did he know why he was left alone. It was this ignorance that truly terrified Kansas. Who was this super expert who suddenly appeared? What did he want to do? Kansas could not even think of escaping. He knew very well that since the other party had the ability to condense the entire fleet in an instant, it was easy for him to deal with him. It was impossible for him to escape. Therefore, he looked around. After figuring this out, he stopped moving and floated in the air to wait quietly. He knew that since the super expert chose to attack in this way, he would definitely make subsequent moves. He was powerless to resist and could only wait quietly. He did not like this feeling of waiting for the verdict, but there was nothing he could do. Just as he suppressed the distracting thoughts in his mind and waited calmly, he saw a figure fly up from the sky. Looking carefully, it was Chu Nan. Chapter 585. Seeing this detestable kid, Kansas wished he could rush forward and slap him to death. It was because of him that his huge fleet had been forcefully delayed on the way. Moreover, it was because of him that they suffered heavy losses. After arriving at the Holy Mountain with great difficulty, the strength of their attacks was far from what they had expected. They had spent a large amount of time but had yet to break through the Sky Dome, causing this situation to happen in the end. However, although he hated Chu Nan greatly, he could only stare at him and not dare to attack. The super expert who suddenly attacked and used shocking methods to control the entire fleet was probably brought by this kid. Attacking him now was no different from courting death. Seeing that Chu Nan had already flown close, Kansas asked loudly, "Kid, what do you want to do? If the senior behind you is dissatisfied with us attacking the Holy Mountain, I can immediately lead the fleet to retreat and guarantee that we won't disturb you anymore." Before Chu Nan could speak, he admitted defeat. The strength of this mysterious expert who suddenly attacked was too terrifying. He was not an existence that he and his fleet could contend with, and he was even a terrifying existence that the entire Sand Eagle could not contend with. Kansas was able to become a high-level leader in the Sand Eagle organization and had dominated planet Lepler and the entire Sapphire Star field for many years. He knew the principle of admitting defeat at the right time and would definitely not be like some hot-blooded young people who would not take half a step back even if they died. He believed that even if leader Grek was here, he must have the same thoughts as him. No matter what, since the other party did not destroy the entire fleet and killed him, it proved that there was still room for discussion. Chu Nan flew in front of him and scratched his head in embarrassment. "Cough, my senior only asked me to come up and fight you. They didn't say anything else." Kansas frowned slightly. What was the meaning of sending this detestable kid to fight him at such a time? This expert's actions were really strange. He thought for a moment and asked, "Then, does this senior have any objections to this competition? You should know very well that under such circumstances, it's impossible for me to use my full strength to attack you, let alone kill you. I don't think there's any meaning in such a restrained competition." Chu Nan could not help but roll his eyes. It had to be said that what this Sand Eagle expert said made sense. It was obvious that Chu Nan had a super expert holding down the fort. Even if the other party dared to attack him, they would definitely be wary. Such a battle could not verify his true level and was meaningless. "If you can defeat Chu Nan, I'll let you and your subordinates go back." Supremacy Ovaly's voice suddenly sounded in the air, as if a player had suddenly appeared to play her voice clearly. "If you can't defeat this kid, you can die." Kansas's heart suddenly tightened. He looked around, but he could not see any other figures. This expert's strength was indeed terrifying. Senior, what if I kill him? Kill him. Supremacy overly smiled. If this kid dies, you and this fleet will naturally be buried with him. Supremacy overly suddenly stopped and continued after a moment. Oh, my disciple said that she once swore that if Chu Nan dies, she will let the entire planet Lepler be buried with him. Therefore, consider carefully if you want to kill him. Kansas gasped. This expert was too arrogant. If this kid called Chu Nan died, this super expert who sounded to be a woman would actually make the entire planet die with him? This was simply too ridiculous. Kansas had only suspected it before, but now he was certain. This super expert must be a star-grade martial artist who stood at the top of all martial artists and was reputed to have stepped into the realm of gods. He took another deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He did not want to be like those terrifying consequences and shouted, Senior, this is not fair. I understand your intention. I believe you want me to fight him seriously. However, I can't attack him with my full strength under such conditions, but he can do whatever he wants. Fair. Supremacy overly sneered. Who told you that I want to be fair to you? Alright, cut the crap and start fighting. If you can heavily injure this kid and can't fight back, it's your win. I'll let you and this fleet go, but if you can't, you should know the consequences. Kansas's breath was stuck in his chest. He felt extremely aggrieved, but there was nothing he could do. That's right, there was no fairness in this. The other party had such a star-grade martial artist holding down the fort now, so how could it be his turn to talk about fairness? Now, it was already merciful to give him a chance to let himself and the entire fleet survive. Alright. Kansas nodded and focused his gaze on Chu Nan as he sneered in his mind. Kid, so what if you have a super expert backing you now? No matter how strong that expert was, it was impossible for his strength to instantly increase. Chu Nan's strength had basically been completely displayed in the previous few harassment attempts against the fleet in the short battle just now. Although Kansas felt that this kid was a little troublesome, it was mainly reflected in his powerful recovery ability that could heal him every time he was heavily injured. Now, that super expert had said that as long as he could heavily injure Chu Nan and not fight back, he would win. This way, if this kid could not unleash his greatest advantage, how could he win? When he thought of this, Kansas was filled with confidence and waved at Chu Nan. Come. Chu Nan waited for a moment. When he saw that Supremacy overly did not say anything else, he focused his gaze on the other party's Kansas. He paused for a moment and slapped out. Although the angle of this palm strike was ingenious and its speed was abnormally fast, the force was not very great, and the spatial energy it affected was not very powerful. It could be said to be ordinary and not outstanding. When Kansas saw this, he frowned and did not understand what Chu Nan meant. However, he could not think too much at this moment. After confirming that super expert's intention, his only thought now was to heavily injure this detestable kid as soon as possible and escape. Although that super expert would most likely not go back on her words because of her identity, in order to prevent any accidents, it was best to resolve it as soon as possible. After seeing Chu Nan attack, Kansas did not hesitate to unleash his internal breath. Immediately, a sea of blood spread out and completely enveloped the surrounding space. In the blink of an eye, the sea of blood drowned Chu Nan and his figure completely disappeared into the sky. Chapter 586. Master, is he alright? Under the sky, Angie Prairie looked up nervously. Supremacy overly looked at Angie Prairie for a long time before suddenly sighing and shaking her head. Are you that concerned about him? Angie Prairie turned to look at Supremacy overly in confusion. Of course. He's my friend. Just friends. Supremacy overly seemed to be amused. What else? Supremacy overly rolled her eyes and suddenly admired Chu Nan. She knew her precious disciple's personality very well. It was very difficult for ordinary people to get along with her normally, but it was very rare for Chu Nan to get along with her for so long and be recognized as a friend by her. If it was anyone else, Supremacy overly would definitely think that the other party had special thoughts and deliberately approached Angie Prairie to achieve her goal of approaching a star-grade martial artist like her. However, Supremacy overly did not experience this feeling from Chu Nan at all. She could tell that he really treated Angie Prairie as a friend and did not have any other thoughts. This made her feel that it was unbelievable, but she admired Chu Nan even more. Wasn't it a very rare opportunity for a boy who was only 2 years older than Angie Prairie to get along so well with her? The problem was, did Angie Prairie think so? What did Chu Nan think? Supremacy overly looked at Angie Prairie's young face filled with concern and smiled. He was thinking too much. The two of them were still young. It was too early to say anything. Don't worry, this kid won't die so easily. Moreover, that guy doesn't dare to kill him. He'll be fine. As if to verify Supremacy overly's words, as soon as she finished speaking, a dazzling white light suddenly appeared in the sea of blood in the sky. As if the sun had broken through the dark clouds, it first tore open a crack, and then several white lights cracked. In the blink of an eye, the sea of blood that filled the sky was completely torn apart. It was utterly defeated, and in the end, it dissipated like smoke. Chu Nan's flickering white figure appeared and floated in the sky like a small sun. Clearly, he was not affected by the sea of blood. Kansas lowered his face and looked at Chu Nan not far away with a deep frown. Previously, when he ambushed Chu Nan, he tried to use the sea of blood to envelop him and beat him in one strike. However, in such a dangerous situation, Chu Nan was actually able to instantly tear open a hole in the sea of blood and escape, causing him to be very surprised. Now that they were fighting again, he was fully prepared. He activated the Blood Sea Heart technique with all his might and the Blood Sea Bewildering Cloud was flawless, but it was still forcefully broken by Chu Nan. He could not understand this at all. The Blood Sea Heart technique was an A-rank cultivation method, and its power was extraordinary. Ever since he started cultivating, as long as he used it, not to mention opponents of the same level, even martial artists a level higher than him would be extremely difficult to deal with. They would often suffer a small loss in the blood cloud. As for dealing with weaker opponents, it was even more effective. However, now that he used it on Chu Nan, who was clearly far inferior to him, he was repeatedly defeated and it had never worked. It was unknown what cultivation method this kid cultivated, but it seemed to be specially used to restrain the sea of blood. He easily broke through the sea of blood, but it did not seem to take much effort. Seeing that Kansas was floating on the spot with a frown of confusion, Chu Nan had the intention to tease him and shouted at him, "Do you know? I once said to the guy your Sand Eagle sent last time that you shouldn't use the same move twice on the Saint Seiya. Look, you've already used it on me once. It won't be useful anymore." Kansas remained silent with a dark expression. He did not understand what Chu Nan meant by Saint Seiya, let alone understand the story he was talking about. However, when he heard Chu Nan mention the guy sent by Sand Eagle last time, he could not help but be slightly shocked. After Dakota's corpse was brought back, the high-level leaders of the Sand Eagle, including him, did not believe that Chu Nan had killed him. This was because, from the recording information brought back by their deputy, this kid did not have such strength. After that mysterious expert suddenly appeared and restrained the entire fleet, Kansas was even more certain of this thought. Dakota must have been killed by this mysterious expert. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to not even escape. However, now that he heard Chu Nan say this kid seemed to have really fought with Dakota alone? Or could it be that he had really killed Dakota alone? No, that was impossible. Kansas shook his head lightly. He still refused to believe that Chu Nan, a young kid who was not even 20 years old, could kill Dakota in a one-on-one battle. Of course, through the short battle, his evaluation of Chu Nan could not help but increase greatly. It seemed that this kid did not only have a magical cultivation method that could quickly recover from injuries. Although he knew that the effect of the blood sea on Chu Nan was minimal, with a thought, he circulated his internal breath and the blood sea bewildering cloud spread out again, dyeing a large area of the sky red. Then, he took a step forward. His actions looked very slow, but in fact, he took a step forward and threw a punch at Chu Nan. His fist was still a few meters away from Chu Nan when a dense bloody aura assaulted him. Accompanied by an extremely terrifying aura, it completely locked onto him and did not give him any chance to dodge. Chu Nan's heart skipped a beat. Just this punch made him know that he had still underestimated the Sand Eagle expert. This guy was definitely stronger than the previous guy. This punch did not look fancy and seemed ordinary, but coupled with the powerful pressure brought about by the blood cloud, when it was thrown, the spatial energy in the entire space moved with the force of the punch. It was as if a huge fist had instantly appeared in front of him and filled his entire vision, causing him to feel that he could not dodge at all. Chu Nan almost reflexively slapped out with his palm. He planned to risk both sides being injured to make the other party retract his punch or slightly block the other party's punch so that he could find another possibility to resolve the counterattack. However, when he slapped out, he immediately recalled that before he flew up to fight, Supremacy Ovally had specially instructed him not to use a method that caused both sides to suffer. Doing this now had undoubtedly violated Supremacy Ovaly's instructions. The serious expression of Supremacy Ovaly when she instructed him flashed through his mind. Chu Nan could only smile bitterly in his mind and forcefully pull his palm back to face Kansas' fist. He had already lost the initiative in this battle. Now that he had changed his move at the last moment, he was even more unable to unleash his full strength. Coupled with the huge difference in strength between the two sides, although his palm accurately focused on Kansas' fist, the difference in strength was extremely great, so the power was naturally worlds apart. Chu Nan's body was sent flying by a punch and he looked extremely miserable. However, he did not panic. Instead, he was pleasantly surprised. Chapter 587. When he changed his move at the last minute to receive Kansas' punch, Chu Nan had already expected that he would definitely be heavily injured. However, after truly receiving this punch, although the force coming from Kansas' fist was as terrifying as expected and he was unable to completely block it, the force on his fist surged into Chu Nan's body from the point where their fists collided. However, he was surprised to discover that his meridians had actually forcefully endured this powerful force. He originally thought that he would be heavily injured, but after receiving this punch, the force on his fist was continuously worn down by the layers of internal breath fused with spatial energy in his meridians. Before long, it turned into nothingness and completely faded. This powerful force only invaded his arm and shoulder before disappearing. It could not take another step forward, so it naturally could not cause any damage to Chu Nan's internal organs. Although the meridians in his arm and shoulder had been damaged to varying degrees, especially his right palm, which was almost completely crippled, the effect of these injuries was limited and would not cause much damage to Chu Nan's overall combat strength. The most obvious thing was that after Chu Nan received this punch, he did not even spit out a mouthful of blood. Moreover, Chu Nan had let himself be in the state of life explosion from the beginning and the effect of using the flame of life was extremely good. It would not take long for such an injury to completely recover. The reason why Chu Nan had only thought of such a method to resolve the powerful force of the enemy invading his body was completely forced by Supremacy Ovally. Because Supremacy Ovally had forbidden him from using a method where both sides suffered losses, Chu Nan could not fight to the death like he did when dealing with other enemies. Even if the other party was only lightly injured and he was heavily injured, he would actually be at an advantage because of his powerful recovery ability. Chu Nan could only think of a way to ensure that he always had enough combat strength in a battle and could not be easily heavily injured. Previously, he did not feel any pressure when fighting those void break martial artists of the Sand Eagle. He did not spend much effort thinking about how to resolve the other party's strength. In any case, it did not matter if he was injured. At most, he would treat him again. Now, he was forced to think of a way, but he knew very well that his true strength was greatly inferior to the other party. It was impossible for him to directly resolve it, so he thought of a way to wear it down bit by bit. As it turned out, this method was very useful. With his powerful data ability, Chu Nan could very accurately determine how powerful his internal breath should be to wear down his defense. Only then could he effectively resolve the other party's strength and not cause too much damage to himself. Although he had changed his move at the last minute before receiving Kansas's punch, he was already prepared. When he truly threw the next punch, he activated the internal breath in his body. He did not try to block all the force outside his body but allowed it to enter. In the end, just as he had calculated, he completely resolved this huge force on his shoulder. Although he had paid the price of temporarily crippling his entire right arm, his internal organs were not injured. His internal breath was still intact, and his control of spatial energy would not be affected at all. Therefore, in short, the loss was acceptable. Most importantly, Chu Nan relied on this to find a way to last if he could not avoid fighting the other party head-on. Otherwise, with the huge difference in strength between the two of them, he might be heavily injured and lose the chance to win. Of course, there was also a problem with this. He did not know if it should be considered an internecine outcome and violate supremacy Ovalie's instructions. I don't think so. That guy is not injured. It can only be said that I was injured by the other party. It can't be said that both sides were injured, right? A thought flashed through Chu Nan's mind, and then as expected, he felt the spatial energy in the surrounding space stir wildly. After obtaining the advantage with a punch, he naturally would not let Chu Nan off so easily and attacked continuously. However, Chu Nan was already confident at this moment. From the few exchanges earlier, he had an even more accurate evaluation of the other party's strength. All kinds of data quickly flowed into his mind and easily resolved Kansas's series of attacks. Kansas was still expressionless and attacked continuously, but he gradually became anxious. This kid was clearly not strong, but his cultivation method was special and there were always some unexpected reactions. He was actually extremely skilled in external martial techniques, causing him to be unable to gain any advantage with his fists and feet. After the two of them fought for a long time, it seemed that Kansas had been maintaining his attack and Chu Nan could only desperately defend. However, in fact, other than the initial collision that injured Chu Nan, none of his attacks were truly effective. They were either cleverly resolved by him or were simply dodged. Kid, aren't you ashamed of dodging? After another punch was easily dodged by Chu Nan, Kansas could not help but shout. Aren't you ashamed that a guy who was clearly higher than me is bullying the weak? Chu Nan asked. Damn, do you think I'm willing to waste time with you? Kansas cursed in his mind and put away his distracting thoughts. His every move became even calmer. Through the battle just now, he knew that it was already impossible to rely on ordinary fists and feet to deal with this detestable kid. If he wanted to really defeat this kid, the safest way was to rely on his true strength, which far exceeded the other party. That was to rely on his stronger internal breath and use of spatial energy to slowly wear Chu Nan down. In the end, Chu Nan was only a guy who had just broken through the cosmic heaven's gate. No matter how outstanding his cultivation method was or how talented he was, it was impossible for his use of spatial energy to compare to a fourth-stage void break martial artist like him who had broken through for many years. In the end, it was only a competition of whose internal breath was deeper. How could Chu Nan compare to him in this aspect? To his surprise, after he changed his method, Chu Nan actually changed his method with him and also calmed down. He actually assumed a posture of slowly grinding it out with him. This surprised Kansas. The impression this kid had always given him was that he was extremely cunning and detestable. How could he not see through his goal of changing his method? He was already mentally prepared for Chu Nan's various strange moves to change and planned to deal with all changes by remaining unchanged. However, Chu Nan was also calm, causing him to be puzzled. However, although it was baffling, it was naturally extremely beneficial for him to exhaust his internal breath like this. As long as this kid's internal breath could not last for a period of time, he could attack with lightning speed and heavily injure him. He could obtain victory and ask that mysterious Stargrade expert to fulfill his promise and let him and the entire fleet live. As time slowly passed, the white light on Chu Nan's body clearly faded, and his internal breath was clearly much weaker. Even his flying speed had decreased slightly, so it could be seen that he had exhausted a lot. On the other hand, Kansas was still calm. Although he had also exhausted a lot, his internal breath was far deeper than Chu Nan's and the effect was much smaller. Heh, kid, why did you suddenly become stupid? Kansas looked at Chu Nan who was slapping him and could not help but feel puzzled. Could it be that this kid was being kind and actually planned to let him go? However, why did he desperately harass and stop the fleet previously? However, he did not know that there was a number continuously changing in Chu Nan's mind. 74%, 73%, 61%, 49%, 17% more. Chu Nan's entire body suddenly erupted with white light. His entire body was bright and could not be looked at directly. He threw a punch and all the light in the surrounding space seemed to have been sucked in. Only a ball of light flickered on his fist and headed straight for Kansas. In terms of fist technique alone, this punch was insignificant. It was the first move of the first stance of the Hong Clan's long fist that Chu Nan had not seen for a long time, sitting horse rush fist. However, the current Chu Nan's strength was far greater than last year. Be it the momentum or power, it was extremely shocking. Even Kansas had no choice but to treat it seriously. The more surprised he was by the power of this punch, the more puzzled he became. Such a shocking punch would definitely consume even more of Chu Nan's internal breath. Chu Nan's internal breath was insufficient to begin with, so what was the meaning of consuming such a large amount of internal breath to punch out a punch that was not a threat to him? In order to consume Chu Nan's internal breath more and make it impossible for him to retreat later, Kansas did not dodge this punch and similarly threw it. It was rare for Chu Nan to give him a chance to fight head-on, so how could he let it go? Boom! This punch condensed almost all of Chu Nan's remaining internal breath and mobilized the surrounding spatial energy to the greatest extent. In his life explosion state, the power of this punch had been calculated through powerful data. The power was even comparable to the full-strength strike of a fourth-stage void break martial artist. After exchanging this strike with Chu Nan, Kansas could not help but sway. He felt a sweetness in his throat and a trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. His meridians had been slightly damaged by Chu Nan's punch. This kid is actually able to unleash such a powerful strike. He really can't be underestimated. Just as surprise arose in his heart, he saw the dazzling white light emitted by Chu Nan instantly dim. The entire space that had lit up after Chu Nan struck out became dark. As if to complement this darkness, a dense black aura suddenly surged out from Chu Nan's body and instantly enveloped his entire body before quickly spreading. Chapter 588. Kansas's arm shook and he almost retracted his punch. Previously, when Chu Nan lost control and emitted black gas, the two void break martial artists had attacked but suffered a huge loss. Kansas had seen this. At that time, he even misjudged and actually determined that the black gas that suddenly appeared on Chu Nan's body was the exterminating heart technique that shocked the entire Milky Way for the royal family of the Declan Empire. Although this judgment was quickly overturned by him and it was obvious that Chu Nan had already lost consciousness at that time and did not take the initiative to use this strange black gas, the strange lethality of the black gas still left a deep impression on him. Now, it was obvious that Chu Nan had not lost control. He actually took the initiative to release this black gas, causing Kansas to feel very strange. Could it be that this black gas was not the result of Chu Nan's strange cultivation method losing control of his internal breath and was originally a special cultivation method of his? Could it be that he had lost control because of his inexplicable failure last time? After thinking of this, Kansas was much more relieved. As long as it was a cultivation method, there would always be traces. His strength far exceeded Chu Nan's in the end, so he did not have to worry about Chu Nan being a true threat. The internal breath in his body circulated and set up a special energy shield around his fist. The force of his fist only slowed down slightly and still reached out to Chu Nan. The black gas seemed to have instantly found its target and surged towards Kansas's fist. Kansas immediately felt as if the energy shield placed in front of his fist was being eaten by countless ants. Although it felt very slow, the energy of the shield was actually disappearing at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, it was almost completely gone. Kansas was shocked. This time, he did not hesitate to pull back his fist. When he saw the black gas surging towards him, he simply flew back and avoided the black gas. Fortunately, the speed at which the black gas spread was not fast. It was clearly impossible to catch up, so he easily dodged. Looking at Chu Nan, who was still covered in black gas, Kansas's face was filled with surprise. Previously, he had already determined that Chu Nan's strange black gas was not the exterminating heart technique, but now that he had personally come into contact with it, he became suspicious again. This black gas could actually directly devour his energy shield. Apart from the exterminating heart technique, Kansas had never heard of any other cultivation method that could do such an unbelievable thing. When he recalled that Chu Nan had destroyed the energy shield of the war fortress alone, he became even more suspicious. Apart from this suspicious strange black gas, this young kid actually had such powerful strength at such a young age. It could no longer be described as talent. If he did not have a powerful martial arts inheritance, it was impossible for him to grow to such an astonishing extent before he was 20 years old. Most importantly, it was the mysterious super expert who had yet to appear. This kid was actually able to call for the help of a star-grade martial artist. It completely exceeded the expectations of everyone in Sand Eagle and Kansas. Star-grade martial artists were existences that stood at the top of all martial artists. It was impossible for them to easily be ordered around by others, let alone come to be a bodyguard for such a young kid. They even specially forced Kansas to fight Chu Nan alone. It was obvious that they wanted to give Chu Nan a chance to train him. Kansas suddenly recalled that it was not long before the next invitation from the royal family of the Declan Empire. Every time before this, the descendants of the royal family of the Declan Empire would always think of strange methods and hurry up to improve themselves. From this perspective, Chu Nan's previous actions were reasonable. The pressure faced by the descendants of the royal family of the Declan Empire far exceeded the imagination of ordinary people, and they often did some crazy actions. It was not exaggerated for them to challenge the fleet alone like Chu Nan. The more he thought about it, the closer his guess became to the truth. It was very likely that Chu Nan had concealed his identity as a member of the royal family of the Declan Empire and came out to train. Thinking of this, Kansas took a deep breath and suppressed all his doubts and surprise. Regardless of whether the guess was true, he could only win this round. Making this guess could only make him more confident in the battle later. He recalled the situation of the energy shield being swallowed and circulated his internal breath. He slightly adjusted the energy shield and threw another punch at Chu Nan. However, it was as if Chu Nan did not discover Kansas' actions. He still floated in the air without moving and was only surrounded by black gas. Kansas sneered in his mind. Even if you are really a member of the royal family of the Declan Empire, so what if you really grasped the exterminating heart technique? Strength can't be faked. The strength of your internal breath is inferior to mine in the end. No matter how talented you are, your control of spatial energy is definitely inferior to mine. Relying on a special cultivation method might allow him to gain an advantage, but if he wanted to win, he still had to rely on his strength. Kansas threw a punch. As soon as the energy shield touched the black gas, it indeed experienced the feeling of being bitten by countless ants again. The energy shield was quickly exhausted. However, with his previous experience, Kansas' internal breath was slightly adjusted. The spatial energy in the shield became thicker and heavier, and the speed at which it was exhausted was much slower than before. Of course, although the speed was slowed, it was still extremely fast. When this punch was still far away from Chu Nan, the energy shield was still exhausted. The black gas quickly wrapped around Kansas' right fist. In the blink of an eye, his right fist had been swallowed by the black gas, and it looked slightly gray. Kansas quickly retracted his fist and retreated again. Then, he condensed his energy shield again and threw another punch. Although this energy shield was still worn down by the black gas and could not completely attack Chu Nan, he was not in a hurry. Although every attack could not be directly effective, he believed that even if Chu Nan could defend against the attacks, he would definitely consume a lot of energy. His internal breath had already been exhausted greatly in the battle just now. If this continued, he would not be able to last long. When he could no longer persist, it would be his death. Oh, no, he could not kill him. When his internal breath was exhausted, he would just heavily injure him. He believed that as a powerful star-grade martial artist, that mysterious expert should not go back on his words. Kansas, who had been distracted by Chu Nan's identity and the mysterious expert behind him, did not notice that Chu Nan, who was floating in the air and surrounded by black gas, was sitting cross-legged in the black gas. He actually assumed a cultivation method posture. He actually began to cultivate the 9 revolutions technique in such a tense situation. Chapter 589. Master, what's Chu Nan doing? Angie Prairie looked up at Chu Nan in the sky with a puzzled expression. Supremacy overly frowned slightly with a trace of surprise. After hearing Angie Prairie's question, she focused and suddenly laughed. Heh, this kid is really whimsical and bold. So what's he doing? Angie Prairie was even stranger and could not help but ask. I have to say that this kid's talent is really the highest among all the martial artists I've seen. I'm afraid even you're inferior. Supremacy overly sighed. In such a short period of time, he actually successfully grasped the main point of the previous cultivation method change and can even successfully use it now. Such understanding and adaptability are really shocking. Hearing Supremacy overly say that her talent was inferior to Chu Nan, Angie Prairie was not dissatisfied. Instead, she nodded in agreement. Yes, he's always been like this. I knew it when I taught him the flame of life. Back then, I spent a few months learning the flame of life from you to understand it completely, but he only used less than a week. It's not only that. Supremacy overly slowly shook her head. This kid is currently using this new cultivation method to quickly recover his internal breath. Even I can't imagine how he can maintain precise control of the cultivation method at the same time and even cultivate his internal breath under such circumstances. This is not as simple as multitasking. If he wants to maintain 2 completely different control modes of his internal breath at the same time, he will almost definitely go berserk and completely lose control. Is Chu Nan in danger now? Angie Prairie immediately asked in concern. Supremacy overly pointed at the sky. Do you think he looks like he's in danger? Angie Prairie focused her gaze on the sky and discovered that Chu Nan was surrounded by black gas, but it did not seem to be scattered. Instead, it would change correspondingly with his attack. Clearly, it was still under Chu Nan's precise control and was completely different from the previous time he lost control. At the same time, although his figure wrapped in black gas could not be seen clearly, he could see that it was very stable and did not show any signs of losing control. Angie Prairie was relieved, but her doubts deepened. If Chu Nan was really as her master had said and could actually think of a way to quickly recover his internal breath through cultivation methods under such circumstances, would the enemy opposite him not be able to tell? Kansas indeed did not see it. Or at the very least, he did not see it in the early stages. He still firmly believed his thoughts and punched the black gas again and again. Although the energy shield would be exhausted every time, preventing him from truly attacking Chu Nan in the black gas, through every attack, he could have a deeper understanding of this black gas and his cultivation method could better adjust to deal with it. From there, every attack could be further than before. Compared to the energy shield that was wiped out as soon as his first punch touched the black gas, he could even invade the black gas with his entire body and maintain the energy shield for a while. In fact, the recent punch was already infinitely close to Chu Nan and almost landed. Therefore, he was not in a hurry. He believed that if he persisted for a while, Chu Nan's internal breath would be completely exhausted and it would be impossible for him to persist in this strange but extremely effective cultivation method. When the black gas dissipated, he would easily defeat Chu Nan. However, after this punch, Kansas suddenly discovered that the devouring force contained in the black gas seemed to have instantly strengthened. He could clearly sense that the energy shield was being worn down faster, causing him to last less time. Kansas was not shocked but happy. This was definitely Chu Nan's final counterattack. This also meant that he could not hold on anymore. Therefore, he mobilized his internal breath further and continued to speed up the consumption of his internal breath. However, the progress of the matter was completely beyond his expectations. With a punch, Chu Nan still maintained the thick black gas and quickly swallowed his energy shield. 2 punches, still the same. 3 punches. 4 punches. 10 punches. When he threw the 20th punch, he finally sensed that something was wrong. Logically speaking, Chu Nan had already exhausted a large amount of his internal breath. Now, both sides were directly controlling the spatial energy to exhaust it. No matter how special his cultivation method was, he should have long been exhausted. However, from the situation of the black gas, Chu Nan's condition was still intact. He even seemed to be slightly stronger than before. How was this possible? Kansas pulled out and flew back a distance. He looked at Chu Nan in surprise and adjusted his breathing. In fact, in order to fight Chu Nan head-on, he had also exhausted a lot. Now, his internal breath was at most 20 to 30% left compared to his peak. If he continued to fight like before, Chu Nan might not be exhausted to death and he would not be able to endure it. Damn, this kid is too strange. It seems that I can't grind him slowly. I can only give it a try. When he recalled that he actually had to fight a 20-year-old kid, Kansas could not help but feel a trace of sorrow. However, he did not have much time to be sad because Chu Nan finally moved. After Kansas flew back, the black gas around Chu Nan's body changed again. It first rolled like a cloud and began to contract. A moment later, it was completely absorbed into his body and revealed his complete figure. Chu Nan opened his eyes that had been closed tightly. His eyes were filled with pride and it was obvious that he was in a good state. There was no sign of insufficient internal breath because he had been exhausted by Kansas. Previously, his estimation of Kansas in his mind was actually to calculate the power of his attack and accurately find a level that he could accept. Then, after holding on until this point, he used the mutated cultivation method of the goddess song that he had recently grasped with all his might to set up a complete defense circle with black gas. As he had calculated, because of the large consumption of his internal breath, the power of the attack was no longer enough to break through the threat of the black gas and directly attack him. Although the consumption of using the black gas to wear down Kansas's energy shield was not small every time, he could always quickly recover by cultivating the 9 revolutions technique in the gap between his attacks. While one retreated and the other rose, Chu Nan's internal breath gradually occupied the advantage. In fact, he did not maintain the reversed goddess song cultivation method and cultivate the 9 revolutions technique at the same time as supremacy overly thought. This was because even he could not use his internal breath for 2 purposes at the same time. This was impossible. What he did was only to distribute the places to use his internal breath perfectly. When Kansas attacked, he defended with all his might. When Kansas retreated, he circulated the 9 revolutions technique with all his might. At this moment, he could tell how powerful the 9 revolutions technique was. If it was any other internal breath cultivation method, even if he had time to cultivate, it was impossible for him to recover. After the 9 revolutions technique truly reached the 9 revolutions internal breath, the recovery speed of internal breath was extremely shocking. Coupled with the fact that Chu Nan had truly opened all the meridians in his body, the effect of cultivating the 9 revolutions technique was even more terrifying. Therefore, just cultivating like this allowed Chu Nan to quickly recover a lot of internal breath. The current him had increased the strength of his internal breath to at least 80% of its original state. If the two of them were in good condition, the strength of Chu Nan's internal breath was naturally far inferior to Kansas. However, now that Chu Nan had exhausted a large amount of Kansas' internal breath through various methods and he was still in a good state, the two sides were basically on the same starting line. Chu Nan revealed a dangerous smile at Kansas. The true battle had just begun. Chapter 590. Kansas instinctively felt danger. Although he did not understand the reason, with his many years of experience, he acutely sensed that Chu Nan's current state had completely recovered, causing him to no longer have the confidence to easily crush the other party like before. However, he could not even retreat. That mysterious star-grade martial artist had already made it very clear that he wanted him to fight Chu Nan well. Only by winning could he have hope of surviving with the entire fleet. Therefore, he could not retreat. Of course, he only felt danger and still did not think that he would lose. However, now, compared to before, this was the first time he truly treated Chu Nan as an equal opponent. Seeing Chu Nan's figure move and slap over at an extremely fast speed, Kansas focused his mind and threw a punch back. Previously, he could easily suppress Chu Nan with this method, but now, he discovered that it was not useful. Previously, he could suppress it because his internal breath was far thicker than Chu Nan's and the spatial energy he could mobilize far exceeded his. As long as Chu Nan dared to fight him head-on, he would only be at a disadvantage. Most of the time, he did not even dare to fight him head-on and could only dodge bitterly and rely on his outstanding external martial technique to endure. Now that the difference in internal breath had been smoothed out, Chu Nan's advantage in external martial techniques was obvious. In just a moment, Kansas actually felt that he could not endure it. In the blink of an eye, he was slapped twice by Chu Nan and kicked 3 times. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood and his internal organs were severely injured. In front of Chu Nan, Kansas was surprised to discover that his years of combat experience were useless. No matter what tricks he tried to use or deliberately set up a trap to lure him, Chu Nan could determine it immediately and react in the most appropriate way. In the end, he was the one at a disadvantage. After fighting for a while, Kansas was struck in the chest by Chu Nan's palm and spat out another mouthful of blood. He knew that he could not resist if this continued. He could not care less and took a deep breath. The internal breath in his body circulated and suddenly erupted. In an instant, another sea of blood floated out of his body, and his entire body emitted a blood-red light as if he was a bloody person. Chu Nan immediately felt an extremely terrifying aura coming from Kansas' body, causing his body to involuntarily tremble. The palm he had already thrown out had a small deviation and landed on the sea of blood that surged over like a tide. He felt an abnormally powerful force pass through the sea of blood and actually sent him flying. He was actually unable to completely resolve this force with the layered offset method he had just comprehended. It instantly invaded his heart, causing a few of his main meridians to be heavily injured. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Under the sky, Angie Prairie could see it clearly and could not help but cry out, "Not good, that guy is going crazy. Master, quickly attack. Chu Nan is in danger." Supremacy overly frowned and focused on the situation in the sky, but she was not too worried. With her powerful strength as a star-grade martial artist, she could forcefully interfere in the battle at any time and save Chu Nan. Naturally, she did not have to worry like Angie Prairie. She only wanted to see what Chu Nan planned to do. Although Chu Nan's previous response was a little strange in her opinion and even felt unbelievable, the effect was very good. What she admired the most was that the overall strategy Chu Nan adopted was very outstanding. He first used different methods to continuously exhaust his opponent's internal breath and finally pulled the two sides to a similar level. Then, he could unleash his strongest advantage one after another, the use of external martial techniques. Facing an enemy whose strength clearly far exceeded his, such a strategy was a little risky, but it was the most effective and most likely strategy to defeat the strong. It was impossible to rely on unexpected moves to win. The strength of an expert was that when their strength far exceeded yours, they would not give you a chance to win by surprise. If Chu Nan wanted to do that from the beginning, he would only be counterattacked by his opponent who was still in good condition. Therefore, Chu Nan's previous response was very good. Now, it was time to see what he should do when faced with his opponent's fiercest counterattack. It's fine. That guy is only using a special cultivation method to stimulate himself and forcefully recover. He can't last long in this state. As long as Chu Nan persists for a period of time, he will die. Supremacy overly casually comforted Angie Prairie. But how can Chu Nan persist? That guy seems to be stronger than when they first fought. Angie Prairie still could not completely let go of her worry. About that, you have to believe Chu Nan. This kid was able to come up with so many strange things to deal with just now, so he should be able to now. Before Supremacy overly could finish speaking, she saw Chu Nan receive another punch from Kansas in the sky. After spitting out another mouthful of blood, he glanced at Kansas and his entire body erupted with a dazzling white light. Supremacy overly was shocked and her frown deepened. Could it be that this kid planned to go all out at this moment and fight the other party? This was the stupidest choice. In the next moment, the first worry on her face instantly turned into surprise. Just as everyone thought that Chu Nan was going to fight the other party with his full strength, he turned around and flew into the distant sky. In just a moment, he transformed into a white light and disappeared into the distant sky. This guy had actually used his full strength to escape. The Ran clansmen beside Supremacy overly who were also concerned about the battle in the sky looked at the distant sky in a daze, not knowing how to react for a moment. Even Supremacy overly revealed a stunned expression. She did not expect Chu Nan to choose to escape. After thinking for a moment, she could not help but laugh loudly. Very good. Very good. This kid is indeed smart. I really like him more and more. Angie Prairie did not look surprised at all. When she saw Chu Nan running away without looking back, she was only stunned for a moment before laughing. Yes, that's right. If you can't defeat him, run. Why do you have to foolishly risk your life? Don't you think so, master? Yes, very right, very right. Angie Prairie, you have to learn from Chu Nan in the future. You must be like him and not choose to fight head-on when you can't win. Just escape. Look, that guy in the sky must be stupid now. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. Angie Prairie and the surrounding Rand clansmen looked up at the sky and could not help but laugh. In the sky, Kansas aura flourished, and the surrounding sea of blood spread. At a glance, it gave people an extremely sinister and terrifying feeling. However, Chu Nan had already fled far away. No matter how terrifying he was, who could he show? Kansas looked at the sky where Chu Nan had disappeared and knew that it was impossible for him to catch up. His heart was immediately filled with a sense of defeat from being completely played. He had used a secret technique to stimulate himself and forcefully recover to his complete state, but Chu Nan had already escaped. He could not maintain this state for long. After the effect of the secret technique ended, his condition would only be worse than before. At that time, when Chu Nan returned, how should he deal with him? Chapter 591. 10 minutes later, a white light appeared in the distant sky. Chu Nan's figure approached and quickly flew back. Kansas watched from afar as Chu Nan flew in front of him. The anger in his heart that had been toyed with by Chu Nan slowly dissipated and he was even more shocked. At this moment, the effect of his secret technique had just ended. His aura had faded and his internal breath was quickly exhausted. Chu Nan happened to choose this moment to return, but he did not wait longer. Clearly, he had calculated his situation and specially chose this moment to return. Thinking of this, not only was Chu Nan's cultivation method strange and his external martial techniques powerful, his judgment of the situation was also extremely precise. He simply did not look like a kid who was not even 20 years old. Seeing that Chu Nan had flown in front of him and the effect of his secret technique had just disappeared, Kansas sighed in his mind and gave up his last hope. I lost, Kansas said with a calm expression. My life is yours, but I still hope to let these subordinates of mine go. Chu Nan glanced at him and looked at the entire Sand Eagle fleet that was still in the surrounding sky. He frowned and thought for a moment but did not answer immediately. Instead, he opened his personal terminal and sent a private message to Angie Prairie. A moment later, the call was picked up and Angie Prairie's excited face appeared on the virtual screen. Heh, Chu Nan, did you win? I think that guy is not moving. Hurry up and kill him. There's no hurry. Chu Nan shook his head. The supremacy is beside you, right? Can you let her speak? Do you still need master's help? Angie Prairie moved aside in confusion and adjusted the direction of the virtual screen to let Supremacy overly enter. What? Could it be that you feel that you can't deal with that guy now? Supremacy overly smiled and asked Chu Nan. No, he has already surrendered. Chu Nan raised his head and glanced at Kansas who still had a calm expression and was floating in the air without any movements. He could not sense any spatial energy fluctuations around him. I want to ask now, Supremacy, what do you plan to do with them? What do I plan to do? Supremacy overly smiled. You and Angie Prairie caused this matter. I only casually helped. You still have the final say in how to deal with them. You mean to leave it to us to decide? That's right. Chu Nan pondered for a moment and turned to ask Angie Prairie, what do you think? Angie Prairie waved her hand indifferently. Whatever you say. I don't care. All right. Chu Nan did not stand on ceremony and nodded. Then, he gestured for Angie Prairie to call the high priest over. Little friend Chu Nan, the reason why the holy mountain can be preserved is mainly because of your and Angie Prairie's hard work. Of course, it's also because of the help of Saintess Skull. Now that the two of them have handed the decision to you, no matter what you decide, the entire Rand clan and I will support you. Chu Nan smiled and thought to himself that the high priest was very smart. In the current situation, they indeed did not have any say. In any case, it was impossible for him to come and trick them now. No matter how they dealt with it, the outcome would be beneficial to them. Alright, I won't stand on ceremony. My decision is to let them go. Let him go. The high priest was stunned, and so was Angie Prairie. They had worked hard and finally stopped Sand Eagle's group. Chu Nan had even risked his life for this and was injured many times. He had almost lost his life a few times. In the end, he had only resolved this crisis with the help of Supremacy Ovally. In the end, Chu Nan actually planned to let them go? In particular, the other Rand clansmen beside the high priest were even more stunned. If they let these Sand Eagle fellows go again, could they expect Chu Nan and the others to always be here and Saintess Skull to protect them? Yes, let's let them all go. In any case, there are no actual losses on the Holy Mountain in these 2 rounds. Instead, the Sand Eagle has suffered heavy losses. There's no need to kill these people completely. You don't want to form an irresolvable grudge with the Sand Eagle. Chu Nan added and turned to Supremacy Ovally. Supremacy, you should have thought of this when you froze the entire fleet and did not directly kill them, right? A trace of praise flashed through Supremacy Ovally's eyes. She smiled and nodded. I'm only leaving their punishment to you. Since you've decided to do this, I have no objections. Yes. Chu Nan turned to the high priest. I have an idea. Chu Nan used more than 10 minutes to discuss with the high priest and the others. He closed his personal terminal and raised his head to look at Kansas again. Done discussing? What do you want to do with us? Kansas raised his eyebrows slightly. Although his expression still remained calm, his jumping eyelids revealed that he was still a little nervous. Now, the life and death of him and the entire fleet were in Chu Nan's hands. If he was ruthless enough, the fate of him and his fleet would definitely be extremely miserable. When he recalled that a peak 4th stage void break martial artist like him, the entire Sand Eagle fleet, and dozens of void break experts were about to be decided by a kid who was not even 20 years old in front of him, he felt that it was extremely ridiculous. However, who asked this kid to have a powerful background and even invite a star-grade martial artist to help him? I'll tell the high priest of the Rand clan what they want from you now. Chu Nan slowly spoke and told him the result of his discussion with the high priest and the others. At first, Kansas was extremely shocked, but later on, the shock on his face gradually turned into contemplation, and a trace of praise could not help but flash through his eyes. The result of Chu Nan's punishment was really beyond his expectations. This guy actually completely let go of the life and death battle they had just fought. The first result he announced was to let him and the entire fleet go. Of course, it was impossible for such a simple thing to happen. The condition for letting them return safely was to ask Sand Eagle to reach an agreement with the Rand clansmen. In the future, they were not allowed to have any intention or actions to harm the Rand clansmen. Moreover, they were asked to help the Sand Eagle help the Rand clansmen search for the other Rand clansmen scattered throughout the entire Lepler planet and help the Holy Mountain contact all the Rand tribes. Apart from that, there were also some details of the cooperation between the two sides. In short, it was under the principle of letting the two sides coexist peacefully. Such handling was a little ridiculous at first glance. The two sides had clearly been fighting to the death just now, but in the blink of an eye, they wanted to shake hands and make up, and they even wanted to cooperate. It was really unbelievable. However, on careful thought, such an outcome could be said to be very thoughtful. Moreover, it was actually completely acceptable to both sides. He believed that even if Kansas returned and reported it to Leader Greg, he would not have any objections. In the end, the Rand clan had a star-grade martial artist holding down the fort now. Sand Eagle's side did not have the qualifications to object. That's it for the time being. If the Rand clansmen have any other requests in the future, you can discuss it yourself. After Chu Nan finished speaking, he raised his eyebrows. How is it? Do you have any objections to this decision? Kansas pondered for a moment and slowly shook his head. I have no objections. Regarding the subsequent problems, I have to go back and discuss with the leader before I can make a decision. No problem. Chu Nan nodded bluntly. You can leave now. He did not say any nonsense like if you can't do it, you know the consequences. Supremacy Ovally's powerful strength had already been completely displayed. He believed the people in Sand Eagle were not stupid enough to ignore this. Just as Chu Nan finished speaking, the surrounding Sand Eagle fleet suddenly seemed to have come alive and instantly recovered their movements and posture. For a moment, the entire scene became noisy. Kansas glanced at the situation around him and looked at Chu Nan deeply. Last question. Tell me, how old are you this year? Chapter 592. The Sand Eagle's fleet came quickly but left even faster. Apart from Kansas and two of his subordinates who stayed as the representatives of the Sand Eagle, the remaining huge fleet only took less than an hour to retreat completely. The sky outside the sky was originally covered by a dense Sand Eagle fleet. The black mass looked extremely oppressive. Now that they had all retreated, the sky became bright and clear again. The huge rock that the Rand clansmen had been suppressing in their hearts these few days finally dissipated, and all of them revealed relaxed and happy smiles. Angie Prairie looked at the overjoyed Rand clansmen and then at the empty sky before asking Chu Nan, "Why did you let them go so easily? They almost killed you. Can't you kill them while Master is here? With Supremacy Overly backing us, it's naturally easy for us to kill these guys." Chu Nan looked at Supremacy Overly, who was surrounded by several elders and priests of the Rand clan in the distance, and sighed. "However, she can't stay here to protect the Rand clan forever. We've vented our anger and killed these guys from the Sand Eagle. We can just leave. It's impossible for the Sand Eagle's people to run thousands of light years away to find trouble with us." At this point, Chu Nan pointed at the cheering Rand clansmen and then at his feet. "But it's impossible for the Rand clansmen to run away with us. They still have to continue living on this planet. If we kill these people from the Sand Eagle, the hatred will not be resolvable. It's not a good thing for the Rand clan. It's very simple. Master can exterminate the Sand Eagle," Angie Prairie replied matter-of-factly. Chu Nan's breath was stuck in his throat and he almost choked to death. Cough, cough, cough. "I say, Angie Prairie, why is a young girl like you so murderous? Previously, you said that if I died, the entire Lepler planet would be buried with me. That's one thing, but now, you actually want to kill everyone in Sand Eagle. What? Is there a problem? I think this is better. As long as we kill all the Sand Eagle people, no one can threaten the Rand clan. Moreover, all the Sand Eagle people deserve to die. It won't be wrong to kill them all." Angie Prairie, on the other hand, looked righteous and did not think there was anything wrong with her thoughts. Chu Nan could only roll his eyes. "Alright, I don't doubt that Supremacy Overly has such an ability, but have you ever thought about how much time and energy it takes to really do this? How long do you plan to let her stay here?" Angie Prairie frowned slightly. Clearly, she had not considered these problems carefully before. Now that Chu Nan reminded her, she finally discovered the practical problem in her thoughts. It was indeed as Chu Nan had said. With her master around, it was no pressure for them to destroy this fleet. It was not even pressuring for them to fight their way through and destroy the Sand Eagle's nest. However, if they really wanted to do this, they would definitely need to spend a lot of time and energy. It was impossible for her master to stay on this planet for so long. Moreover, her master's goal had always been to try not to interfere too much with the civilization and ecology on the surface of any planet. If she attacked and wiped out all the Sand Eagle now, it would definitely affect planet Lepler greatly, but it went against her usual goal. However, if he really attacked and did not completely kill Sand Eagle, it would definitely be a problem for the Rand clan. The result would only be worse than if the Holy Mountain was attacked this time. After thinking for a moment, Angie Prairie could not help but nod. You're right. Chu Nan, you're still the most considerate. However, letting them go like this makes me feel very unhappy. If you want to take revenge quickly and do as you please, let's talk about it after you become a star-grade martial artist." Chu Nan shrugged. "Now, we're only two foxes who borrowed your master's might. It's better to be careful." Angie Prairie chuckled and was about to say more when she suddenly saw Supremacy Overly waving at the two of them in the distance. After the two of them walked over, the elders and priests of the Rand clan who were originally surrounding Supremacy Overly dispersed. Clearly, they had left a private room for the three of them to talk. Supremacy Overly glanced at Angie Prairie first. She sighed and slowly shook her head. "It's always so simple for you to think about things. When can you grow up and think more carefully like Chu Nan?" Angie Prairie did not look humble or show any unwillingness to be taught. She only thought for a moment and shook her head. "I'm afraid I'll never learn like him. I know, that's why I sighed." Supremacy Overly sighed again and turned to Chu Nan. "It's really been hard on you these few days." Chu Nan smiled. "It can't be helped. After all, I'm here for the two precious cultivation methods of the Rand clan. If I don't work hard at all, how can these two cultivation methods be so easy to obtain?" "You're quite open-minded." Supremacy Overly could not help but laugh before her expression became serious. "However, if it's only for two cultivation methods, the effort you've put in is too much. Chu Nan, your talent can be said to be the most." At this point, Supremacy Overly hesitated, as if considering her words. "The most special thing. If nothing unexpected happens, you will definitely become a truly powerful martial artist in the future. Therefore, if you encounter such a thing in the future, there's no need for you to put yourself in such a dangerous situation. If I didn't appear this time, your death here would have been in vain. The Holy Mountain of the Rand clan will still be struck down by the Sand Eagle. Your death would have been meaningless. However, if you survive, many things will become much easier when you become stronger in the future. Do you understand what I mean?" "I understand." Chu Nan smiled and nodded. "Actually, many people have already advised me like this in the past, but I've told them that as a martial artist who pursues the strongest understanding, there are some things that can't be ignored. If I retreat like this, I'm afraid the Holy Mountain of the Rand clan won't be able to last until you arrive. In the future, this matter will definitely leave some trauma in my heart and affect my future martial arts path, just like." Chu Nan glanced at Angie Prairie. He originally wanted to say that it was like her previous psychological trauma, but after thinking for a moment, he endured it. Of course, Angie Prairie understood what he meant. She smiled at him and said, "Ever since I saved Uncle Sienna and the others last time, I don't think there's any problem in my heart anymore." "That's great." Chu Nan smiled and nodded before continuing to say to Supremacy Overly, "I understand what you mean. In the future, I'll try my best to avoid falling into a certain death situation, but if I encounter similar things again, I'll still choose to attack." Chapter 593. Supremacy Overly looked at Chu Nan and was not angry after being retorted. Instead, her gaze was filled with praise. After casually chatting for a while, Supremacy Overly suddenly asked Chu Nan, "What do you plan to do next?" Chu Nan was stunned. It was only when he heard this question that he suddenly recalled that they had already wasted too much time here in order to help the Rand clan's men defend the Holy Mountain. According to the schedule of the Academy's trial, the last day on planet Lepler would be tomorrow. When he thought of this, he could not help but frown. He scratched his head awkwardly and asked Supremacy Overly about that. "Supremacy, are you willing to stay here for a few more days and help the Rand clan and the Sand Eagles people reach a final agreement? You know, without you holding down the fort, the Sand Eagles people might even do something and even go back on their words. Therefore, I still have to have you here." Supremacy Overly pursed her lips and smiled. "What? You didn't ask for my opinion when you made the decision just now. Do you remember now?" Chu Nan felt even more awkward and hurriedly glanced at Angie Prairie, gesturing for her to speak up. Angie Prairie blinked as if she did not understand what Chu Nan meant. She thought for a moment before understanding and hurriedly said to Supremacy Overly, "Master, you said to let Chu Nan decide just now. Why does he have to ask for your opinion?" Chu Nan helplessly rolled his eyes. Angie Prairie was right, but what qualifications did he have to really criticize a star-grade martial artist like Supremacy Overly? This guy would really only be a hindrance. Seeing Chu Nan's speechless expression, Supremacy Overly smiled even more happily. She waved her hand and stopped him from explaining further. She smiled and said, "All right, it's not easy for me to come here. I happen to want to stay with my old friends for a few more days. Moreover, since I've taken action to interfere in this matter, I can't give up halfway. The two of you can rest assured and continue to participate in the trial. Teach me how to deal with the rest." Hearing Supremacy Overly's words, Chu Nan heaved a sigh of relief. With Supremacy Overly's words, this matter could truly end. He did not have to rack his brains about how to help these Rand clansmen in the future. "That's great. With you around, these guys from Sand Eagle definitely won't dare to have any objections." Chu Nan happily turned around and said to Angie Prairie, "Angie Prairie, let's go back tomorrow morning. We've been out for so many days. Teacher Galoston and the others must be very anxious." Unexpectedly, Angie Prairie shook her head. "No, I'm not going back." Chu Nan was immediately stunned. "You're not going back?" "Yes." Angie Prairie looked up at the sky, and an inexplicable complicated emotion appeared on her usually carefree face. After a while, she turned to look at Supremacy Overly and asked, "Master, how long do you think it will take for me to break through the Cosmic Heaven's Gate from now on?" Hearing this question, Supremacy Overly looked a little surprised. "Do you finally want to break through?" "Yes." Angie Prairie nodded with an extremely serious expression. "These few days, I've always seen Chu Nan flying around in the sky and trying his best to fight the Sand Eagles group. However, I can't help it all, causing me to be very unhappy. I'm unwilling to become a burden to him when I'm still with him in the future. Therefore, I must break through the Cosmic Heaven's Gate and become a void break martial artist like him. I have to become stronger than him. This way, the next time such a thing happens, I can protect him well and not let him be injured again." Chu Nan originally listened in surprise, but after hearing the last sentence, he finally could not help but speak. "Hey, Angie Prairie, why do I feel so awkward hearing this? You want to protect me well and not let me be injured. Please, this should be my line as a man, right? What's wrong?" Angie Prairie asked and pointed at Supremacy Overly. "Look, if you're with Master, can it be that you're protecting her?" Chu Nan was immediately speechless. The smile on Supremacy Overly's face deepened. She asked Angie Prairie, "You've really decided? Are you sure you're ready?" "Yes." Angie Prairie nodded again and emphasized, "I just said that after saving Uncle Sienna, I no longer have any problems. Now, I only want to perfectly break through the Cosmic Heaven's Gate and increase my strength as soon as possible." "Very good." Supremacy Overly finally revealed a satisfied smile. "Your greatest problem has always been that you don't have a clear goal and are not enthusiastic enough to increase your strength. Now that you've finally found this goal, although this goal..." Supremacy Overly looked at Chu Nan with a strange expression. Cough. "Although this goal is a little strange, I believe you can easily break through the Cosmic Heaven's Gate. This is not a problem." "Hey, Master, it's naturally not a problem for me to break through, but I want to break through perfectly. Moreover, I have to do it as soon as possible. I still want to come back and catch up to the Orion Martial Arts Alliance competition in a few months." "That's not a problem. Your greatest problem has been solved. Breaking through is only a simple matter. Of course, if you want your strength to increase quickly enough, you still have to cultivate well," Supremacy Overly said with a relaxed expression. "I'll work hard." Angie Prairie nodded and turned to Chu Nan. "Tell Teacher Galoston and the others when you return tomorrow. I might be back soon." Chu Nan was still a little stunned. Why did Angie Prairie not leave with him in the blink of an eye? However, on second thought, it was understandable for Angie Prairie to make such a decision. Ever since she saved Uncle Sienna and the others, because Angie Prairie had not been able to break through the Cosmic Heaven's Gate these few days, she could only rely on her life to burn to fly. Most of the time, she could only watch him fight to the death with those Sand Eagle fellows. She would definitely feel uncomfortable. Now that the matter here had finally been settled, it was very normal for her to want to quickly increase her strength and at the very least break through the Cosmic Heaven's Gate. When he thought of this, Chu Nan could only endure the chaotic thoughts in his mind and smile at Angie Prairie. "All right, since you've already decided, I have no objections. I believe that with your ability, you can definitely successfully and perfectly break through the Cosmic Heaven's Gate. I'll wait for you in the academy. I hope you can beat me with one hand when you return. Then, I can follow behind you in the future, haha." Angie Prairie waved her arm at Chu Nan and waved her small fists. Do you believe that I'll beat you down after I return? Chu Nan laughed. Of course, I believe you. He still wanted to joke, but he suddenly heard a few exclamations behind him. He turned around and saw that on the top of the holy mountain, an extremely bright huge flame suddenly soared into the air, instantly lighting up the sky that had already dimmed because it had entered dusk. Chapter 594. Chu Nan was instantly stunned. What happened? The Sand Eagles people had clearly retreated and the holy mountain had finally returned to safety. What was with this sudden fire? The surrounding Rand clansmen panicked. From their cries of surprise, they could vaguely hear words like Holy Land and Temple. It seemed that the place where the fire happened was an extremely important existence even in the holy mountain. This, Chu Nan thought for a moment and looked at Supremacy Ovally. He originally wanted her to help put out the fire, but he discovered that she was looking at the place where the fire was at the top of the mountain with an extremely strange expression. She seemed to be sighing and did not know whether to laugh or cry. Chu Nan was puzzled and could only swallow his words. Beside him, Angie Prairie did not think too much about it. When she saw the fire, she did not say a word and darted towards the place where the fire rose. Kid, go watch her and don't let her cause trouble. Supremacy Ovally's voice sounded. Trouble? What trouble? Chu Nan was even more puzzled. He glanced at Supremacy Ovally in confusion and ran towards the mountain behind Angie Prairie. In fact, there was no need for the two of them to attack. The moment the fire rose, IHO and the other three Void Break martial artists reacted first and stood up to fly to the top of the mountain. Then, the experts of the Rand clan's Holy Mountain Guard also flew over. At the same time, High Priest Zima also rushed over with a group of priests. A few of them raised their hands high and a few dark clouds suddenly condensed in the sky. Soon, a storm started at the top of the mountain and instantly suppressed the fire. Seeing this scene, Chu Nan knew that this fire would definitely be controlled quickly. He rushed to Angie Prairie and pulled her back. Alright, let them deal with it. Let's not get involved. Angie Prairie looked up at the top of the mountain as if she was still unwilling to give up, but she stopped in the end. With IHO and the other Void Break experts cooperating with the priests, the flames were quickly suppressed. The flames became smaller and smaller. Clearly, it was impossible for them to continue spreading. Just as Chu Nan heaved a sigh of relief, he saw a figure suddenly fly up from the flames. With a ball of bright flames, he flew in a slanted arc and landed from the top of the mountain. After jumping a few times on the mountainside, he actually landed at the foot of the mountain in a few moments and happened to land in front of Supremacy Ovally. Chu Nan was immediately shocked. Could it be that this guy was going for Supremacy Ovally? Of course, he was not worried about Supremacy Ovally's safety, but he felt a little amused and strange. This arsonist could have run anywhere, but he chose to run in the direction of Supremacy Ovally. This was not the way to die, right? Go take a look, Angie Prairie said and darted down the mountain. Chu Nan thought for a moment and hurriedly followed. As soon as the two of them moved, they heard the figure at the foot of the mountain that was still emitting flames suddenly laugh ear-piercingly. He. Skull, 40 years ago, you, an outsider, came to snatch the most precious treasures of my race and mine. Now that 40 years have passed, you actually brought two other outsiders to snatch the treasures that belong to us. Even if I burn them all, I definitely won't let you succeed. Let me tell you, the information about those cultivation methods has been burned away and can't be saved. You can never obtain them, ha ha ha. Chu Nan frowned and was even more surprised. Although this voice was a little distorted because of his emotions, it clearly sounded like the priestess Famai who was hostile to him and Angie Prairie. What cultivation method did she burn? Could it be the high-level cultivation method information of the Goddess Song and the Elemental Power series? When he thought of this, Chu Nan was shocked. He had worked hard and almost died many times to help the Rand clansmen of the Holy Mountain. Apart from being unwilling to see these Rand clansmen hiding under the claws of the Sand Eagle, his greatest goal was these two precious cultivation methods. Now that he had finally chased away the Sand Eagle's people and successfully protected the Holy Mountain, the cultivation method information had actually been destroyed by this priestess Famai. Wouldn't his efforts be in vain? Chu Nan was anxious and could not be bothered to run slowly. He stretched out his body and flew into the air. He instantly flew down the mountain and landed in front of Supremacy Ovally. At this moment, the flames on the figure had already faded, revealing the true figure inside. It was Priestess Famai. Seeing Chu Nan land, she smiled at him. Haha, kid, I told you long ago that it's impossible to give you an outsider the cultivation method that belongs to our Rand clan. Now that I've burned them all, it's impossible for you to obtain them. Ha ha ha. Looking at the laughing Priestess Famai, Chu Nan was speechless. This woman must be crazy. Not to mention that he had yet to obtain those two cultivation methods. Even if he did, what was the problem? He had shed blood and sweat for the Rand clan and had done his best. The High Priest had previously promised to give him a chance to participate in the trial, and now, he was even more qualified. Moreover, in the end, without these two cultivation methods, it would only be a slight loss to Chu Nan, but it would be a huge loss to the entire Rand clan. By doing this, the one with the greatest loss was not Chu Nan, but the entire Rand clan. As an elder priest of the Rand clan, it was really crazy for her to do such a thing. However, when he recalled her words, Chu Nan could not help but turn to look at Supremacy Ovally. From that sentence, it could be heard that this priestess Famai seemed to have an extremely deep hatred for Supremacy Ovally. The reason why she chose to do such a crazy action was because her true target was Supremacy Ovally. Chu Nan was only implicated. Chu Nan was extremely curious. Could it be that there was some intriguing story between Supremacy Ovally and this priest? For a moment, his curiosity suppressed the anger Chu Nan felt because of the destruction of the two cultivation methods. Supremacy overly looked at Priestess Famai with a still complicated expression. After a long time, she sighed softly. Famai, after not seeing you for so many years, not only has your personality not improved, it has even become worse. Who do you think caused this? Hearing Supremacy Overly's reaction, Priestess Famai immediately shouted even more shrilly, if not for you, a detestable outsider, how would I have become like this? If not for you, I would be the most respected saintess of our race now. Oder would not have left the holy mountain. How could we have been threatened by that group of trash, Sand Eagle? It's all your fault. It's all your fault. The expression on Chu Nan's face immediately became extremely exciting. From Priestess Famai's words, Supremacy Overly had actually had a complicated past with a Rand person called Oder 40 years ago. It was very likely that there were all kinds of entanglements regarding the relationship between a man and a woman. This Priestess Famai was clearly the loser. No wonder she hated Supremacy Overly so much now and even did such a crazy thing. I told you 40 years ago that with your personality, Oder will not like you. As for whether he likes me, I don't know, and I'm not interested in knowing. I'm not interested in any relationship. My greatest goal in life is to pursue the highest mysteries of the human body in the path of martial arts. I don't care about anything else. Be it Oder or the Saintess, if you have the ability, they're all yours. Unfortunately, you don't. Hearing Supremacy Overly's words, Chu Nan could not help but break out in cold sweat. Her tone was very calm when she said this, as if she was telling a very simple fact. However, the calmer his attitude was, the more shocked and unacceptable it was. As expected, after hearing this, Priestess Famai immediately shouted crazily. A ball of flames suddenly appeared on her body and she flew towards Supremacy Overly. However, it was obvious that she did not even have the ability to break through the cosmic heaven's gate, so how could she pose any threat to Supremacy Overly? Before she could pounce in front of Supremacy Overly, she was stopped by a transparent wall and could not approach at all. Supremacy Overly still calmly looked at the ferocious-looking priestess in front of her and shook her head. The flames on Famai's body immediately extinguished, and her body softened and she fainted to the ground. Chapter 595. The next morning, Chu Nan took the earliest low-altitude flight from Panguini to Nightclub City and set off. When he recalled that he had come with Angie Prairie but was the only one left when he returned, Chu Nan looked at the neighboring Panguini below through the window and could not help but sigh. He had originally come to the Holy Mountain of the Rand clan with Angie Prairie because he wanted to find the Holy Mountain and directly participate in the trial. Then, he could return after obtaining the inheritance of those two cultivation methods. However, he did not expect that so much had happened in less than 10 days, causing him to have the illusion of returning from another world after setting foot on the return journey. When he recalled that Angie Prairie was still in the Holy Mountain and planned to follow Supremacy Overly again and focus on preparing to break through the cosmic heaven's gate, a smile appeared on Chu Nan's face. He had absolute confidence in Angie Prairie's success in breaking through the cosmic heaven's gate, and he was 100% confident that she would definitely be able to break through perfectly. It was only a matter of time. However, in the next few days, she probably would not have such a good environment to break through. The Holy Mountain of the Rand clan was still in chaos. As soon as the threat brought about by the Sand Eagle passed, Priestess Famai caused such chaos, causing the elders and priests led by High Priest Zima to be at a loss. Although Supremacy Overly did not mind Priestess Famai's actions and still stayed behind, planning to help the Rand clan and the Sand Eagle sign the agreement intact and completely resolve the future trouble of the Rand clan, the High Priests of Zima had to be responsible for Priestess Famai's actions. For this, they had to apologize to Supremacy Overly, the nominal saintess of their race, countless times. At the same time, they offered sincere apologies with both hands. Chu Nan opened his personal terminal and operated it. Two information documents appeared on the virtual screen. Although it was not the first time he had seen these two documents, Chu Nan still could not help but laugh. If Priestess Famai woke up and saw these two documents with his own eyes, would he be angered to death? These two documents were actually the high-level cultivation method information of the Song of the Goddess and the various elemental powers. Priestess Famai had spent a lot of effort and was willing to take a risk. She had even risked all his reputation and future in the Rand clan to burn the two cultivation method information hidden in the Holy Mountain Temple. She originally wanted to cut off Chu Nan's hope and deal a blow to Supremacy Overly. She did not expect that these two cultivation method information had long been stored in the main AI of the Holy Mountain by High Priest Zima. Although she had destroyed a precious cultivation method manuscript that was very memorable and valuable, it did not affect the inheritance of these two cultivation methods. High Priest Zima only got Alpha to pull out these two electronic documents from the AI and easily handed them to Chu Nan. Originally, according to the traditional rules of the Rand clan, no matter how willing High Priest Zima was, Chu Nan had to participate in a trial to obtain the inheritance of these two cultivation methods. However, after this happened, High Priest Zima simply proposed to give these two cultivation methods to Chu Nan without anyone stopping him. Of course, Chu Nan understood that this was High Priest Zima using this to apologize. Therefore, he had to thank him. If not for her, he would probably have to spend some effort to obtain these two cultivation methods. He was not worried about participating in the trial. What he was worried about was that it would take time and conflict with the Academy's trial. Now, he could bring these two cultivation methods and easily and happily continue to participate in the Academy's trial. It was all thanks to Priestess Famii. Now that he had nothing to do on the flight, he could study these two new cultivation methods. Chu Nan thought for a moment and opened the elemental power cultivation method. After spending about half an hour reading carefully, Chu Nan nodded and did not feel any surprise. The high-level cultivation method of the elemental power series only described the high-level use of elemental power and did not exceed Chu Nan's expectations. The elemental power cultivation method he had learned from the high priest of Xiu's tribe actually included the most basic elemental power. It could allow Chu Nan to have basic control of the elemental power and allow him to rely on his cultivation method to produce wind, fire, water, earth, and other superficial characteristics out of thin air. In fact, after learning the basic cultivation method, Chu Nan had already grasped the core part of the elemental power cultivation method. It was to use the spatial energy to transform the cultivation method and appear physically. Among these four so-called cultivation methods, especially the power of the fire element, which Chu Nan valued the most, there was also a cultivation method that allowed him to have more understanding of controlling spatial energy. The current high-level cultivation methods were only techniques to control the formed elemental power. From the effect of the description, these cultivation methods were all very powerful. For example, condensing enough wind elements to form lightning, controlling huge waves to cause a torrent, fusing the flames and mud into magma, and so on. However, in Chu Nan's opinion, these high-level cultivation methods were only superficial. To a person like him who had a powerful data ability, they would at most bring him some inspiration and not much help. However, the high-level cultivation method of the goddess song was completely different. The first sentence of a high-level cultivation method attracted Chu Nan. Where there is life, there is death. Opening the main part of the high-level cultivation method, other than a more detailed and in-depth description than the initial stage goddess song cultivation method Chu Nan had learned from the high priest, the true core content of the goddess song cultivation method was also mentioned. The goddess of life controls life. Not only can she bestow it, she can also take it away. After this sentence, the records in high-level cultivation methods became not so detailed. Most of the time, they were only describing a realm and did not have a specific cultivation method. Compared to the first half, the second half was simply recorded by another person. When Chu Nan obtained these two cultivation methods yesterday, he had asked High Priest Zima and the answer he received was that he did not know. It was said that ever since the Song of the Goddess Mag was passed down thousands of years ago, this cultivation method had always been like this and had never changed. In the history of the Rand clan, although there were many powerful martial artists who had become Rand clansmen and even martial artists who had stepped into the void, no one had truly cultivated the Goddess Song cultivation method to the highest level. The reason was that this cultivation method was not complete. It was probably because of this that High Priest Zima and the other elders and priests did not seem to resist handing such a cultivation method to Chu Nan. Clearly, they did not think Chu Nan could cultivate this cultivation method to the highest level. However, just because they did not think so did not mean that Chu Nan could not do it. After spending another hour reading every word of this cultivation method in detail, Chu Nan closed his personal terminal and pondered for a moment before raising his left hand and opening his palm. Threads of light green aura gathered from around his palm and formed a small cloud-like green ball of air. Then, the light green became thick green, and the thick green became dark green. In the end, the dark green gradually revealed a black color, then gradually turned black, and finally turned into a black cloud. After a while, a trace of green appeared in this black cloud. Then, the black aura gradually faded, and the green gradually deepened. In the end, the black aura completely faded, and the cloud was completely enveloped by green. A moment later, the green color began to transform into black gas again. Soon after, the black gas turned green. This happened repeatedly. Chapter 596. In the distant headquarters of the Sand Eagle, Greg closed the virtual screen in front of him with a gloomy expression and ended his communication with Kansas. After a long silence, he suddenly raised his hand and heavily slapped down, forcefully smashing the chair under his butt into pieces. Although he had lost the support of his butt, he still maintained his sitting posture and hung in the air. The two guards outside the door rushed in when they heard the voice. They looked at the situation inside and then at Greg's expression. Without asking anything, they immediately retreated. They knew that they could not stay here at such a time, let alone ask why their leader was so angry. The last guy who spoke so much had probably already rotted away. After the door closed again, Greg narrowed his eyes slightly and turned to stare out the window. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly took a deep breath. His expression changed a few times and quickly calmed down. He even smiled. Kansas was right. Who would have thought that those Rand clansmen could actually invite a damn Stargrade martial artist to help? In front of a Stargrade martial artist as powerful as a god, not to mention Kansas and the fleet he led, even if he personally went and brought all the strength of the entire Sand Eagle, what could he do? Greg patted his face and checked himself in the mirror beside him. He tidied his appearance and expression and walked out of his personal room. He waved away the guards following and walked around a few times before arriving at the secret room again. In fact, Greg did not like this room very much. The existence of this room seemed to continuously remind Greg that he was not the Sand Eagle leader who was extremely glorious in the eyes of outsiders and had extremely powerful strength in his palm. He was actually a shameful dog with a dog leash. In fact, he did not have his own freedom. However, there was nothing Greg could do. Although his ability to develop the Sand Eagle to this extent in a short period of time was a large part of the reason, the other spiral arm was also important. Most importantly, he could not resist a supremacy at all. In front of a Stargrade martial artist, no matter how high his status was, it was meaningless. If a supremacy wanted his life, he could not resist at all. Now that we've also encountered a Stargrade martial artist as an enemy, invincible supremacy, what do you plan to do? Greg sneered in his mind. On his face, he still put on a respectful and humble expression. He also clearly felt vexed and apologetic for failing the mission. He used the technology-filled device in the middle of the room to send a communication request. This time, the Supremacy seemed to be beside the communication device opposite him and quickly picked up the call. As soon as he saw the figure of the Supremacy appear, Greg immediately bowed deeply. Supremacy, I deserve to die. The mission failed again. Although the Supremacy's face was not very clear, his facial features could be seen. He immediately revealed a surprised and angry expression, but he did not directly curse. Instead, he paused for a moment and asked in a low voice, "What's going on?" Although Greg had already thought of a response in his mind, when he was really facing a Supremacy, even though he knew that he was tens of thousands of light years away, he still could not help but break out in cold sweat. When he heard this, he hurriedly lowered his head and respectfully told him the entire story. After hearing this, the Supremacy was silent for a moment before nodding lightly. To be able to easily freeze the entire fleet and dozens of void break martial artists, it proves that that person's perception and control of space have already reached an extremely powerful level. Even if it's not a star-grade martial artist, they're already not far from it. Greg immediately heaved a sigh of relief. As long as the Supremacy did not doubt the truth of his words, it did not matter if the helper invited by the Rand clansman was a star-grade martial artist. In any case, they were all existences that he and the Sand Eagle could not contend with. The Supremacy would not force them and ask them to die. Then what request did those Rand clansmen make? The Supremacy suddenly asked. Greg hurriedly bowed and told him about the request made by the Rand clansmen by Kansas. He emphasized that when the Rand clansmen made these requests, the other party's expert who was suspected to be a star-grade martial artist had been present. It was obvious that he wanted to support the Rand clansmen. In that case, it seems that it's impossible to rely on you to forcefully snatch those two cultivation methods. The Supremacy frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. Greg quickly looked up and glanced at it, surprised. The temper of a Supremacy was famous for being bad. When he knew that his goal had failed again, according to his usual understanding of him, he would definitely be furious. However, this time, he was unexpectedly extremely calm and was seriously considering this matter. His reaction was different from usual. From this, it could be seen that the helper who appeared might be a star-grade martial artist and caused him considerable pressure. It could also be seen that the importance of those two cultivation methods to him exceeded even Greg's imagination. Greg was secretly delighted by this situation. It's good that you feel the pressure. I can help you do as much as possible, but trouble like star-grade martial artists should be dealt with by you superhumans who have stepped into the realm of gods. The Supremacy thought for a moment and said, "You just said that those Rand clansmen want to cooperate with you and integrate the Rand clansmen on the entire Lepler planet." "Yes." "Then, go ask them if you can use a transaction method to directly exchange for those two cultivation methods from them. If they're willing, you can pay any price." Greg was shocked. Any price? The Supremacy's expression sank. "What? You're unwilling?" Greg hurriedly shook his head. No. How can I not be willing? However, we can't satisfy the request of those Rand clansmen. What if they refuse to hand over those two cultivation methods? Do you still need me to teach you what to do? The Supremacy raised his voice and berated, "I don't care what method you use, but you have to obtain those two cultivation methods? If you can't do it, there's no need for you and your Sand Eagle to exist. Do you understand what I mean?" Greg could not help but be stunned. On one side was a powerful martial artist suspected to be a star-grade martial artist invited by the Rand clansmen, and on the other was a famous and clear star-grade martial artist. He was stuck in the middle. What should he do? After countless thoughts flashed through his mind, Greg gritted his teeth and said to the illusory Supremacy, "About that. Supremacy, if we're certain that the other party is a star-grade martial artist, can we invite you to come?" Chapter 597. When Greg fearfully proposed to the Supremacy tens of thousands of light years away, Golostan rubbed his forehead and gently exhaled. He finally turned off the virtual screen that had lit up for the entire night and temporarily ended his overnight work. According to the plan that had been formulated in advance, today was the last day of the students of the martial arts branch's trial on planet Lepler. From yesterday onwards, he had started to prepare for this last day. Apart from arranging for the students to head to the next trial location, Planet Leviathan, the most important job was to summarize the trial results of the students in the past 10 days. This job actually did not exist in the past, because as long as the students experienced it, it would be a trial for them. If any student was lazy and could not obtain precious trial experience, the ones who would suffer were the students themselves. The academy could not care less. However, it was different this year. Due to the reform of the martial arts branch, just the simple martial arts trial could no longer satisfy the requirements. These teachers still had to evaluate the students' trials and give the corresponding points. This concerned the student points obtained by the students in the trial. It was not something that could be careless. Golostan and all the teachers in the logistics team had been working on this all night last night. Only now did they have a rough idea. Fortunately, this was not the last day of this trial. This summary work was only for the final summary. Even if some problems appeared temporarily, it did not matter. There was still a chance to save it later. However, there were some problems that made Golostan unable to completely relax. The most important problem was that up until now, there were actually a few students who had not handed in their trial reports, causing them to be unable to calculate the final result. If these brats don't see the report by noon, I'll teach you a lesson when I make the final summary of the trial. When he recalled that he had racked his brains for these students these few days, but they did not seem to be in a hurry, Golostan could not help but curse in his mind. When he cursed, the first student he thought of was Chu Nan and then Angie Prairie. These two fellows ran out of Nightclub City on the second day of the trial and took a risk in the wasteland outside. They even nearly lost their lives. In less than a day, they actually disappeared again. Although Chu Nan had sent a message in the middle to indicate that he and Angie Prairie were dealing with some things and would not be back for the time being, he had disappeared for a few days without any news, causing Golostan to be extremely worried. Apart from these two fellows, the other students were not all worrisome. For example, after Feng Mingzi entered Nightclub City, he would only send a very short message every 2 days to indicate that he was still alive. Apart from that, he would not reveal any other information, and it was unknown what he was doing. Another example was Rudy Carl and a few students who were on good terms with him in the academy. In order to obtain more combat opportunities, they caused trouble in Nightclub City almost every day. Although nothing had happened until now and he had even created a considerable reputation, Golostan had always been worried that they would encounter any true trouble or even danger. Or for example, in comparison, a few students were injured in the battle with the local martial artists on planet Lepler. Even breaking their arms and legs was a small matter. After sweeping through the trouble he had encountered in the past few days in his mind, Golostan sighed, rubbed his forehead, and pushed open the door. In the room next to him, the other teachers were also exhausted from a night of work. Only Xing Daoxing was barely holding on. When Golostan walked in, he was in the middle of communication. When he heard him walk in, he ended the conversation in a few moves and said happily to him, "All the students have been contacted now. You can rest assured." All. Golostan was slightly stunned. "Is there news of Chu Nan too?" "Yes." Xing Daoxing nodded, but he suddenly put on a mysterious expression and deliberately lowered his voice to Golostan. "Do you know who I spoke to just now?" Golostan looked at him in confusion. "Who is it?" "It's Supremacy Ovally." Xing Daoxing immediately raised his voice in excitement. "She personally sent me a message just now and chatted with me for a long time." Golostan smiled. Among the 19 star-grade martial artists of the Federation, Xing Daoxing admired Supremacy Ovally the most, so he had always favored her disciple, Angie Prairie. Now that Supremacy Ovally was actually personally communicating with Xing Daoxing, the loyal fan was naturally very excited. What did Supremacy Ovally say? Is it related to Angie Prairie? Yes. Xing Daoxing's expression was a little strange. Supremacy Ovally said that she's here to take leave for Angie Prairie. Take leave? Golostan was stunned. What leave? She said. Angie Prairie had obtained an important understanding in this trial and was already prepared to break through the Cosmic Heaven's Gate. Therefore, she wanted to leave the academy first and prepare to break through with all her might. Therefore, she did not continue to participate in this trial and let Angie Prairie leave with her. Angie Prairie has improved? That's right, wait. Golostan suddenly glared. What did you say? Supremacy Ovally asked Angie Prairie to leave with her? This means, Supremacy Ovally is on planet Lepler now. Yes. Xing Daoxing smiled excitedly. Supremacy Ovally is on another continent with Angie Prairie. She said that she would stay on planet Lepler for a few more days before leaving. Sigh, what a pity. If not for the fact that I still have to be responsible for the student's trial, I would definitely ask to see her with my own eyes. Golostan shook his head and asked, what about Chu Nan? He should be with Angie Prairie, right? Did Supremacy Ovally mention how he is now? Supremacy Ovally said that Chu Nan has already taken the low-altitude flight back to Nightclub City 2 hours ago. He should be back in an hour or two. That's good. Golostan finally heaved a sigh of relief. This kid finally showed up. It was so worrying. Xing Daoxing's expression became strange again. He paused for a moment and said hesitantly, about Chu Nan. Supremacy Ovally specially mentioned him. She said that Chu Nan must have improved the most among all the students participating in the trial. If his final result is not first, she will be very surprised. Golostan was displeased. What's this? No matter how much she likes Chu Nan because of Angie Prairie, she shouldn't criticize our academy's work, right? Even if she's a star-grade martial artist, this isn't right. Xing Daoxing shrugged helplessly. He knew that Golostan had always been a righteous person and could not stand such backdoor actions. It was fine if Supremacy Ovally did not say this, but if she did, it might affect Chu Nan's final test results. Golostan wanted to say more, but he suddenly heard a cry outside the small courtyard they rented. He came to the window and looked out, only to discover that a group of students had already gathered in the courtyard. At this moment, these students were looking up at the sky in shock. Golostan glanced at the sky and turned around to point out the window at Xing Daoxing with a sneer. Look, it's not that easy for Chu Nan to obtain first place. Xing Daoxing looked at the person floating in the sky outside the window and did not know whether to smile bitterly or feel relieved. Previously, many people had said that this batch of new students from Star Cloud Academy might be the most outstanding batch in the past few decades or even 100 years. Now, it seemed that they were really right. Chapter 598. When Chu Nan followed the instructions given by Xing Daoxing and entered the small courtyard rented by the Star Cloud Academy's martial arts branch in the official name of Nightclub City, most of the other students had already returned. These few days, everyone was scattered in various places to undergo their own trials. Many people had not seen each other for a few days. Now that they were gathered together again, they were naturally very excited. They gathered together and told each other what they had seen and heard in the past few days, or bragged about what they had achieved in the past few days, causing the huge small courtyard to be in a noisy atmosphere. As soon as Chu Nan walked into the small courtyard, the commotion in the small courtyard instantly disappeared and fell silent. The other students looked over. Any student who could enter Star Cloud Academy could be considered a rare martial arts genius in the Earth Federation. They were all proud sons of heaven in the eyes of others. However, among the geniuses, there would still be a few people who were special. Among this batch of new students, if one were to talk about uniqueness, the first ones to be pushed were Feng Mingzi and Angie Prairie. Apart from their outstanding talent and strength, it was also because of their even more shocking background. Apart from the two of them, Rudy Carl, who should have obtained first place in the entrance examination, was the most special. After all, he was able to suppress Feng Mingzi and Angie Prairie and obtain first place in the entrance examination. Be it talent or strength, he should naturally not be inferior to the two of them. However, now, Chu Nan's reputation among the new students was much greater than Rudy Carl's. Not only did the ultimate arbitration break the taboo that no one in Star Cloud Academy dared to touch for many years, but it also fully proved to everyone the super martial arts talent Chu Nan had. Ever since then, although people still felt that the judgment of the 2-star grade martial artists should not be wrong, many people still began to doubt in their hearts. Was it really impossible for someone with such talent to break through the cosmic heaven's gate? One had to know that in West Cloud Planet's martial arts competition last year, Chu Nan's performance shocked countless people and attracted the attention of 2-star grade martial artists. He was not even an internal breath martial artist. However, when it came to the ultimate arbitration, he was clearly already a high-level internal breath martial artist. With such a terrifying growth speed, who could determine that he could not defy the odds and break the judgment of the 2-star grade martial artists? Apart from that, many people knew that from the beginning of this trial, Angie Prairie had always been with Chu Nan. It was said that the two of them were so bold that they ran to the wasteland to take risks. In the end, they did not even send any news back. Now that Chu Nan was back, Angie Prairie was nowhere to be seen. Could it be that something had happened to Angie Prairie? As soon as this thought arose in many people's minds, they immediately strangled it. How could anything happen to Angie Prairie? Her master was Supremacy Ovally. After a moment of silence, Mondeo squeezed out of the crowd and laughed as he faced Chu Nan. He hugged him and slapped his back as he laughed loudly. Chu Nan, you're finally back. I haven't seen you for so many days. I missed you so much. After greeting him, Mondeo let go of Chu Nan and continued to ask, tell me, what have you been doing with Angie Prairie these few days? Why have you come back alone? Where's Angie Prairie? Could it be that you wanted to touch her when you were outside and angered her before being thrown back? The surrounding students laughed kindly. The strange atmosphere instantly dissipated and returned to normal. That's right, Chu Nan, you must have been a virgin for too long. When you were alone with Angie Prairie outside, you could not help but see that she was beautiful, right? A male classmate cheered. Don't say that. Although Angie Prairie has a strange personality, she's really beautiful. When she shut up, she's simply like a goddess. I'm tempted just by looking at her. Why don't you think about it carefully? No matter how tempted Chu Nan is or how much he can't help it, the problem is, can he defeat Angie Prairie? The other boy deliberately smiled in a strange voice. If he dares to attack Angie Prairie, he'll be kicked back. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, the students could not help but laugh loudly. Even some female students recalled how Chu Nan was bullied by Angie Prairie and could not help but snicker. Chu Nan helplessly rolled his eyes. I'm warning you, Supremacy Ovally is on planet Lepler now. It's one thing for you to tease me, but if these words about Angie Prairie reach her ears, think about the consequences. Ha! The surrounding students were immediately shocked. The male students who had teased Chu Nan were even more shocked and hurriedly asked. Chu Nan roughly told him about Angie Prairie returning to Cultivate and not continuing to participate in the trial, but he skipped everything related to the Holy Mountain. After hearing this, the way the students looked at Chu Nan changed. Damn, Chu Nan, why is your luck so good? You actually saw Supremacy Ovally with your own eyes. That's right, that's right. Tell me quickly, how does Supremacy Ovally feel, compared to Supremacy Mu Yatong? Please, you can compare them to each other. They're all star-grade martial artists. Right, Chu Nan, it's said that Supremacy Ovally can already regain her youth by cultivating her ultimate technique, the Flame of Life? Is this true? Looking at the surrounding students who were acting like they were chasing after the stars, especially the female students whose eyes were shining and wanted to shoot out countless stars, Chu Nan was speechless. Wasn't it just seeing Supremacy Ovally? Did they have to be so excited? Although any star-grade martial artist could be considered the idol of all martial artists, and there were only 3 female star-grade martial artists like Supremacy Ovally in the Federation now, which was extremely rare compared to male star-grade martial artists, it should not make them gossip to this extent. Of course, even if Supremacy Ovally appeared in the media in the past, she would already show her young and beautiful face that did not match her age. It was not strange for her to attract the special attention of other women. Chu Nan believed that the reason why these female classmates were so excited and even crazy was probably not because Supremacy Ovally was a star-grade martial artist, but because of her special legendary Flame of Life cultivation method. About that, I actually didn't have much contact with Supremacy Ovally. I only saw her once, and then she. Just as Chu Nan planned to lie to these students against his conscience, a cold snort suddenly sounded from behind them. Humph. As long as I work hard enough, I can still become a star-grade martial artist in the future. Why should I worship others? Chapter 599. Chu Nan was stunned. Who was so arrogant? He looked in the direction of the voice and saw a figure suddenly float into the sky from behind the students who surrounded him. Then, he looked down at Chu Nan in the crowd and sneered again. Chu Nan, you're finally willing to return. From the looks of it, your trial with Angie Prairie outside has not achieved much. It's really disappointing. Rudy Carl. Chu Nan looked at the person in the sky in surprise. You broke through the cosmic heaven's gate. The person who flew up was actually Rudy Carl, who had obtained first place in the entrance examination. Being able to fly into the sky and float steadily in midair undoubtedly indicated a fact. He had already broken through the cosmic heaven's gate and become a void break martial artist. Of course. A proud expression appeared on Rudy Carl's face. His body moved and he flew over from behind and landed in front of Chu Nan. The other students who were originally surrounding Chu Nan immediately retreated and made way for him, allowing him to land steadily. Chu Nan noticed that the other students looked at Rudy Carl with envy, jealousy, disgust, fear, and other complicated emotions. It could be seen how great the impact of his successful breakthrough was. You just said that Angie Prairie was taken away by supremacy ovally because she wanted to focus on cultivation. Rudy Carl asked. Ah, right. What's wrong? She's already a peak 5th stage internal breath martial artist and still has to focus on cultivation. I believe she plans to break through the cosmic heaven's gate with all her might, right? Rudy Carl asked again. Chu Nan frowned slightly. Rudy Carl's questioning tone was a little aggressive and unpleasant. However, he still nodded and replied, yes, she did say that. I think with her current strength and talent, it won't be long before she can break through. Ha! Rudy Carl laughed loudly, and the smug expression on his face became stronger. In that case, she hasn't broken through the cosmic heaven's gate in the end? It seems that other than Feng Mingzi, I'm still the fastest to break through. Ha ha ha. Looking at the laughing Rudy Carl, Chu Nan had a strange expression. This guy had only broken through the cosmic heaven's gate. Did he have to be so proud? Moreover, although this guy's personality was not very likable in the past, he had always been very low-key after entering the academy. He was so low-key that people always forgot that he had obtained first place in the entrance examination and did not cause much discussion. Now, he was acting so abnormally. It really made people unhappy. Could it be that this was this guy's true nature? He had only forcefully suppressed it because he had yet to break through the cosmic heaven's gate in the past? Now that he had broken through, he had released his true nature? Chu Nan glanced around and discovered that although the other students looked at Rudy Carl with disgust, they maintained their silence and did not say anything. In the end, what determined a martial artist's status was strength. Now that Rudy Carl had broken through the cosmic heaven's gate and they did not, the strength of the two sides was no longer on the same level. No matter how arrogant Rudy Carl was in front of them, they could only endure it and were not qualified to raise any objections. Chu Nan glanced and discovered that Mondeo's body was trembling slightly. His hands that were hanging by his waist were clenched into fists. He could not suppress his laughter. What are you laughing at? Rudy Carl immediately noticed the smile on Chu Nan's face. He stopped laughing and shouted angrily, "What? Are you looking down on me?" "No, I didn't." "Oh, right, I'm looking down on you." Chu Nan shook his head first before nodding. "You were just saying that your goal is to become a star-grade martial artist. You've only just broken through the cosmic heaven's gate. Is there a need to be so proud?" Rudy Carl's expression froze before he was furious. Breaking through the cosmic heaven's gate means that I've taken the most important step towards becoming a star-grade martial artist. Why can't I be proud? After saying that, he glanced at Chu Nan and sneered. I'm not like some people who can't break through the cosmic heaven's gate in their lives. As for becoming a star-grade martial artist, that's even more impossible. The surrounding students frowned. Although everyone knew the evaluation of the two star-grade martial artists towards Chu Nan, no one would say this in front of him. Now that Rudy Carl said this in front of so many people, it was no different from falling out with Chu Nan. Did he have such a huge grudge against Chu Nan? Mondeo, who was beside Chu Nan, moved and could not help but charge out in anger. However, he was grabbed by Chu Nan. Chu Nan shook his head at Mondeo and looked at Rudy Carl with an even wider smile. If it was in the past, if Rudy Carl said this in front of him, he would definitely be furious and even attack at all costs. However, now, he only felt that it was laughable. I have to remind you, the reason why breaking through the cosmic heaven's gate is important is because it can determine the future growth speed of a martial artist. Therefore, it's very important to be perfect when breaking through. The reason why Angie Prairie hasn't broken through the cosmic heaven's gate until now is not that she can't, but because she wants to pursue a perfect breakthrough. This time, she and I passed the trial outside. She found the opportunity to break through perfectly, so she went back with supremacy ovally to focus on cultivation. Do you understand what I mean? Rudy Carl's eyelids twitched, and the anger in his eyes deepened. Although he had finally broken through the cosmic heaven's gate in the past few days, he knew very well that his process of breaking through was definitely not perfect. It would definitely affect his continued improvement in the future. However, among all martial artists, there were very few who could perfectly break through. Although the process of him breaking through could not be considered perfect, he was only a step away from perfection. He did not think there was any problem with this. He also had absolute confidence that he would definitely be able to grow quickly in the future and become a truly powerful martial artist. Not to mention breaking through the void with his body and becoming a heaven control expert, it was even possible for him to become a star-grade martial artist. However, now, Chu Nan put on a condescending attitude to teach him a lesson. Did he have the qualifications? Humph, you're right, but do you think it's that easy to perfectly break through? Even if Angie Prairie's master is supremacy ovally, she might not be able to do it. No, she can definitely do it. Chu Nan shook his head and said firmly, "Oh." Rudy Carl deliberately dragged his voice and glanced at Chu Nan with deep meaning. Is it really related to Angie Prairie that you're so protective of her? You probably don't know what's going on with the cosmic heaven's gate until now, right? You actually dare to brag so shamelessly. How laughable. Chapter 600. Chu Nan almost burst out laughing. Rudy Carl had only broken through the cosmic heaven's gate, but he was actually so arrogant now. He even said to him, "You probably don't even know what the cosmic heaven's gate is." Please, he had just fought with a 4th stage void break martial artist like Kansas yesterday. Although the process was difficult, he won in the end. With his current strength, Supremacy Overly even evaluated that he was even qualified to challenge a 5th stage void break martial artist. In the end, he was treated by Rudy Carl as someone who did not even know the cosmic heaven's gate. It was simply too funny. Chu Nan could not help but laugh when he saw this. Seeing Chu Nan's reaction, the students beside him were stunned. Had Chu Nan gone crazy from Rudy Carl's provocation? It was one thing for him not to be angry at this moment, but how could he still smile? Mondeo could not help but reach out and push Chu Nan. "Hey, Chu Nan, are you alright? Why don't we leave and ignore him?" Rudy Carl was also extremely surprised by Chu Nan's reaction, but after hearing Mondeo's words, he took a step forward and stood in front of him. He said in a low voice, "You want to leave? Pass me first. Chu Nan, I carelessly lost to you once previously. Now, I want to recover from this failure. Do you have the guts to accept my challenge?" In fact, when they saw Rudy Carl being so aggressive to Chu Nan, the others had already guessed a little. However, now that they heard him personally admit that he had lost to Chu Nan once in the past, they were still a little surprised. Rudy Carl was ranked first in the entrance examination. Although no one thought that his strength would surpass Feng Mingzi and Angie Prairie at that time, he was still the true number one. Logically speaking, it should not be a problem for him to crush Chu Nan. However, he had actually lost to Chu Nan? When? Where? How did he lose? Moreover, no matter what their results were, it was obvious that Rudy Carl had already broken through the cosmic heaven's gate. His strength was completely different from an internal breath realm martial artist, so how could Chu Nan defeat him? This guy was clearly bullying Chu Nan by challenging him to a battle. However, this also revealed a problem. If Rudy Carl did not break through the cosmic heaven's gate, he was actually not confident in defeating Chu Nan. That was why he challenged him after breaking through. Otherwise, why did he not challenge so many opportunities in the academy in the past? "You want to fight me?" Chu Nan looked at Rudy Carl and suddenly asked, "How long have you broken through the cosmic heaven's gate?" Rudy Carl frowned. "I broke through 4 days ago." "Why?" "Oh, it's only 4 days. Then you haven't stabilized your realm yet." Chu Nan shook his head. "There's no need for a battle. I'm not interested." Ah. The surroundings were immediately in an uproar. Even Mondeo looked at Chu Nan in disbelief. Rejecting the battle proposed by another martial artist would be thought by everyone to be escaping and would be mocked by everyone. Moreover, if a martial artist even had to escape the request of a battle, it would definitely leave an indelible impression in their hearts and greatly affect their future martial artist path. If he agreed to Rudy Carl's request, even if he lost, because Rudy Carl was already a void break martial artist who had broken through the cosmic heaven's gate, and Chu Nan was only an internal breath martial artist, it was not unacceptable that there was a huge difference between the two sides. With both sides choosing, what to do should not be something to consider. Rudy Carl was stunned, then furious. "What? Are you afraid?" Chu Nan shrugged. "Just take it that I'm afraid. In any case, I'm not interested in fighting you. Alright, I still have to report to Teacher Golostin and the others. Don't block me." After saying that, Chu Nan walked into the small courtyard. Rudy Carl hesitated for a moment before his expression sank. He raised his hand and slapped Chu Nan. After breaking through the cosmic heaven's gate, his first thought was to challenge Chu Nan. He had a deep impression of losing to Chu Nan in the entrance examination. This guy who should have been extremely weak in his eyes had actually defeated him without any tricks, causing the proud and arrogant him to be unable to accept it. However, every time he recalled that battle, he increasingly discovered that he was not confident in winning against Chu Nan, which was why he had been holding it in and did not act. The thought of defeating Chu Nan had always been whipping him, causing him to cultivate diligently after entering the academy. Finally, he obtained enlightenment in the trial a few days ago and broke through the cosmic heaven's gate in one go, becoming another void break martial artist among the new students after Feng Mingzi. The nearly perfect breakthrough made him develop extreme confidence. Of course, he had to use this opportunity to defeat Chu Nan in front of everyone and erase the psychological trauma left by his previous failure. Under such circumstances, how could he let Chu Nan easily escape? With this palm strike, he had already fully used his deep understanding of spatial energy after breaking through the cosmic heaven's gate in the past few days. Not only was his internal breath thick, but he had also fully mobilized the spatial energy in the surrounding space. The power was far from what it could compare to before he broke through. He believed that it was impossible for Chu Nan to receive his palm strike. In fact, under the influence of spatial energy, it was impossible for him to even dodge. After defeating Chu Nan with a palm strike, he would vent his anger and resolve the trauma in his heart. In the future, his cultivation of martial techniques would only advance by leaps and bounds. Chu Nan suddenly turned to look at Rudy Carl. With just a glance, Rudy Carl actually could not help but feel a trace of panic. Then, he instantly suppressed it and turned it into anger. The internal breath in his palm was even stronger, and the mobilization of spatial energy was even stronger. When he slapped out, it actually made all the surrounding students feel a powerful pressure and involuntarily retreat. Seeing that this palm had already arrived in front of Chu Nan, he suddenly moved his feet. Rudy Carl immediately felt that the spatial energy in the surrounding space was subtly affected, causing the spatial energy he controlled to become unstable. This palm was immediately affected and deviated slightly. Then, Chu Nan's body swayed. When he seemed to be about to dodge this palm, he was still struck by it. His body flew out diagonally and landed more than 10 meters away. After landing, he staggered, and when he turned around, a trace of blood had seeped out of the corner of his mouth. Chu Nan waved at Rudy Carl in a sorry state. "You won. After saying that, Chu Nan walked into the door behind him and disappeared. Behind him, Rudy Carl was still in a daze. The surrounding students were also stunned. Everyone looked at the door with question marks on their heads. Rudy Carl had won? Yes, that's right. Chu Nan was sent flying by his palm and even spat out blood. Of course, Rudy Carl won. However, why did it not feel like Rudy Carl had won at all? To be continued. Thanks for listening. If you enjoyed this video, hit that like button and subscribe so you never miss an update. Check out the playlist to catch up on the rest of the series. I'll be back with the next part soon, stay tuned.